And welcome, everybody. I know, cold open, shocker, to this very special presentation of the Jeff Meacham Network and the Castadian Studios. Lest we forget them. We are going to be covering today NXT in your house, exclusively streaming for those of you watching at home on Peacock. Yes, Peacock will be covering this in the United States. And, of course, we will be providing watch-along reactions and all that happy stuff. If you're not in the United States, you're the lucky ones. You can still use WWE Network. So God bless you and God bless your brothers and sisters.
Yes.
You guys are way better off than we are dealing with this stupid app. So
that was perfect timing.
Like in pre-show mode, they're going to be going live in about an hour over on Peacock. So stay tuned for that on your whatever device you be watching the WWE and NXT. But in the meantime, joining me, good old JM Jeff Meacham, for this exclusive preview / predictions of NXT in your house is the man who tonight, right here in front of public, if you will be making his color commentary analyst debut for the Jeff Meacham Network premium live event watch-alongs, the Renegade himself, JJ Williams. JJ, welcome aboard, and how you feeling now? We talked last week during Double or Nothing. You were a little nervous. We just finished watching your review of the brand new Rescue Rangers movie, which, again, get your opportunity. Go watch this on Disney+. It is amazing. So if you missed the review, go watch Rescue Rangers. Go watch his review of it, and then come back tomorrow. We'll say do that tomorrow. You watch us tonight. How you feeling, Jay?
I'm feeling all right. You know, I'm not gonna lie, nerves are still there, but
Yes.
I've had quite a few people tell me to just relax, take a deep breath, that I'm gonna be fine. You know, reading your message about how you wouldn't have put me in the spot if you didn't have faith in me, reading Noah's words of comfort, definitely helping to relax me just a little bit. I've got to say, this was perfect timing as far as when we actually went live because I literally had just finished shilling across the social medias,
Yes.
the three wrestling groups that I'm in, that I post in on Facebook, and then sending out the tweet to the Tweeterverse.
Yes.
That
The
tweet
multiverse
was
of
sent
Meacham, as I called it the other day.
as
So,
you came live on the air and started talking. So could not have worked out better.
every once in a
Hassan,
while, it comes together.
Jeff, hello. Thank you for joining us, Big G.
Good to see everybody. So,
It's going to be a good day. Like I said, the nerves are there. I think once the PLE starts and I can kind of settle into my groove alongside Noah, I think
yes.
it'll be a lot better. But in the meantime, in between time, up until we hear those three famous words, lights, camera, action,
Yes.
the butterflies are still going to be here.
And you know what? That's
And that's
understandable.
a good thing because you hear superstars all the time talking about how they still get the butterflies at Mania, at the big events, Slammiversary, Double or Nothing, whatever it is. Superstars still get the butterflies. If you don't get the butterflies, then you've lost that passion and you need to just pack your gear up and head back home.
That's right. I
So,
agree.
so the fact that they can say that, I've got him until, like I said, until me and him get in the studio and we start firing and we start calling the action, they're just going to be sitting there.
Yes. And speaking of sitting here for the duration of the show, let me do this without showing. Have dirty pants on because it's been laundry day around here on the Jeff Meacham Network side of things. But as you guys saw on my social medias, I'm still counting down to Monday because, damn it needs to be Monday already.
Yeah.
But
I
today
believe today
is
was Scar Saturday, correct?
Scar Saturday. Yes, it is.
And we must heed Scar's model. We must be prepared
That's right.
for everything that is in store, not just today,
Oh, no. Oh, nay,
but
nay.
tomorrow with the red crate of hate.
That's right. So, yes, I was going to do the whole promotion thing later, but for those of you that weren't paying attention to JJ's the end review or the trailer we just ran, yes, we are aware tomorrow's show is actually called Hell in a Cell. We are old and tired, not stupid. Thank you very much. However, it's not that just like this is not my NXT, damn it. This is not my Hell in a Cell. So, thanks to Noah and his amazing way with words, we are now calling this show the Red Crate of Hate until further notice. So,
And damn it, if Greg is watching, I still want a T-shirt that
that's
says
right.
Red Crate of Hate and has that cell with the flames.
Yes,
Everything else on that image can go.
exactly.
But leave the cell, leave the flames, and leave the Red Crate of Hate. That needs to be a Jeff Meacham Network exclusive T-shirt right next to the "It's professional wrestling. Damn it!"
That's right. We
Noah
need a whole Noah
Foster, the
section on,
Simple
on,
Man.
on that side of things. And by the way, it's not a cell. That is legitimately a crate.
Oh, okay.
That is a PNG of
I
a
could
crate
not
that I
tell
found online and
the way the
transfused it.
wording
Yes,
was over it. I couldn't tell. I thought you had legitimately used the cell. No, that makes it even better,
yes,
in my opinion. Yes, the Red Crate of Hate.
yes. And I'm not going to say what company store site I got it from, but I will throw it out there. They're very associated with Red.
All right. I think I know. I think I know. I think I'm in the know.
Yes. So, And it was a long Ron White style search to find the right one because you got to delete the background. It's a thing. And by the way, Pixar's a beautiful ad for that, so check them out. Not that I'm getting paid to do that, but I pay them, so I might as well get some use out of it. So
I believe there's a Daredevil villain that kind of references that company called Bullseye, but
and I'm trying not too hard, Dutch, because I know one of our dear associates still works for that company, as far as I know, and I did once upon a time. So there you go. There is that.
I did for one night for about 4 hours until I got sick, yacked in the garden department, went home, and never came back.
Nice. That's like my experience at Kohl's. I was at Kohl's for Thanksgiving night, not Black Friday. They dragged my ass there Thanksgiving night after I done had turkey, and I was trying to go with CPC. No, I had to go work, do the thing. Worked through the night to get the store ready for and during Black Friday. Retail Black Friday, God help us all.
I know. I've been there,
then
done that, got the T-shirt. I also got the Awesome Renegades Rules T-shirt, which you can get
over at merch.wshow.com. You can't get this shirt, but you should go out of your way to find this shirt because it's one of the few NXT shirts that's not quite black and gold, but doesn't have that god-awful 2.0 image. So there is that. This is on Extreme Wrestling shirts, I think, if I remember right. So yeah, all day Thursday, or Thursday night into Friday, damn near all day Friday, reported back in Saturday, was told they'd call me. They never called me. So they literally used my body for manual labor, and then they cast me aside like some freaking schlub. Anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on tomorrow. I mean, we're going to cover the shows. We had talked about earlier in the year we weren't going to cover the B shows, but there's two things. One, I need money. Let's just flat out admit it. I need coverage so we can start getting the hits and everything. But number two, I feel like we're doing what we're encouraging other people not to do, and that's automatically just hate on the company because it's the company. So if we're going to cover the major shows from Impact Wrestling, from AEW, from the NWA, and they only run for a year, that's their choice, and it's my choice. If I want to cover the major shows with WWE, they consider all their shows major shows. And like the way they've taken the direction of the company or not, I still feel obligated to cover it and at least try to give somewhat of an unbiased voice. Now, I know other people on the team will give their biased voice, and that's why I keep everybody around, because it's diversity. And I love it.
Different strokes for different folks, different voices.
Exactly. Big G with the Not My NXT. There you go. I dig it.
Being as how I've just recently gotten back into the wrestling pool, so to speak.
Yes.
I am not as disgruntled as James, as Noah, when it comes to the WWE overall presentation.
Right.
And granted, I've only been watching Hulu coverage.
Yes, that's the key.
But I enjoy what I've been seeing on a weekly basis.
Right.
Just like I enjoy what I've been seeing on AEW, Dynamite, and Rampage, which I still need to see both the shows from this week. Been a little bit busy, been a little bit preoccupied.
Yes.
I still need to see Impact and New Japan from this week. I'm very behind. NXT from Tuesday is the last thing I saw this week. And I had to get that in because I needed to know what happened for tonight.
Yeah.
So that I can be educated and ready to bring my 2 cents on the stories and everything going into these, which we'll get into when we do yours and mine predictions here momentarily. We don't have to worry about how much time we have because there's 6 matches and only 2 of us doing it. Unlike last week where we needed like 2 hours to do all the people that are doing Double or Nothing.
So having not seen anything,
unless Big G, since I know you're watching, if you'd like to come in and discuss your thoughts on the NXT matches, just come in for the pre-show since it's just me and Jeff. Let us know in the comments. Jeff will shoot you the link
or message us.
Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah. So while we wait one way or the other for Big G, so I'm sure you're aware of the news at least out of AEW then.
I've heard some of it. Yeah, I've seen some of the posts going around.
Okay.
I
Well,
saw the press release that was released. I did not get to read it in its
okay.
entirety, but I did see that a press release was released from AEW out of Ontario, California,
Of
which
course.
means that, it was released on Friday.
Right.
So, it's kind of cool to see the AEW headline and everything with Ontario, California. Might have to Jimmy rig that to be a press release that gets, Jeff Meacham network related.
Maybe. Yeah, it was. I'm not gonna
Tony
lie, man.
Khan's next big announcement, all
Right.
AEW events are going to be streamed on the Jeff Meacham network.
Right. Right.
Ring of Honor will be exclusively on the Jeff Meacham network.
Dude. Okay, if that's the case, they better send me my own damn replica of the title in that case, not to pay for another one. Jesus.
Just send you the old one since they're updating the logo and everything. That means
Oh,
there's
that's
going to
also
be
very
new
true.
belts.
Yes.
You can get the
Yes.
old one.
John Gresham, looking at you.
Start your own little Conrad collection with the original ROH title behind you.
Get out of my head. That was always the goal, was to have those on display.
Gee, I
Replica or not.
appreciate your honesty. Don't worry about it, dude.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's just one of those things. I'll be honest with you. I have not watched, honestly, other than AEW, because I knew I was going to be at AEW. I have been kind of doing what JJ used to do, what the current WWE, non-WWE people do now, is watching the top 10s, watching the highlights, catching Hulu, because
Bad Meacham.
No, not bad Meacham.
You have an empire to run. You need to be all up in that jambalaya.
When the jambalaya cook has been conked on the head and is trying very hard to recharge the batteries, and having gone out for longer than necessary outings 3 times in the last 2 weeks, including the 2 days after the trauma, I need a little bit of a give. Just a little bit. But again, going here, again, I was able to shoot a couple of things, but the truth of the matter is it was so ungodly hotter than I expected it to be down at the Forum Wednesday that trying to shoot outside with what equipment I could bring would have resulted in poor imagery due to the equipment overheating. I mean, this thing would not have dealt with the being out and trying to set up. Plus, I couldn't technically get anything into the building. I had to freaking basically smuggle in my little bitty tripod that I showed you that I got from, I think, Big Lots or wherever I got it from. So that was a challenge. Without going too far into insulting or whatever, I basically the entire day I was sitting with or sitting next to, especially during the show, the crowd was very, I'm trying to think how to word it without sounding like a complete douchebag, but I guess I can't. The crowd very much disallowed me from actually trying to focus on what was happening in the ring, what was happening in my head with trying to get stuff shot, because they were being overly obnoxious during segments of the show, during the stuff outside before we went inside. It was just a very interesting, kind of a revelation day. I think I mentioned this to you on private chat. I went across the street to Sizzler around lunchtime over there in Inglewood because I found myself realizing that I didn't relate to the fans that come off as, and again, they're not all like this, but they come off as, it's still real to me. Like those type of people, I'm not that people anymore. And I didn't know whether to be sad about that, because it was one of those, I'd always believed in my fandom of wrestling, and I still very much enjoyed the show. Very much enjoyed seeing people I hadn't seen in literally, some of them, a decade or more. Running into Ryan Taylor, who I'd totally forgotten is actually working dark for the company now. Running into Rocky Romero, who didn't remember me because it's been that friggin' long since I saw Rock.
It's been, God, like
15.
close to 15 years.
15 years since I saw Rocky in person. And the fact that he was taken aback that I was just acknowledging the fact that he's in New Japan again, and he and Trina got back together, he was like, man, you have not been, I haven't been around, dude. I've not been to an independent show other than the time you and I were briefly interacting with Battleground and the handful of shows I went to for Jesse when Gary was working the program. And again, let me context. Battleground was a company that was based near where we used to live in Long Beach. EWF, Empire Wrestling Federation, Jesse Hernandez, former WWE official back in the day. He's run the Empire Wrestling Federation since 1996. It's the oldest promotion in California. So the handful of shows I went to where Gary was working with Jesse, I have not been to a independent show or independent company shows consistently like it was at PWG in, like I said, 15, 16 years.
That's crazy to think about that. Yeah, Battleground was the last indie stuff that I went to consistently too. And, I watching some of the old After the Bells and stuff recently, trying to help get my view hours boosted and seeing some of the guys popping on there. It's like, man, I miss going to that.
I do too. I really do, which is why these shows on the 18th and 25th are going to be so awesome. It's going to be getting back into it, all up in it, man. And we'll talk about that during open mic night. But Prestige Wrestling is running in Pomona, and the next week XPW is back, and they're in Pomona. So it's just crazy.
Pomona's a great place to run. That's where I saw that one fed. I can't for the life of me think what the name of it was.
Right.
But our buddy, Gino Rivera was running. He had a match out there, and it was like, dude, I get to go back to an indie show not far from where I was staying at the time, and I get to see one of my buddies. I get to see one of my buddies wrestle again. And then on top of that, seeing Billy Gunn, Mark Henry, Lance Archer, Crime Time before the tragedy that was Shad's passing.
Right.
Shotzi before she reported to NXT.
Yeah, right before.
Yeah, literally. I think within 3 months she was on NXT.
Yeah.
And if I had known that she had already been signed, I would have paid more attention and gotten pictures with her. I enjoyed what I saw of her work, but I didn't think enough about her to get a picture, so I had one of those before they were stars.
Right.
Type of images.
Yeah.
But, it is what it is. Daniel, thank you for joining us, man. You were coming in right when Jeff was talking about his Thursday experience, so I hope you got your answer there. He did not get to go on Thursday to that concert like he had hoped.
Yeah.
Good for you that Battle of the Belts 3 is coming to Grand Rapids, Michigan. I've heard about Battle of the Belts 3. I'm slightly excited about it. I'm sure as time progresses and the storylines move towards that, I'll get more excited, but I'm sure you're thoroughly excited right now because that's coming to your hometown. You've got the same feeling and vibe that Jeff just had about going home to the Forum,
It was.
I wish that I could have gone to the show in Ontario, but there were other things that were more important last night than going to that show.
Yes.
Knock on wood, they did a good enough show. They did great numbers, I'm sure. So they will be coming back to California. I would not put it past them to be back here either just before or just after WrestleMania.
Well,
you figure how all the companies like to try to run in the WrestleMania area around WrestleMania time so they can get some of that bleed in and out. Think about this. If we have Raw and SmackDown at Staples Center, and if we can get Dynamite and Rampage at the Forum or in Ontario going into WrestleMania Sunday, plus Ring of Honor, plus NWA, plus, holy hell.
This is why I can't afford the Jericho Cruise, because this guy's pitching all this stuff.
And I know we're watched, so I'm sure somebody's taking notes.
Well, I'm sure, and it's one of those. Ring of Honor is going to run Supercard WrestleMania weekend. They've done it every year, and with Tony, buying the company, it's a matter of when they actually pencil the date in, right? So you figure one company of Tony Khan's or another will be in the LA area WrestleMania week.
And if one company is going to be there and they bleed into each other anyway,
Right.
Both companies will be there.
And again, in the past, they've run, New Japan and Ring of Honor ran their Supercard one year out in New York when WrestleMania was out there actually, they ran the friggin' Garden for the first time, which shocked the world.
Plus, I'm sure Pro Wrestling Guerrilla will have a show that weekend. EWF will probably have a show that weekend.
You figure there'll be so many eyes on the business, especially out here. And it was strange. Like, it didn't really hit me until later as we were getting ready to go to the show, because I knew the show would open with Punk. I knew they'd open with CM Punk Wednesday night, and
they had to.
And it was one of those. It hit me right there in that moment. The last time that he had wrestled on a major show in this area, he left the building the WWE champion. As far as main event, because he wasn't the main event of SummerSlam 2013. He was against Brock, and you don't beat Brock on pay-per-view. But 2012, he walked in and walked out the WWE champion in the main event of a pay-per-view, and that was the last pay-per-view he main evented in this area. So the fact that it wasn't the main event of the show, but it was the jump-off point of what was one of the best Dynamites I've seen, and I've had a chance to go back and rewatch it from a television perspective. Damn, it came off good. So that was really cool. And I love that he has done the stage dive. And again, I'm spoiling this for you, and I'm sorry in advance. He has done the stage dive in a minute. So he walked out there ready to do the whole, the chant thing and everything. He bends down and he looks over and he sees a person that says, "It's my birthday" on a sign. He takes the belt off, puts it down, and dives into the crowd because he can, because he's CM Punk. Now, did that cause what happened Friday? Who knows? Because, diving into the crowd, stage diving of any kind is never exactly the most advisable thing to do, especially when you're wrestling. And again, he botched a couple times on Sunday. He botched a couple times during the match he had on Dynamite, and it was a 3-on-3 tag, and he still looked rough. And knowing what we know now, there's a reason he looked so rough, hitting the buckshot and trying what he was doing on Wednesday night. So again, I don't necessarily, begrudge him the fact that he was just enjoying it so much he got caught up in it. But if you're going to be booked to be the world champion, you got to be cognizant of what's going on in your body. So
yeah, true, especially at that age.
Yeah, I mean, Punk is
he's no spring chicken anymore.
He's not. The fact that the original Summer of Punk was almost 20 years ago. The Summer of Punk was the same summer that Dylan's mom and I were first together. So that goes back.
Yeah.
And people asked, I think on social media, they were going to have me included tonight. It was on the review, WQ Review Thursday. Is this another Summer of Punk? And it's like, well, it could have been. It really could have been. We'll see how long he takes to heal. But with everything, unfortunately for injuries and times off, just one of those things that, the business keeps moving. Whether you're the champion, whether you're jerking the curtain, whether you're rigging the lights, the business keeps on rolling. And
I'm wondering if this is going to be a reverse Summer of Punk.
Well, it's one of those deals where, we don't know the extent of the injury. And again, I'm ruining things for you, and I apologize, but we keep talking about.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm wondering if, and granted, because I haven't watched, because I've tried to stay away from the news sites over the last few days to not get things spoiled. So please, if I'm speaking out of line, don't correct me. People in the chat room, don't correct me. You're being told right now, because I'd like to be able to see and read on my own.
Right.
But what if this is the year Summer of Punk? Punk is Cena and MJF is Punk.
Well, and
we're doing it in reverse now,
Right. And it very well could be. Like I said, and again, the status of it being a work, a shoot, whatever, is completely irrelevant. The bottom line is this. Max went out there, said exactly what had probably been on his mind for real from the get. Right? So whether it was a work or a shoot from the beginning, that 8 minutes, MJF Max is a made friggin' man. Period. End of sentence. And
the question is, what are they going to do with it? Where
right.
are they going to go?
And, again, I'll wait till you see everything you need to see to comment with you here on screen. But the way they've set it up and the way they've executed Max's part of it out of Wednesday, there is only really one way to go for my money. But we'll have to see how Wednesday plays out. We'll have to see how things play out at Dominion a week from tomorrow, or actually a week from tonight, technically, for us West Coast kids,
Right.
because it's on at 10 p.m. starting Saturday night. So
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we're gonna like a 2-hour break between the end of Always Ready and the start of Dominion. So, Jesus Christ, seriously, pray for Noah.
Yeah, I hope he has some monsters, some 5-hour energies, something. Michael, we will get to that comment once we get to predictions about the Joe Gacy Braun Breaker thing.
Yes, and Scott, we do see you in the chat room, and
Yes.
sorry you can't stick around long, but he and I both understand the long ass days at work. We get it. We get it. Understand.
I am just glad that you were able to be here, even if only temporarily, Scott.
Yes.
Like I've said many a times, you've been such a huge supporter of mine since the relaunch. Thank you. I raise my glass to you today. It's not lemonade, it's water, but cheers to you for being here for even just a moment.
There you go. So with that being said, we're coming close to the top of the hour. So let's go ahead and get into the actual predictions. Let's get into the meat and taters, as we called it during our talk prior to going on the air, because YouTube airing your meat and taters didn't exactly work out today. It worked out all over the course of the half hour because the timing was right, but initially it was like, the hell? So first match I want to talk about is, I'm just going to go in what I feel is like reverse order of
Wiki.
really what is important. And again, I only have 5. Why do I only have 5?
Oh no, there should be 6 according to Wiki.
Oh, they're freaking okay. That's okay. They're here. It's just things got moved, so it's okay. So this one again, this is one of those where there's a little too much sports entertainment in the NXT presentation for me. It's. And the fact of the matter is, the losers join the winners' stable. Do we really need a 6-man stable where half the stable just wants to beat the crap out of the other half? Like, I don't understand this, but again, maybe you can help me understand it better with what's going on.
I honestly don't understand the uniting the two factions.
Yeah.
But for my money and from what I've seen, they've been pushing, and I'm going to steal the catchphrase of somebody else on this brand, they've been pushing Tony D'Angelo to the moon.
Yes.
And I'm going to botch the team name here.
I got you.
Forgive me.
I got you.
Legado del Fantasma.
Hey, dude.
I had to look at it, so I had it in front of me. I knew it wasn't going to be 100%, but they've been steady crumbling.
Yeah.
For some time.
Yep.
So I see Tony D'Angelo and the new FBI taking. Tell me I'm wrong.
Nope. Can't do it.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Can't do it.
I see them taking the W here, although I definitely see some underhanded tactics. I'm wondering if this Giovanni Vinci is going to debut tonight.
Very true.
The repackaged Fabian Archer from Imperium.
Yeah, Fabian Eichner definitely needs as Bruce Pritchard would call it, a fresh paint of coat, because Imperium.
Well, ever since the boys left him and moved up to the main roster and are killing it.
Yeah, they are.
I expect Gunther to be Intercontinental Champion here in the next couple days.
Should be challenger for tomorrow, but whatever.
Yeah, that's a whole other
show.
that means they'd actually have to, put some stank on the Intercontinental title, but I digress. That's not what we're here for.
God forbid.
But I see Tony, and like I called him, the new FBI taking the victory here. I see Giovanni possibly making his debut, aligning with them.
It's one of those, Jay. Santos and the Legado del Fantasma have really, like you said, they've hit a skid since Escobar lost the unification match to Carmelo. I mean, he's just not done dick. Really. They've gotten themselves sucked into the vortex of the new FBI. I don't know the damn name of the faction. I really don't care, to be honest with you. Because
I don't think they really have a name. That's the kicker part.
Yeah, it's just...
It's like, if you just look at it on...
The family, yeah.
Okay, I was going to say, if you look at it on the wiki, they're just listed by names.
Yeah. So,
whereas Legado del Fantasma, and then it's got in parentheses their individual names.
Right.
So they don't even have like really a big to do yet. Maybe that's going to happen once they, come together and they win and they join up, because
the legacy of family, Legado de Familia. Just saying. They watch.
But that is my official pick on this one, because I know you're jotting down so you can give to Noah.
Yes, so. I would tend to agree. I think I picked Tony's team on my Google Drive pick, so if I didn't know, sorry in advance, but I'm picking them here on the air.
Michael, welcome back. We did not get to your question yet.
No, sir.
We're going to touch on that when we get to my thoughts and predictions for the main event. So you haven't missed us discuss your question. Go ahead, Jeff. You're saying?
Well, I was going to say it's I'm actually sending Noah the thing, and I actually wrote down. I don't know if you can see it or not. JJ's picks. Number 1, the new FBI, because I don't know what the hell to call it. Friggin' clue. So the next one, we're going to go ahead and talk about the.
And like one other thing with this, like who's the babies, who's the heels?
Right.
That's the other thing that's confusing to me is like usually you want to go for an even mixture of babies and heels to win at the show. You don't want it to be one dominant side over the other. But they're like both heel teams here. It's like that's part of why they're good. Either way they go, they're going to make a good hybrid because they're all a bunch of heels. In the long run, one of the teams is going to have to turn baby, but it's just kind of silly to me right now.
Well, here's my issue with the whole thing. The fact is, they're both heels, but they're goofy, like silly heels. Like, I don't take either team seriously.
I take Legado more seriously than I do Tony and his new FBI.
I did it first, but like I said, Santos and the boys have been sucked into the vortex of sports entertainment hell.
They definitely have. The vignettes that they've been doing with the two families on the show have definitely been hokey, but I still take Santos and his crew more seriously. The fact that we're calling them the new FBI shows you how seriously I take them.
Yes, exactly.
Like, I'm legit just waiting for Tony D'Angelo to come out to the instrumental of No Sleep Till Brooklyn.
Right. Maybe I'll say that for the Barclays.
Like, for real.
Yeah, it's bad. So, next up, we'll talk about the North American Championship match, because that's honestly the lowest rung as far as title importance, although, it is a big match for both of these guys because, we talked about Carmelo, being part of this card, and as far as being part of the unification with Santos, and he was on the winning side of that. And now he's just kind of here, and it's very unfortunate.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, this is the have it and move on match.
Okay.
Cameron has won the title. He's had it for a minute. He needs to get this monkey off of his back. He's going to defeat Cameron, or he's going to defeat Carmelo tonight, and then he's going to move on to his next challenger, which by all accounts looks like it's going to be Solo Sikoa.
Which I'm okay with.
Yeah, which is who I want to dethrone him anyways, because then we've got the one more member of the bloodline, although not officially bloodline,
Right.
with a championship belt.
Yep. Exactly.
You know,
I am all about that.
we've got Roman now starting to pull the strings over into the quote unquote developmental territory. And now Blood is getting belts over there too.
Exactly. So
So I see Cameron retaining this one, pushing Carmelo to the side. I've defeated you, won the title. I'm over you now. We're moving on, new challengers.
see, I picked Carmelo, I believe, and again, I don't have my picks in front of me because once I send them off to Noah, it's like, okay, got next task, because I'm, like you said, I'm running an empire here. So I'm pretty sure I did pick Carmelo in my original picks, but you've definitely, with the knowledge that Solo's the next challenger, which I completely forgot about because I've been so out of the loop. I will definitely co-sign on that. Cameron Grimes needs to shake the specter that is Carmelo's persistent challenges off of him and get on with his life, even if it means he drops it at the next major show, because we need to get Solo Sikoa into that picture. We need him to be the champion for my money, because like I said, the bloodline needs to really start asserting itself with Roman,
I mean, they already have started with the Usos being unified and Roman being unified, but there's still US, there's still all these other championships out there that can be brought into the fold.
Yes.
And with Solo Sikoa getting the North American Championship, that Wade, and I forget who the other commentator is, forgive me, he's so uninteresting to me.
Yeah, Rich something or other, I think.
But Wade is going to bring attention to that.
Oh, he definitely will. He definitely will, because he's the analyst you'll want. He's the one with the knowledge. He's the one with the in-ring experience. He's the way to go. So I would definitely be okay with that if they do bring it up.
And I would definitely see Solo making an appearance on SmackDown. Maybe not a match or anything, but just kind of like a backstage segment, acknowledging.
I was going to say the acknowledgement that he is a part of this. Yes, I agree. And again, with everything still very much unclear about what's happening with the Us-in-Law in the women's division, they need to bolster their ranks as much as possible. So they need to really step up there. Speaking of the women's tag team championships, although it's not the WWE tag team championships, we're talking about the NXT women's tag team championship. We've got Toxic Attraction, and again, you're going to have to forgive me because I don't remember the Casey Catanzaro's new name, but it's her and Kaden are the challengers.
Katana Chance.
There you go. Thank you. I don't understand that, but I thought Casey Catanzaro was just a fine name by itself, so I don't. Again, WWE's penchant for name changes is what it is. I'm not going to go into that freaking rabbit hole today. But as much as I've always loved Casey, as much as I do like Kaden, I don't see a need to change up the women's division in either singles or tag team ranks within NXT. I think all three ladies have been killing it, and I don't see a need for a change, at least not in your house. If they're going to do it like, SummerSlam weekend or even Money in the Bank weekend, maybe. But not just for lack of a better term, the NXT, a throwaway show. So I don't see a need for a title change in this or the singles match.
Yeah, Toxic Attraction has really been dominating the shows. And at least for the tag match, I don't see anything changing here. As a matter of fact, if we're being 100% real, I'd like to see Toxic Attraction be who takes the women's tag team title tournament that they're going to hold in the place of Naomi and Sasha.
If they actually announce that damn thing.
Because as dominant as they have been, who's really going to stop them?
Yeah. Well, but that's the good and the bad. If they do win, who stops them? Are they just going to roll through everybody where there's nobody left, and then we're right back where we were when they walked out? because you've got Natty now challenging on SmackDown. Allegedly, again, I'm kind of catching up myself here, but it looks like they're positioning Natty to challenge Ronda. So it's like, okay, where does that leave Shayna Baszler? Another tag team down the shithole. So if they do move Tux Traction up and they do win the tournament, it's like, yeah, but and again, this is going to be a little philosophical for a freaking predictions panel, or show, but I don't see a need at this stage of the game, at least on the main roster, until they get more tag teams established, solidified, whatever you want to call it, to even bother. If they're going to do an actual tournament, then cool. But if they're going to do what they usually do, which is kind of throw shit together, throw shit at the wall and see how much the sticky stuff truly sticks, then don't even bother.
I agree with you 100% there. But if they're going to do it, Toxic Attraction here needs to be the winners of that tournament.
I agree.
And
which means they need to win
that would be the only reason in theory to drop the belts. Is because they're going to go to the main roster and win those. But I don't think that needs to be done here because as of today, 4:12 p.m. Pacific, 7:12 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, June 4th, they have yet to announce that official tournament.
Right.
Once it's announced, they can lose it on an NXT show and give some ratings, pop a rating for the TV show.
Right. Yeah, I think with this being for lack of a better term, a paid show, because everybody's already got their $10 subscription for the month because it is June 4th, so it's like, whatever. So yeah, I'm picking Toxic Attraction to retain as well. It just makes the most sense. It really does.
Yeah.
On the men's side of the tag team division in NXT, if I could find the graphic, there it is. Boop, ba-doop, boop, boop. Okay, let me move that in. Sorry, I'll have a little revision. We've got Pretty Deadly?
Yes.
Against the Creeds, which I love the Creed gimmick. I think they're great. I'm glad they're using them despite the fact that they've allowed Roddy's push to kind of fall by the wayside. But it's cool that they're still being used. And I'm making a bold prediction, and again, at least I think it's bold, and that the Creeds are going to become the new tag team champions.
To coin a phrase for a T-shirt, see, here's the thing.
That's right.
Every time we have had a PLE and a prediction show for NXT, and the Creeds have challenged for the straps, I've picked the Creeds and they've let me down.
Right. True. Very true.
I 100% agree with you, Michael. The Creeds need this win. But will they get it? Because the Diamond Mine seems to be falling apart. Even Roddy, and forgive me, I don't remember the other guy's name, Damien something,
right,
couldn't get the job done this past Tuesday when they took on Pretty Deadly in a non-title match.
Yeah, and then and now Stakely's in AEW, so it's kind of they're falling apart.
So it's like, and honestly, and this is just my booking here, what I'd do, I'd add Pretty Deadly to Toxic Attraction.
Oh, okay, I like that. That's interesting.
Because they have the look and the flair and the flamboyance.
Very true.
To totally fit in with the girls there. You know, they've got that conceit to their look. And you look at their outfits that they wear, they just give me that vibe that they could be the male version of Gigi and JC, I think her name is. Still learning the NXT people.
Right.
Yeah, JC. You know, they could very much be the male versions of them.
They could.
And then you've got 3 women and 2 dudes in a stable, all with gold.
Yeah, and And
You want to
like,
talk about dominant on NXT?
right? And just think about this. They tried very hard, at least in Impact Wrestling, to have cute Kip be part of the beautiful people, and it just fell flat on its ass, Mr. Ass even.
But Impact Wrestling is the same company that made Eric Young a Knockouts Tag Team Champion.
I'm aware
and
of
we'll
this.
just leave that there. My official prediction is Pretty Deadly.
Okay.
So that you can jot that down and give it to Noah there. Ken and Aaron World Order, thank you for joining the room here.
We do see everybody. Yes,
commentating.
yes.
We've seen you guys commentating as we've gone through here. Just wanted to make sure we acknowledged you guys.
So yes, Diamond Mine is still technically a thing. Roddy's still around, the Creeds and Ivy and the gentleman that JJ mentioned, but
it's just Malcolm Bivens that's gone.
Yeah, but with Malcolm, it seemed like they were leaning toward breaking them up, or at least breaking Roddy away, because Roddy was becoming, too big for his britches, and Malcolm and the Creeds kept giving him the side eye more than once. And now Malcolm Bivens is working with Jade Cargill over at AEW, so it's like.
Which, God bless her. The greatest thing to come out of the Forum Club this week was that picture of her and Scorpio with the TBS and TNT titles. I legit want to get that printed out and get them both to sign that.
So my question is this. Before we move on to the next match, let me go ahead and take these guys off screen because this really doesn't concern them at all. I went to the Forum Club for years in the 80s and 90s, back when things were more decadent and free and open. Where the hell were them outfits when I was going to the Forum Club?
Right.
Now, granted, I was a kid, so would I have acted on it? Of course not. Supervised like a mucker feather. But I'm just saying. Son of a bitch. Anyway.
Ken, I agree with you that without Malcolm Bivens, the Diamond Mine definitely seems like it's on rocky ground.
Yeah.
But I think that might be why they brought Roddy back.
Yeah,
from
agreed.
NXT UK is to try to pick up that ball from the release of Malcolm Bivens.
Yeah.
Or contract expiring, whatever it was, because he sure showed up in AEW really quickly.
Well, you have to remember a couple of things. NXT, it's usually either a shorter non-compete or they sometimes do outright release them. It's like, okay, bye. And we were told that it was a requested, mutually agreed upon release. So it may have just been, all right, dude, cut you loose. Okay, bye. Whatever.
Okay.
So, again, that's what digs in my shit, Jay. The fact that they felt so small, felt so little about him. Yeah, cut him clean. Let him go right now. He was on AEW within 2 weeks?
Yeah, seriously.
Like and he made a major point in helping Jade retain her title on Sunday. That was amazing. The way they plugged him in immediately, so much so that lawyer dipshit or whatever got cast away. Now he's involved with Wardlow. Good luck with that, you blithering idiot. So powerbomb your ass to oblivion. Anyway, arguably it's the Horseman without JJ. Okay, so I like Malcolm. I like Stakely. I do. He's not JJ Dillon. I'm sorry, but he's not. It's at least not yet.
I get what he's trying to say. His presence was so important to the Diamond Mine.
Right.
That removing him, it's like that cog is missing.
Right.
But there were incarnations of the Horsemen,
right,
without JJ.
Very much so.
That weren't horrible incarnations.
No. It's very funny when you watch the Horseman DVD, if you can find it, that is on the black market nowadays. Although I found out Arn actually owns the trademark to the Horseman now. So we may be getting some stuff besides the stuff they're selling at StarCast. Fresh DVD, anyone? Just saying. Please. On that free shows. I pay for it anyway. I found it funny. We're talking about this. At one point, when they get to the point where JJ leaves and goes to New York and they bring in Mr. Matsuda, literally in the same segment, Michael Hayes says most people didn't realize he was gone. And then the other horsemen say, oh, yeah, as big as Barry and Arn Tully leaving. Like, it can't be both. And, no offense to PS, but you weren't a horseman, dude. We'll get to that in November. Yeah, the fact that Michael P.S. Hayes said nobody noticed, like, yeah, everybody noticed because the Horsemen of '89 just so. But yeah, I wouldn't say Malcolm Bivens / I forget Sickley's first name in AEW now, so forgive me. But I don't know if he quite reached the point where Diamond Mine will completely derail without him there. Time will tell. We'll see what happens tonight. If the Creeds win, they're back on the rails again. So.
Exactly. And if they lose, then they may as well just disband.
Yeah. And this is going to be better than Red Creative Hate. As decent as the show looks on paper tomorrow, it's just another WWE pay-per-view, a pre-live event. It's like, it's not like it doesn't feel like, other than Cody and Rollins inside the cell itself, it's like, okay. Where this, I actually am invested.
The six-man.
The six-man, yeah. The six-person mixed tag looks good.
Versus Bullet Club and Liv.
Yeah, that looks good. I'm not going to lie on that. It's like Devastation Inc. without the late Skandar Akbar. And again, that's before my time even, Ken. So God bless you for pulling that one out of your ass, because I never actually got to see Devastation Inc. I only know of it because of Mick's first book. Yeah. So good call there, though.
All right, what's next?
Where are we at here? Just trying to find where we're at. Okay, so we went from men's tag. So we're going to go into the women's championship match now. And again, this is one of those that I am and have been so thoroughly impressed with Mandy and the way they presented her on NXT. After, she had a few hiccups on the main roster. They didn't know what to do with her once they broke her and Sonya up. They had her with Otis, and then they repackaged him, and then they put her with Dana, and then it just kind of was what it was. Dana's now doing the 24/7 thing, so moving her, quote unquote, down, for my money, has been the best part about her, the best thing about her career. And yes, Ken, I know Skandar and Devastation weren't world class. I'm very aware of where it is. I just never have seen it because I don't watch that part of the network yet. Again, JJ and Aaron have a list over here of stuff for me to watch. Wrestling's like low priority. So,
for real, anyway. He can't get caught up on anything wrestling until he gets through Gotham, and that's been like close to 10 years now, it feels.
It has not been. It may not be.
It feels.
Yeah, I know this. I'm doing better. So yeah, Mandy has been a great example of, again, that fresh paint of coat that a superstar needs, and she's had a great refresher. They changed her look to a certain extent. They brought her back to being the arrogant, I know I'm hot, get over your own self because I'm hotter than you, Mandy Rose, which is the perfect way to go. And then you got Wendy, who has kind of been like a sleeper talent here, but she's challenging for the championship on a premium live event.
Very much a sleeper. She is the proverbial dark horse on this pay-per-view, PLE, whatever we want to call it.
Right.
If there was ever a pay-per-view match on this card where I would bet the title would change, it's this one right here.
Yep, I would agree.
Now, does that mean that I'm ready for Mandy to lose the title? Absolutely not.
Nope. No way.
But if I were to call it, this is the one where I see that it could potentially happen. And I would not be mad if Wendy takes it. I would not be mad if the Creeds take it. But the only one I can think of where I would really be upset about is the Toxic Attraction tag match.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the other two just kind of feel like they're there.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
I don't see Mandy losing until one of two people. I see her losing to Cora. Yep. I see her losing to Nikita.
Yeah, I agree. I
Nikita
would,
is out on injury right now,
right,
but the way she was pushing
right,
and the way they were pushing her,
right.
I totally see Nikita being the one to dethrone Mandy. But are they willing to wait that long now that she's out with injury?
Yeah,
I don't think so. I think Cora could be, or even Wendy could be that person to like take it for a cup of coffee, put it back on Mandy before getting it to Nikita.
right.
But
I
my official prediction is Mandy is going to retain.
right. I like Wendy, but yeah, the whole direction makes me question it without a doubt. I agree with that. And yes, Ken. By the way, that is a good. Without a leader, the thing falls apart. Without the Dungeon of Doom, without Kevin Sullivan, there is no Dungeon of Doom. They're just guys wandering around going yes, yes, and looking like idiots. Which you kicked it anyway. But anyway, so there's that. All right, main event, of course, is for the NXT Championship. Braun Breaker, who honestly I have been more impressed with every time I see this guy. He has stepped up in a time where NXT was really trying to reclaim its identity or establish a new identity, I should say.
Yeah.
And he has picked up that proverbial ball and ran not only into the end zone but into the crowd to celebrate with the people that actually do enjoy NXT 2.0. Which again, I don't dislike the brand the way it's being presented. It's just not what I'm used to. It's not what I came to enjoy as being NXT. And I've been impressed with Braun. The Joe Gacy character, I get the reference to John Wayne Gacy. That's the whole point. But again, I think the basic layout of the angle and the way it's been presented has been okay, but I wonder, has it gone too far into entertainment versus just a wrestling program? And yeah, Joe Gacy reminds me of guys like Dan Spivey and an earlier pre-Fiend version of Wade of Bray Wyatt. It's the same type of vibe, cult leader type dude. But now they've taken away his big muscle. They released Parker Boudreaux, so it's Parker. Parker. Whatever the hell the guy's last name was. Sorry. So they've had these other guys attacking, Braun, at least last I saw, just attacking him randomly. So if Gacy doesn't win here, does he keep on going? Does he keep on, being the mind game, but performing the mind games, or do they move Braun on? And what do you think is going to happen here, Jay?
Well, I don't see Joe winning. That's the be all end all right here. Is that I just don't see him taking it. Like you said, Braun has been the face, if you will, of the new NXT.
Yes.
And unless it was Braun's time to move up to the main roster, I don't see him losing. And I feel like they need Braun to continue being that face of the new NXT for the time being, at least. This is where it piggybacks to an earlier prediction. And Cameron Grimes needing to beat Carmelo and moving on.
Yeah,
I
agreed.
feel like Carmelo very easily could be the next new face of the new NXT.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He's got that spark, that charisma. From what I know, he carried the North American title for a decent amount of time.
Yes, he did, and strongly,
very
strongly.
And the North American title is essentially their version of the Intercontinental title. It's what grooms you for the next step.
Yep.
And Carmelo passed with flying colors.
He did. He definitely did.
So Braun defeats Joe, moves on, and then maybe Cameron becomes, or not Cameron, excuse me, Carmelo. Too many C's, damn it. We'll just go with Mello.
And there you go.
Mello becomes the next challenger to Braun, with him eventually dethroning him. So Braun Breaker retaining is my official pick for this.
Well, there you go. All right, Braun. All right, your picks are now sent to our simple man of commentary excellence, and we await his arrival any moment. Mackenzie Mitchell and Sam Roberts, everybody's favorite podcaster except me, apparently, dipshit, is on doing the pre-show. They're encouraging you to subscribe to Peacock, even though I'm watching on Peacock, because some people are watching this, like you guys are watching this on other forms of social media. And again, reminder, at the top of the hour, we are going exclusively to the YouTube channels over at Jeff Meacham Network and the Castadian Studios. So be ready for y'all on Facebook and Twitter to say good night and Godspeed. Coming up at the top of the hour at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. So, because we do the pre-shows on the socials to let y'all enjoy the shenanigans full free. But YouTube, you gotta for the shows, you gotta hop on board. And again, the other stipulation we didn't talk about during the tag title matches: if the Creeds lose, they're at Diamond Mine. So that could prove to be key.
Yeah.
If they want to break up Diamond Mine, that's a pretty easy way to do it. I mean,
plain and simple.
Yeah.
You jotted down my predictions. Report Card Radio is asking for a quick recap.
Oh, okay.
If you can rattle those off real quick.
All right. So in the 6-man losing stable joins the winning stable, which we're talking about right now on the pre-show, although they don't mention that stipulation, which I find interesting. As far as I don't have it on audio, but Tony D'Angelo, Stacks, and 2 Dimes. JJ picked the new FBI over Legado del Fantasma. And yes, we're calling the new FBI on this channel until further notice because they don't have an actual stable name yet. He picked Cameron Grimes to retain. He picked all the champions to retain. Boom. Very simple. There you go. He picked the new FBI and title retentions across the board. So there you go. That was easy to run I ever did in my life because he made it easy for me. So they're showing Braun Breaker.
There's one other non-title match, though, isn't there?
What's up?
There's one other non-title match, though, isn't there?
There's the new FBI 6-man tag, North American Championship, women's tag, men's tag, women's title, men's title.
Oh, okay. So that was the only non-tag. Okay.
Yep.
Non-title.
Yep. The only non-title has a stipulation anyway. So, well, again, according to what we read. So we'll see if they actually stick with it or not, because I didn't see it on the what do you call it? The pre-show graphics anyway. Man, the freaking Rainbow NXT is so crazy that the light bouncing off it in my office here, my TV's just going, what the hell? With the pixelation.
Report Card Radio, I think the only one that you didn't get in there is Pretty Deadly over the Diamond Mine.
Although that's because
he ran down mine, the new FBI, Grimes, right. Toxic, which is 2 matches, Braun, did I miss any? Pretty Deadly over the Diamond Mine is the only one I think that you missed.
Right. And I would say that's a very accurate statement he's making there, that the Creeds are leaving Diamond Mine even if they do win, which I would do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you and I both love Roddy Strong. We always have. He's one of our favorite people we ever saw. PWG, just amazing talent.
Roddy is top priority to try to hunt down his elite figure to add to my collection, dude.
Right. I don't think he needs to be part of this. I really don't.
No, they very easily could break Diamond Mine off.
Right.
Creeds go on their way. Roddy could become a challenger to Cameron or to Braun.
Right.
And just move on from this Diamond Mine stable. The other guy in Diamond Mine, again, forgive me, I'm forgetting his name. He can kind of, whatever happens to him, if he wants to find somebody else to pair up with, go for tag belts. I don't get the singles vibe from him. I don't see him as North American or world champion. So he'd either need to find somebody else to team with or just future endeavor him, unfortunately. I just don't see the staying power, drawing power. The fact that I can't remember his name, I think, says a whole lot about his character on TV.
Yeah, the fact
No
that he's
disrespect.
yeah. No. And that's very much a booking thing. So
I know, I'm saying for the fans,
I got
if
you.
if they're out there and they're like, oh man, I like whatever his name is.
Right.
No disrespect to you guys, but the fact that he hasn't left enough of an impression on me.
Right. Yeah. Report card. I appreciate the link. And we're actually getting ready to go. We're having to have Noah come in, and I didn't really have prep for anybody else being on this. We're always glad to have people aboard. It's just I wasn't ready to have anybody that hasn't been part of our pre-show or our premium event presentations. However, when we get up mic night, absolutely, I'll send you the link when we get off the air here with NXT, and you're more than happy to come in for open mic night because there's a lot to talk about.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and the thing with that is you're going to be spoiled rotten.
He's saying he's only got 20 minutes. He just wanted to question me on the deadly combo.
Oh, wait, I'm confused as far as what. Okay, so Noah's got my picks, your picks, his picks. Okay, so
I don't
Mikey,
think Report Card Radio is sticking around for the full watch long. He's saying that he's only got.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay.
He
Tom,
just wanted to come on screen to question me about picking Pretty Deadly.
Oh, I got you. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. That's not the right Tommy, I don't think. Damn it. Do me a favor, message me on Messenger. I can't find the freaking account. Piece of dog shit. It's not you, it's just a damn phone. Anyway. So yeah, that's the card. Like I said, 6 minutes, which is why we did start earlier than I probably needed to, but we wanted to talk about everything else that was going on in the wrestling world, and the world of sports entertainment too. But as far as open mic night tonight, Jay, you're going to have a lot of spoilers come across your screen, on your path here. So
it is what it is. At this point, it's almost a week old.
Okay.
So it just kind of is. It's not that big a deal.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's okay before I move forward. Oh, by the way, we are able to do open mic night after NWA next week because UWW moved their next show. They're not doing a June show, apparently. July 9th is going to be their next show. So, at least that's pretty sure that's what I read. So, we will have a slot after Always Ready to do a mic night after all. So, we won't have to on the 10th necessarily. We're definitely doing one on the 24th, as we talked about, because that's the Forbidden Door fantasy booking presentation. So, and again, that's going to be myself, JJ, Noah, and James presenting our cards based across utilizing talent from WWE NXT, from AEW, from Impact Wrestling, from New Japan. I believe he said the NWA as well, yes?
I didn't count the NWA. I was just going with, since it was already New Japan and AEW that was doing it, and then I opened it up for Impact and WWE.
Okay.
So those 4 big brands.
Okay.
I didn't do NWA because honestly, I'm so out of touch with NWA since our days of Championship Wrestling.
Right.
That,
Absolutely.
I messaged you the link like you asked me. I don't know if you sent it over to Report Card Radio or not. But...
No. I asked him to message me on Messenger.
Oh.
Because I have his Messenger account. I just can't it won't let me find. I know the guy's actual name. So I just can't it won't pop up on my screen for whatever reason. I'm typing in the name and it's not bringing it up. So that's all that is.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought you were asking me to message you.
No, it's all good. Okay, yeah, you just sent me a message. Did you send it to the right account? Is the question. He did not. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, stuff loaded, or can you do that online? Because we should probably do it this way. Okay, I need Noah to come on so I can call my mom. This is ridiculous. Oh, there. Okay, there we go. Took forever. All right, stand by. I'm working on it.
Red 5, standing by.
Right. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do either. Jesus. All right. So yeah, we've had Mike pop in quite a bit. This Reporter Radio pop in quite a bit during the No DQ reviews and other No DQ shows. He's been on here with us a couple times too. So always good to have his input. But I'm curious what he means by questioning your pick. I'm curious. So he'll pop in here momentarily.
Okay.
And if he's going to go ahead and pop in, I'm going to go ahead and actually take this opportunity to pop off and got to call the warden. So let me go ahead and do that real quick here. Welcome, Mike, the movie star. So guys, have fun. I'll be right back.
Thanks for
Now I
having
know
me.
who we're talking about. What's going on, man?
All right, JJ. So I just wanted to go over these predictions with you, but first let me give the stream a share on my YouTube page. Let me give it a stream. Appreciate you guys for having me on, JJ. I've been watching you guys since the Dads of Wrestling days, from the Haku Machente days, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Let me see. So how are you feeling about this NXT in your house overall, though? I'm loving the theme of bringing it back. It's a pay-per-view. It's not just a special on USA. How are you feeling about it?
I'm enjoying it. I mean, I don't know how much you know, but I'm just kind of really getting back into the swing of things. Ever since the Chamber in Saudi, I've been back kind of watching on a full-time basis, and last couple months even expanding to taking in AEW and Impact and New Japan. But I'm really kind of enjoying it, and I'm liking what I'm seeing over on I guess it's now the Rainbow brand. It's not the black and gold anymore, but I'm liking what I'm seeing on NXT 2.0.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
glad. I'm glad they brought the in your house aspect back, the whole aesthetic. That was kind of before my time in watching wrestling, but I like the set that they've brought back, and the fact that the old is new again.
Yeah, the NXT shows, they are about the length and time that the old in your house shows used to be. They were like a little over 2 hours, back in the day.
Yeah.
So I like what they're doing here. Hopefully they actually make Halloween Havoc a show as well, where it's not just a special on television. But so JJ, we're in agreement that Toxic Attraction is going to retain on all fronts.
Yes.
I do believe, I thought you might have said something along the lines of a Toxic Attraction might as well go to the main roster.
I was saying that if they're gonna do this women's tag title tournament and find new champions to replace Sasha and Naomi, the only real contenders I see to being a champions are Toxic Attraction. They are dominant women's tag champions. They need to find their way onto the roster, even if they just get to the finals and lose to Natty and Shayna or whatever hodgepodge team they throw together to take that strap. They need to make themselves known on the main roster. So that would be the only way I could see them losing, is if they were going to step into those shoes, the boots, if you will, that were left vacant by the departure of Sasha and Naomi.
Yep. All right. So Cameron Grimes, I believe you took Cameron Grimes over Carmelo.
Yep.
Which
I feel like he needs to move away from that. Solo Sikoa is the next challenge in front of him. I feel like Carmelo's got what it takes to eventually dethrone Braun.
Boom.
That way Braun can move on to the next level.
I like it. I like your thought right there. I don't think Cameron Grimes drops the North American title. It doesn't make any sense. He just got the belt, but they should have Carmelo put him over because he just won in a multi-man match. Jeff?
Who are those two guys that were talking to Mackenzie and Sam just now?
I don't know. I didn't have the stream up.
Oh, okay. Malik and somebody.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are those the country guys, Jeff?
No, those are two black guys.
Okay, I was thinking you were talking about the guys who were doing the photo shoots over the last couple weeks.
Oh no.
We've got one guy in like a sweater vest and a suit jacket, looking okay. Idris and Malik.
Yeah, no friggin' idea who they are.
Yeah.
So,
anyways, put that back
JJ,
down.
My big question for you is about the tag team championship with the Creed brothers going against what are they called? The Deadly.
Pretty Deadly.
Pretty Deadly.
Oh, Pretty Deadly. Pretty Deadly.
Mhm.
All right, that's cool.
Because of their looks. So they're good looking, they're pretty.
Right.
And they're deadly as a team. So
Right. They're they would probably beat if we had to say they would probably beat Billy and Chuck in a tag team match.
but look at how dominant Billy and Chuck were too in their day. You know, Pretty Deadly just got the move up from NXT UK to the main roster. Every time I have called the Creeds have disappointed me. There's the friction within Diamond Mine about, you know, the whole imploding, and if the Creeds lose, they leave. I see Pretty Deadly retaining. I feel like they've put too much stock into them at this point. And as I even mentioned to Jeff, I could see Pretty Deadly joining up with Toxic Attraction and having Mandy, the girls, and Pretty Deadly. They are all conceited about their looks.
Now, JJ,
Then you've got
they need the gold to do that. Do they? I don't think if that's a great follow-up for them, but I don't think they need the gold to do that.
Here's the thing. Do they need the gold? No. Will more people take notice of them as a 5-person faction with the gold?
All the gold.
Hell yes.
All right.
They essentially would be the bloodline on NXT.
JJ, I love that thought, but I feel like the Creed brothers have been pushed so heavily that if they lose this tag team title match, that I will just lose all investment in them because they've had so many shots. And honestly, I feel like we're going to get Roderick Strong and his new partner. I feel like we're going to get them going against the Creed brothers regardless. So that brings me to ask, if they're going to face off with each other and the Diamond Mine implodes regardless, does that really need the tag team titles?
Not really.
It would be
I
better
think
with them, though, wouldn't it?
it could, it couldn't. Like, I feel like they could implode, and then the next big show, whatever it is down the road, you could have Pretty Deadly versus the Creeds versus Roddy and his partner. You know.
So how do they lose? By disqualification? Maybe Roderick Strong cost them the match just like they cost them the match this past Tuesday?
Very possibly.
I might have to change my prediction. Whereas no, it is not 8 o'clock yet.
Yeah. We will make sure that we let him know once he gets in here, because he needs to be coming in here soon. I'm already nervous about doing color commentary sitting next to him. I don't think I can carry the show at 5 o'clock on my own.
Jeff was talking about Parker, who was let go. Would this originally have been Braun Breaker versus Parker in this match? If he was
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the way that Gacy has been building this angle and this storyline, I think the match against Parker may have been an NXT TV show
or the next pay-per-view
on the way to this match, but I don't think it would have been the PLE.
Why do you think they let him go? The character was too bland and he just wasn't progressing? Did they realize the character was dead in the water?
I don't know, honestly. Like, I didn't notice him that much. Maybe that's what it all comes down to is, latching onto them as a character. Like I was talking about the other guy, Roddy's partner, it's like I can't even remember his name right now. So the fact that he's so, you can't remember him, he's not memorable, could be a very bad sign for him down the road, unless he makes a huge impact tonight at this PLE and people start talking about him.
Yeah, a lot of people are down on NXT right now, JJ, but I watched the show and, there's a couple things to invest in, like the Delgado and Tony, those two teams feuding.
Yeah.
I honestly like it. I think they take the tag team and they put him under Tony D, but then you take the lead guy and you send him up to the main roster, or you just have him break away. It'd be a single star rather than a group leader. Where do you see that going when the faction comes together?
I'm not really sure yet. I think I was telling Jeff, I'm wondering if that Giovanni Vinci is going to debut tonight and align himself with Tony D'Angelo, and maybe they'll all come together under him as the big boss.
I have not caught any wind of who you're talking about there, though.
It's Fabian Eichner, the third from Imperium. They've been showing videos, the Vini Vidi Vici. They've been promoting this new Italian gimmick, and the guy that portrayed Fabian is actually Italian.
Oh, that's dope.
So,
that's dope.
So the fact that we've got, the Gados versus Tony and his Italian crew, I could totally see this guy coming in and joining with Tony and being like the big boss.
Have you been following Wes Lee?
Little bit.
So I guess I thought they had tried to put him with a new tag team partner, but now it looks like he's going to be breaking and just going solo.
Yeah, from what I've been seeing, he's been mainly solo when I've seen him show up.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's another little interesting aspect as well, because that guy was just in a tag team. Now they're giving him a little bit of 1, 2, 3 kid, Rey Mysterio like treatment. Let's see where Wes Lee can go. That's the name, right?
Yeah, Wes Lee.
Noah.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are we?
Doing good, man. Just kind of going over one more time my predictions. Mikey said that, which one was it you were talking about changing? Noah's here. You got the time.
Right. So before I get out of here, I was just trying to tap in and say what's up to everybody. I shared this video on my channel as well, man. I hope you guys have a great stream. But Noah, do you think I'm crazy for considering changing from the Creed brothers to Pretty Deadly?
I don't think so at this point. Right now, Diamond is going through a complete rebuild, it seems, from the ground up. And we wonder if he's going to try and push Ivy Nile under the same influence based on maybe the results of NXT UK. The Creed brothers have been part of Diamond before Vince's NXT at this point, but they have the potential to branch out on their own. I'd be curious to see what they could do outside of Dynamite, no longer being under the watchful eyes or the leadership of Roderick Strong. Something to me right now feels like we're Pretty Deadly just arriving on this NXT scene, that they will hold the GOAT tonight because that added stipulation not only adds more pressure on the challengers, it will give the champs the psychological advantage because now they can win via disqualification, and that result will still hold up. I still think that the champs are going to retain. I don't think you're crazy at all.
All right, so Noah, let me ask you, the Creed brothers, have they been champions before?
Not at all. Not since this NXT. They have not held gold at all.
No, ever in their career. Wow. So the Creed brothers have not held the gold. One of the reasons I'm thinking about going Pretty Deadly is because I don't think if Roderick Strong and his new partner feud with the Creed brothers, I don't think that needs the gold on the line. In NXT, you need to keep that foundation built around regular tag teams. So the Creed brothers can feud with Roderick Strong and what's his partner's name, Noah?
Damon Kemp, and he recently made his debut in NXT UK.
Yep, he's going to be a singles star, so I don't think they need to involve him in the tag team action like that. But all right, Noah says they've never been tag team champions. They're not holding off any longer. My prediction stands. I'm going
Okay.
with the Creed brothers.
I admire your conviction. You will live by the sword and die by the sword. And again, weirder things have happened. Remember, it's Stand and Deliver in the pre-show. It was Raquel Gonzalez and Dakota Kai that got the best for one night over Toxic Trash, who has held down this women's division since day one in NXT 2.0. Very much the same thing could happen here, where we could have a title change and immediately switch back where the stipulation no longer comes in play on Tuesday. So I would not rule it out.
Damn. But yeah, I'm about to get up out of here though, guys. Noah, do you think it's possible that they do the same finish from this past week with the Roderick Strong coming in with the title belt and accidentally hitting one of the Creed brothers?
It's one of those things where I don't see Roderick Strong necessarily repeating the same mistake, but I still could see him going out there with the same motive, where at the end of the day, he might literally think that the Creed brothers are not good enough for his diamond mine. So again, it's one of those things that I wouldn't rule out, but the fact that this is NXT 2.0 and nothing is etched in stone, I mean, we're at the same set that you literally use for the weekly developmental shows. So this is literally a who's who of how this could go, and they could flip the dime on us literally Tuesday night. We saw the subtle face-to-face confrontation with Ivy Nile, who has respect for the Creed brothers and what Diamond Mine stands for. Maybe not Roderick Strong's vision, per se. At the end of the day, Diamond Mine now is Roderick Strong's vision. It comes down to Roderick Strong figuring that Creed brothers are what Diamond Mine needs, or are they just a lump of coal and he needs to find a new diamond in the rough?
Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you, Jeff, JJ, and Noah. Respect to y'all. I'll see y'all. I've been watching for a few minutes on the stream.
Cool.
Good, man.
Thank you for popping in, Mikey.
That's the whole thing live. But I got my girl coming over. We're about to go out to dinner, so I'm going to catch y'all for another half hour or so.
No
Hey,
worries.
That's good stuff. No problem
Later.
there. Jeff, good to see you, brother. JJ,
Good to see you, sir.
ready to go? We are literally just merely a couple minutes away from going in your house. This should be interesting, to say the least.
Oh yeah, dude. I am hyped for this because I have not been disappointed yet by the WWE. I know you have kind of become disenchanted in recent years, James the same way. But ever since I jumped back into the pool here, everything that I've seen, I've been intrigued by. I like what they're doing with NXT. For the most part, even if I am not gravitating towards the characters, I'm enjoying what they're doing with some of the storylines and the pushes, and I can see where they're coming from. This should be a really cool show.
Well, it's one of those things where it's engaging content and it's perspective of individual, take. And I respect that. Again, as a lifelong fan of this, there has been times where I have been disengaged. It wasn't until Triple H's Black and Gold that I was, re-emerged in what I loved from this company, what I thought was at its strongest. Now we're under a different era, under the eyes of the old man's vision, once and for all, now throughout his whole company. But the fact that it re-engaged you in a certain way, I feel that's at least doing something right to a degree. And I don't think NXT 2.0 is horrible. There is potential in several talents there. I just can't handle the way they've been constantly doing it weekly with so much of a similar shade to SmackDown and Raw. That's what kind of disengaged me, because for me, I looked at NXT as the alternative within the WWE. I was looking for something different, not more of the same. Tonight is going to be a proving ground to see if it holds up to that, because lately NXT 2.0 has literally been wishy-washy. So we're going to see what tonight brings for sure. I have expectations.
Definitely. Okay. Well, I'm hoping that the show will at least meet, if not exceed, your expectations.
Well, and I hope
It's
the same
happened
thing for you.
before. I mean, WrestleMania made you go
Of
a
course.
little bit, so it was kind of a
Well,
step in the
yeah.
right direction.
A little bit of everything for everybody is a hard pill to swallow sometimes when you consider what everybody likes and dislikes. When you try to engage all, again, you're stretching the margin thin. Tonight, though, we'll see what this simple NXT 2.0 Premium Live event brings forward, as we got the then and now forever on my screen, which means time to head into their house. Time to go in your house.
It's go time.
Showtime.
Let's see.
And hello to everybody out there in the chat. Welcome once again
Oh,
to
yes.
our
Yeah, I gotta-
HM Network live reaction commentary watch along, where again we're giving you our play-by-play and our thoughts and our overall take. We hope you enjoy it. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend as we go through a renewed revamp of an old classic for any WWE fan. In Your House.
Oh yeah.
Hello,
Facebook and
Mr.
Twitter, have a
Mr.
wonderful night. We'll see you. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Absolutely.
We need to try and
Again, we
figure
got
out a
Tony
synchronization
D'Angelo.
here.
Yep. Right now, we're just going through the card as we talk about the Battle of the Families, where 2 becomes 1, and we'll see who truly holds down this NXT, Legado or the Dawn.
Okay, I think I'm ahead of you because I'm seeing Joe Gacy.
But right now, I see a broken pot plan and a druid. There's Joe Gacy busting through the door just now with that creepy smile on this.
I'm with Noah for the record.
So JJ is slightly ahead. So there you go. It's all
Yeah.
good.
Okay, I've got Gacy holding a Zippo in front of his face.
I'll let you know when I see that. Holding a zipper in front of his face. There's a
There
ladder.
it is. There
Right
it
in front of
is.
his face.
JJ's way ahead.
Yeah, his stream is a little bit ahead of ours. As he burns the In Your House sign.
Okay, we're right about there now. I think I saw it a couple seconds ahead of you, but we're close enough. I think it should be okay.
Well, considering we're just looking at a sign burned down as he looks to burn down the house that Bronathan Breaker leads, and the screen goes black. Here we go with the next thing for WWE. This is going to be interesting. Welcome, everybody, to NXT 2.0 In Your House, live from Orlando, Florida. I'm the Simple Man and play-by-play commentator for the WWE Network for all things wrestling. My name is Noah Foster, and with me tonight for the first time ever making his commentary debut on the network, he is the Renegade of wrestling. He is your movie reviewer. He is an open-minded, renewed professional wrestling fan, too. JJ Williams. And JJ, we're starting off with the Battle of the Families. It is Tony D'Angelo and Legado del Fantasma. We're going to find out tonight who truly runs the brand and the other group too.
Yeah, it should be a good one. There's so much animosity between the two families here. You know, I can't take Tony seriously. Me and Jeff were calling him on the prediction show, the new FBI. But, you know, they've been pushing Tony and his crew to the moon, whereas Legado has kind of been falling apart at the seams here. It'll be interesting to see whose family reigns supreme here tonight.
Well, let me put this perspective for you. Legado del Fantasma has been a foundation of NXT before it went into 2.0. But ever since the new breed came about, led now by Tony D'Angelo, he and his brothers have looked to take over what Legado del Fantasma has laid down a foundation for. And we saw during the sit down at sea that it will be literally an endgame for these two. Talk about a high clash. Legado del Fantasma literally putting their entire family on the line. And what they stand for and what they built.
But
I can't imagine one of these two being subservient to the other.
I can't either, but I feel like Tony's got an ace up his sleeves. You know, I was telling Jeff during the predictions part that I could see Giovanni Vinci debuting tonight and getting involved with Tony and his crew.
The daughter of course, Santina Marella, renamed, of course. Oh, wait a minute. Well, it looks like Legado was already wise to Tony's moves. There goes that crowbar. And meanwhile, here comes the self-calling Dawn of NXT 2.0, Tony D'Angelo.
Oh, sorry, wrong Bob. Go ahead.
Nah, you're good here, Jeff.
50 years, by the way, for The Godfather. That's crazy.
And it still holds up to this day. One of the most legendary films ever, up there with Scarface.
I mean, that's what I'm going for, is the whole control room vibe back here. There you go, Richard. Very good.
Oh, I think you got it. We've seen crowbars, we've seen brass knuckles, we've seen fists flown, we've seen words shared, we've seen kidnappings, hostage negotiations.
Right.
And now it all comes ahead tonight in Orlando, Florida at In Your House. The
chat room.
The thing about this also, JJ, again, we think about, the numbers game here. The numbers are in favor of Legado Fantasma at the forefront. So I do think you're onto something here. We already got the crowbar out of play. Who's to say that the Don doesn't have a queen at his side waiting to come out? It very well could be the renamed daughter of Santina Morella, Bianca Carelli. Recently signed to NXT.
There's that as a possibility, too. I totally forgot about her.
They're going to go with the Italian vibe as much as I have pure Italian in my blood, as I literally eat Little Caesar's pizza while I'm doing this, too. And these two guys look like something out of a 50s car hop.
Pizza.
There you go.
So for everybody in the chat room, do you guys prefer this layout where you're seeing us here on the bottom of the screen, or do you prefer this where we're over here on the side? Hi, how are you? Let us know.
Think of an offer they can't refuse, Jeff.
Personally, I prefer along the side. I feel like we look a little bit bigger next to the image. Whereas under the image, I feel like the screens are a little bit squished on our end.
Makes sense.
So look at this. We're looking for the brass knuckles, seeing if Fagata has any foreign objects. Looks like there isn't.
Everybody's agreeing with me too, so okay.
Yeah, everybody's saying the side, so that's fine. I just want to make sure before I move forward, because I am actually going to go make my dinner. Mine's not Italian tonight, which is rare for me. I usually have Italian food on the weekends, but I'm going to go have me some chicken and tots. So
not bad. That's not a bad dish, too. And we're going to see who gets served tonight here in this match.
And
becomes
nice transition.
Subservient to the other two. Subtle handshake. Crowd firmly in favor of Legado. Right now, Santos feels like he has the psychological edge here, JJ.
Yeah, definitely. Tony over here looking like he stole one of Run DMC's old Adidas jumpsuits.
Well, he may not be the king of rock, but after tonight, he may be the king of NXT. Bell rays are underway. Colin will tie up. Oh, my. This match will not be slow for anybody here, considering what we're dealing with.
Yeah, no. I'm expecting a lot of fast-paced action here.
Yeah, I think about the intangibles here. When I think about the intangibles, the strengths of each of these families, just call it what it is. Oh, nice drop kick out of there. I think for Legado Fantasma, there is more of an experience with how well they have connected, how much they have tagged, how far they have gone in NXT. The Don, the newest guy on the scene, I don't know what these two guys are capable of or how long their tag team efficiency has gone through.
Okay, there we go.
See that death stare right now between the two leaders of the families, Tony D'Angelo and Legado Fantasma. A nice shoulder block by the former Raul Mendoza. For those that don't know, I do not keep up with all the name changes, so I apologize if I confuse you. But honestly, Vince confuses everybody in the WWE too.
Yeah, I have a hard time keeping up myself, and being as how I'm still trying to get back into things, it makes it even harder.
Well, what's not hard is seeing that beautiful takeover Tijeras by Raul Mendoza. Legado Fantasma firmly in control for the moment. Big chop in the corner. I'm not sure what the difference is between stacks and two dimes. Honestly, two dimes is two stacks, so what's the difference? Oh! Okay, nice agility with the corkscrew out of the corner, going for the drop kick. Both men hit each other with a right jab into each other's corner. Stalemate. Oh, here we go, JJ. The two that instigated this whole thing to begin with. What this truly is about, the old versus the new. The Don versus the King. Legado and Tony lock up in the ropes. King of Lucha Libre versus Tony D'Angelo, the Don of NXT 2.0. There's not really much more to say about that. Legado affirming his dominance. And there's a cheap shot by one half. Oh!
Brought in the hard way.
And it's all breaking down, as I expected. You knew you could not contain these six men with how much pent-up hostility and transgressions there's been these last few weeks.
Oh, yeah, it definitely wasn't going to stay civil for long.
Oh, chop block. That momentary breakdown, though, bit of chaos, seems to put it now in favor of Tony D'Angelo. Tag now to one of his boys. Hey, the boys. Not the boys series that I'm talking about, folks, though that's probably more popular than these two are right now. And right now, driven into Legado's corner.
Okay, I think I got behind you a little bit, but that's okay. Just go ahead.
Oh, you're good. And right now, Raul falls up. Oh, nice clothesline. Tag in to the former Impact Wrestling superstar. You might remember as DJZ. And Legado now in. Great trios offense being demonstrated here with quick tags isolating their opponent.
Yeah, you
Right
gotta
now,
you
Tony
gotta
can do
love their
nothing.
attention to that. It's definitely the way to target one opponent and wear them down.
Nice corkscrew cover, hooks the leg, kick out at 2. And apparently that is 2 dimes for those that don't know. Thank you, Vic Joseph. I'm not sure, again, what the difference is between 2 dimes and stacks when it comes to the monetary appeal and the physical appearance of these two. They almost look like twins. I have to say, though, these two men looks like they definitely have put their work in ahead of this match. Oh, nice. Look at that show of strength. Oh, skipped out of the back. Big uppercut. Right under the jaw, going up the road. Oh, my. Sent out to the floor the hard way, JJ, and that might be the advantage that Tony's family needs to really turn the match to their favor. Tad did 2 stacks. Or dimes, excuse me. Dimes, 2 stacks. Honestly, I'll just take 2 tickets to Paradise. That sounds more tame than these 2 right now.
Ha ha.
Apparently his name is Lorenzo. Seriously, give me real names, not some crazy nicknames that change on the fly.
Right?
Tag in.
It's all about WWE and their marketing though.
Yeah, when they have to make everything their own and still have to make it just as confusing for the fans. And Tony right now, the only guy I truly can actually recognize because he's wearing red pants, looking like he's trying to rent maybe a Fiat. One of the smallest cars made in Italian. And right now, ooh, big shots to the midsection, bending more backwards. Tag. It's almost like a battle of cultures here, per se. Clash of the Nations, as they're trying to build this ass. He's like, hey, what's the matter, you? How about it? Oh, wait, that's Pete Rose. Never mind. Driving the knee into the spine right now of Raul. Slowing down the pace, wearing down the opponent. This crowd, though, I'll admit, they seem to be in this match. I like that. I like that energy. Gatto, I think, showing a bit of worry there, JJ. A little concerned.
Yeah.
Raul trying to fight back, though, trying to get into his corner. Lorenzo is denying it and drives him back into the Don's crib. Oh, shots to the midsection by Tony D'Angelo. Tony D'Angelo, of course, one member of NXT 2.0, the team that beat the old breed at War Games. Oh!
Ooh. Nice suplex.
And it's definitely been a mainstay in this version of NXT. I got to imagine that the winning family here, their leader, is definitely going to be in line for future NXT championship contention.
Oh yeah, without question. Whether it's Cameron or Carmelo in the North American title or Braun or Gacy in the world title, something's going to be going on somewhere down the road.
It surprises me that Legado del Fantasma has not even been a North American champion yet. Oh, that might be it. Cover, hooks the near leg, and no.
No, kick out. He can't believe it either.
Decision.
He cannot believe it. He thought that was it.
Yeah, look at this elbow drop. I will admit, pinpoint perfect combination by Tony D'Angelo and his crew.
Now some kicks to the midsection there, trying to keep him on his knees.
Well, again, the thing about Legado Fantasma, I think their greatest advantage is their speed. If these guys get going, you aren't going to be able to slow them down. So this is smart by Lorenzo. And right now, Raul, he has been in this match for quite a while. He needs to make a tag. Both men are ready. Back to his feet. Shots to the midsection, trying to break the hold, and it looks like he does. And falls down, but Lorenzo still picked the ankle. He's trying to reach out for that tag. Got caught. Oh, nice. Lands on his feet. Still, though, enemy territory. Jackknife. Oh, flip. And there's the tag to Legado. And now we got the 2 leaders of the families in the ring once again, Legado and Tony D'Angelo. Tony D'Angelo right now with nobody up in his corner. Beautiful takeover, T. Harris. by Escobar. Santos Escobar. Santos Escobar, former Cruiserweight champion. Oh! Former undisputed Cruiserweight champion after winning that crazy ladder match against Jordan Devlin. Out of the corner. Big axe hammer. As Elektra Lopez watches from the outside. Oh, what's this? Tandem offense by Legado del Fantasma, wiping out the stacks and the dimes with a tope suicida follow-up by Santos Escobar on the other side. And Legado del Fantasma once again affirming their dominance. Firmly in control, JJ.
Rolling D'Angelo back into the ring. Oh, there we go. I don't know what's going on with my connection on my end. I keep freezing, slowing down, and I've got to refresh to catch back up with you, so I
This is
apologize.
probably like buffering. It's probably like buffering, or right now Peacock on my side's fine. It's probably just the local internet thing. Also, I don't know if I'm going to get rain here. Ooh, nice over the top. We'll figure it out, JJ. You're good. Cover, hooks the leg, middle of the ring. Santos gets a 2 count on Tony D'Angelo, who gets the right shoulder up. Wearing him down, clubbing shots to the forehead. The Emperor of Lucha Libre looks to bury this done underneath his pyramid. Off! And look at that, number 1 trend, NXT IYH. In your house.
In your house.
So that shows that these guys are definitely getting the attention. And I say, oh, the talent rightfully deserves that, especially in this opening match.
Oh, without question, these guys have been putting it all on the line, Noah.
This is the opening. Oh, wait, look at Stacks. Look at Stacks. Oh! Again, taking the advantage behind the rest. Back. Stacks saving Tony D'Angelo from attempted superplex, it seems. Both men fall hard, though, to the mat.
Yeah, both men in danger. Both men need to get that hot tag. Tony looks like he's in better shape to get it. There's the tag,
like
and both sides got it.
Oh, and these two are just wailing at each other in the middle of the ring.
That's all that built-up animosity, Noah.
A hard Irish whip it to the corner for a big forearm shiver follow-up by 2 Stacks out of the corner. Oh!
It's a nice fake out there.
Beautiful springboard drop kick.
Oh, yes.
Again, capitalize on the moment. Don't waste your time.
Dragging him into position. He says, that's it. Going up top for something here.
Woo! He rolls out of the way. Big clothesline!
Oh, turned him inside out with that one.
But he's not going for the cover. I don't know if that's a mistake or not.
Trying to get that hot tag.
Looks like maybe for his own tag team offense. Oh! Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, wait a minute. Make room. Legado del Fantasma taking over, dropping the top rope, preventing. Oh, look at this. We've seen this before.
Oh.
Legado del is the cover.
1, 2, no.
2 dimes, breaking it up at 2.5. Again, Lorenzo, he realizes what this means. He does not want to work for Santos Escobar. And you can say the same thing as we got this overhead view. And this is awesome chance breaking out of this arena too.
All men are down, struggling to get to their feet.
But you still have Santos Escobar and Tony D'Angelo jaw-jacking each other.
Oh, yeah. You know it's got to come down to these 2 men.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? But who will be the last man standing in victory as we have both families squaring off? This is not Little Italy. But we got a brawl bringing out here at NXT.
Yeah, pure 6 style.
Oh, ducks underneath the clothesline. Oh, both men collide. Meeting of the minds, to say the least. Bodies everywhere right now. Nobody's up. But look at what Elektra Lopez is giving Santos Escobar. Those are brass knuckles. And this is how he beat Tony. But look at this. Another equalizer on the other side of the ring. A second crowbar. The ref distracted. Crowbar. Oh, man. Stops from that being used. Wait, watch Elektra. Oh! And Tony's family takes a bullet for him. Oh, Tony took the brass knuckles. Not down Raul. The cover. Not like this. Are you kidding me, too? It is over. The Dawn now rules. Legado del Fantasma.
Forget about it.
The business has just been served.
And Santos
Look at Santos
cannot believe it.
Escobar's face.
Says it all right there. He cannot believe it.
And once again, it is the new breed that beats the old school, as Santos Escobar now works for Tony D'Angelo and his crew.
That's one for me so far, Noah.
Yeah,
I
very
had
good,
that
my
one
friend. Take a look
pegged.
at the replay here. Some great action. Ridiculous clothesline by Lorenzo.
Yeah, that was some old Rikishi type selling, flipping inside out with that.
And then the Russian leg sweep and the kick follow up to the chin. We thought it was over right there, but Two Dimes was able to break it up in time. And then
Just
things
in the
just
nick
all
of time.
broke down when both respective leaders clashed to each other and went for their equalizers. In the end, it just came down to awareness and resourcefulness. Santos with the brass knuckles, but then the crowbar by Tony D'Angelo. And we saw Legado de Fantasma get involved, prevent the shot with the crowbar, take it for themselves, and then literally one of Tony's boys takes the crowbar bullet, while Tony gets the brass knuckles and the KO from behind, taking out Santos Escobar and using his own equalizer against him, while Two Dimes was pushed by Stacks for the win and the pin, and Santos can't believe it. What does this mean going forward, though? How does this change things?
We'll have to tune in Tuesday night and find out.
Either way, it's a victory for the Mafia and a bad day for the cartel. Tony D'Angelo wins this opening affair.
I
Wow.
don't know about you, man, but that was a hot way to start the show. I think they did really good bringing everybody in with that.
I can't
That was
argue. Jeff, go ahead. Give us some of your thoughts, man.
That was a cool that was a cool opener. That was a great way. I figured they'd open with that because that's the one non-title match, and NXT, even when this 2.0 era, have always started out with either a non-title match but a hot program, or if it's all title matches, then they just go with whatever works. But yeah, I was very impressed with everybody. I'm not surprised that Tony and his boys won. I am curious, what will this mean come Wednesday? And as we're seeing here, they're showing the repackaged Kaylee Ray. What is her name now?
Alba Fire, I believe.
You're ahead of me then again somehow. Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand why. And I do to an extent, as far as Vince's ever-present desire in the last 40 years to own copyrights to names and everything. But this lady has been established on the NXT brand here in this country as Kaylee Ray. So I don't see the need to make a change. But again, I'm not booking the territory.
Also,
It all comes down.
Jeff. Go ahead, JJ.
I was going to say, it all comes down to marketing. If Vince makes
Ding.
somebody on their own name and then they get released, they've established themselves under that name and can take that to Impact, AEW, whatever. However, Alba Fire is owned and copyrighted by Vince McMahon and Titan Sports. They can't take that name.
Right. It's all about
That's what it comes
ownership.
to
It's
at the
all
end
about
of the
branding.
day. Yeah.
And as far as a name that nobody can take from anybody, we are being joined, it looks like via break time out in Tennessee by the Stat Boy.
Hey, the Stat Boy.
Mikey.
What's up? Hello, my internet fans. I just got done with work. I'm waiting on a friend, so I figured I'd pop in for a bit. And here's the shirt I wanted to wear.
I'm not feeling.
I'm not yelling.
Oh, I'm not yelling. I'm Greek.
Got it.
I've wanted that shirt for years.
There you go.
Achievement.
Achievement unlocked. So what are we talking about, brothers?
Well, right now we're at...
You're talking about the branding, repackaging for Vince McMahon's NXT, where your former identity, again, doesn't make him the money. He wants to make his own way for you, through his own means. So we're talking about the repackaged Kaylee Ray, as she's now Alba Fire. And what is the world is this?
We're inside the arena for somebody.
Oh, it's the NXT Women's tag team championship match, and it's turned into a rave, apparently.
Yes.
As the party team came out first. The repackaged Casey Canzaro, because I do not know the new name, and Kaden Carter.
Katana something or other.
Yeah, whatever. We've seen, again, there's too many name changes to keep up with, and most of them don't even make sense, and most of them are unnecessary. So if I confuse dimes and stacks, all you need to know is money matters, the names don't, and Tony D'Angelo's family won. Simple as that. As
There
far
you
as
go.
this match
Pretty
goes,
much.
JJ, we looked at these two right here, and lately they've been, you know, kind of living la vida loca, per se. Having all the time in their lives, partying, and now they're back here in NXT trying to contend for the NXT Tag Team Championships. I will say this. When it comes to these two, they seem to do have a friendship. They seem to really have great tag team chemistry. And even before the name changes and the light-up vest for whatever reason, they have had great tag team outings together. So, potentially, could they dethrone the standards of Vince's NXT since they won in Toxic Attraction?
You know, there's always the possibility. You know, they always say it only takes 3 seconds. Anything can happen on any given night. But I feel like Toxic Attraction has been just way too hot here in recent weeks and months even, that I was telling Jeff, I don't see them taking the straps off of them unless they're going to put them into the Sasha Naomi spot over on one of the main brands. Because in reality, they're the only legitimate tag team that they have at this point.
Pretty much.
Like we've already talked about in the past, if they're going to try and establish any form of women's tag team wrestling, this is their last hope, and that is this NXT with these standard bearers, Gigi Dolan and Jessie Jane, Toxic Attraction with Mandy Rose, who has held that NXT Women's Championship now for over 200 days.
Help us, Obi Toxic Kenobi. Your only hope.
Well, I mean, she is wearing the neon green, but I'm not sure if she's a Jedi or a Sith in any form, but she definitely is.
It doesn't matter when you're that hot, Noah. It doesn't matter.
Especially in Vince's NXT, Jeff. You're not wrong.
That's right.
As we saw on that summit this past Tuesday, it was Casey Canzaro and Kaden Carter that got the better of the champs. WWE logic usually dictates those that go in with the momentum usually don't come out with it. So we'll see if that holds up here tonight at NXT.
So, Mikey, you missed the buffer. Once the match actually starts, I'm going to take you and I out of the shot and let Noah and JJ actually have the call on their own on the screen. So just a heads up before they ring the bell.
No worries, boss. Like I say, I rode my bike to work today, and I just found out my tire's flat, so I'm gonna.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I know. The only problem about riding a bike is debris on the road, and when you ride a bike, it happens. It's okay.
Just like driving a car, eventually tires they do deflate. They use air over time. So
Yeah,
run over something.
It's preparing me for that situation, Noah.
There you go.
Especially up here where I am. Good grief.
So, Katana Chance is Casey's official new name. Just so we're all.
I'm just going to say I prefer Casey Canzaro, but that's just me. I also prefer championships that don't have Velcro on them. But
slave names, damn it, slave names.
There you go, Noah. Good call. Good form.
I like the fact that they gave the champs their own name tag text. That was pretty cool.
They have been doing that in this NXT for most people with their own identity, kind of giving their own custom graphic. Just kind of goes along with the idea that they're trying to build brand new individual WWE created personalities.
Makes sense. Oh shit, we're off and running. Here we go.
Well, I knew that they were going to go in here hot, pun intended, after that summit on Tuesday night. And already the challengers, though, taking advantage. Oh, off the apron. Over the top, corkscrew, plunja. And Casey and Kaden right now are feeling it. They believe it's their time tonight.
You got to start hot against Toxic Attraction. Take them off their A game.
Bell rings, and we finally got a one-on-one. It looks like it is Kaden and JC that are kicking us off. All right, whipping to the corner right now. Oh, look at this tandem offense. Holding her in place for the drop kick. Blind tag. A bit of a lackadaisical cover as we're back on the body. Not fully, but it gets a 1 count. A little bit of innovative tag team offense here by Kanan and Casey. I like it so far as she's trapped in the ropes. Another drop kick. This time trapping her literally from the back, almost like a tarantula type variation. Tag. They're trying new things here. They're doing quick tags. Right now, these challengers, they're working on all fronts when it comes to being a tag team and contending for titles. But there's a blind tag into Gigi Dolan, the former Priscilla Kelly, for those that don't know. Oh, and always, it seems, a women's match, you go for the hair for the advantage. With a net breaker. Stiff kick to the back. The cover.
Pinfall attempt.
You got that too. And right now, it makes me wonder, is the greater strength here for Toxic Attraction the self-egotistical admiration they believe they get every week from the audience? Or the fact that they're coming in as the champions and they just feel they have that cloak, that extra confidence, that invincibility. Cover, full body, hooks the far leg. Kick out at 2.
I think it's a little column A, little column B. No, I mean, when you look like they do, you're going to have that arrogance and that conceit. And then to have been champions for as long as they have been and to be as dominant as they have been, that's just going to add to the inflated ego.
But you also know this, JJ. Prior before the fall, it was, of course, at Stand Deliver, where literally, truth be told, it was one night. But still, it is a blemish on their record. It was Raquel Gonzalez and Dakota Kai that got the better of them. And they did follow up that following Tuesday. It makes me wonder, though, since then, have the champs, changed their perspective when it comes to, really considering who they're in the ring with when it comes to having those titles? Also, I don't know if Mandy Rose is still out there. I wonder if she'll play a factor in this, too. Because the thing about Toxic Attraction, they are a united front. They literally look out for one another at all times, it seems, too. Right now,
I don't think it's shaken them at all. I think they just look at it as a fluke. It may be a blemish on their record. It may be a small hiccup, but I think they just look at it as a fluke. Like I said, any given night for 3 seconds is all it takes.
Look at this show of strength by Gigi Dawn. Looks like she's going for vertical suspended. Meanwhile, look at that. Reversal by Casey. Oh, it's a kick. Cheap shot. Takes out her partner. Toxic Attraction taking over. All comes down to those that have the better communication, the better form. And right now, side headlock. Bit of a rest hold. Controlling their opponent. Really working that neck, side of the head. GD Dolan is right now. And again, we are looking at, no doubt, promising future here in the WWE with these women. It just comes down to how well they are booked and also how far they can go. Oh, look at this with the silly string. Shades of Private Party. Nice takeover T. Harris. Tag to JC Jane. Casey looking for a tag, but JC's not going to let that happen. And looks like she might be going for it. Oh, all right. Goes underneath. There's the tag to Kaden. There's a hot tag like you talk about, JJ. Kaden coming in hot, taking on Toxic Attraction 2-on-1 right now. Bit of miscommunication there. Nice follow-up shot in the corner. 2 for 1.
Oh, yeah. She's a barrel of fire right now.
Oh! How's that a combination for you? Drop kick splash.
That's completely original and innovative. I've never seen that before.
Oh, thrust kick. That's just fundamental. Cover, hooks both legs. Oh, just the far leg, excuse me. Kick out at 2. Of course, we saw Kanan Carter and her rise in NXT since coming in through the Mae Young Classic. A former trainee under the Dudley Boys, Shades of Kylan King. Oh! That we'll see in action this coming weekend for the Burke against Camille and NWA, always ready. And meanwhile, nice assist suplex using the ropes for leverage and advantage. Good momentum. Gigi Dolan now. Oh. Axe kick. 2. No. Nice near fall there. Quick follow-up. I feel like there's a bit of frustration being exhibited here by the champs now with all the mind games and tomfoolery and shenanigans they've been dealing with, especially with the likes of Wendy Chu, who will be facing their toxic leader later tonight for the NXT Women's Championship. And meanwhile,
I definitely think they may have underestimated their opponents tonight, allowed them to rent some headspace, but I feel like they're going to get their bearings underneath them and come back.
Double stomp, hooks both legs too. No. JC gets the shoulder up. Nice backstabber, double stomp combination.
Ooh.
But again, right now, the challengers continue to fight from underneath, isolating one half of the champs in their corner. Might be looking for something big here. Oh, wait, Gigi coming in the back door. Not going to let that happen. Double super kick. Knocks Dolan out on her feet. Now what are we going to get here? Oh, look at this. Whoa! Into the cover by Kaden too. No! That was an interesting way to create a Rana takeover.
Yeah, most definitely. These girls with every move are just impressing the crap out of me.
So, looking at what has been impressing you so far with this match, who you think right now? Oh, well, hold that thought. GD Dolan trying to take Kaden out on the outside does. Oh!
You know, not trying to typecast or stereotype. When you look at girls that look the way Toxic Attraction do, you don't expect them on the surface to be so athletic, so unique. And then the same for the women on the other side. Like, all four of these women are really laying their bodies on the line in this match to try to show dominance in this new NXT 2.0 brand.
Well, when you're given the time and the stage and the presentation and the right booking, then yeah, you definitely treat an athlete fairly. Again, these are all great athletes, great independent wrestlers, blah, being rebranded by Vince's NXT. Toxic Attraction with a very nice near fall there in the early going after Kaden came in for the save. And yeah, I'm well aware of Casey Canzaro, American Ninja Warrior, Priscilla Kelly, now Gigi Dolan, Jessie Jane, of course, with some independent work of her own. And of course, Kenan Carter, trained by the Dudleys, blah, competed in the Mae Young Classic. And right now, what the? Oh! What a cutter on the apron. Kaden taking herself out and JC in the process. And we are down to the legal two in the ring, Casey Canzaro and GD Dolan. And GD Dolan has always impressed me since being part of NXT. Again, she was the star performer in that War Games match, bar none. GD right now with a bit of jaw jacking. Oh, stiff shots to the chest. The follow-up by Casey. Casey Canzaro, a little spider monkey.
This is where Toxic Attraction is going to take advantage.
Moments to remember. Look at this combination. Takes her out of the legs. What is this? Step up. Oh, did not get all of that. Might have tweaked her knee. Cover, though, too. Does not get it. That's got to frustrate you. But again, when you're in the ring, you have to just think on fly. Do or die. It looks like they might be looking for the kill shot here. Oh, neckbreaker 450 splash combination. Covered by Kaden, too. Oh. And that awareness of the champs. Jesse with the save of the last second. Meanwhile, oh! Face first. Clubbing shot by Kaden knocks out JC. The two legal competitors back in the ring now, Kaden and Gigi. And right now, what is Kaden going for here? Gigi slips out of the back door. Waist lock. Standing switch. Off the ropes. Roll up. 1, 2. Nope. Oh! Oh, what a suplex! Norman Light Bridge, cover 2, and the champs retain! Her shoulder was up! Her shoulder was up! And just like that, J-Day, Toxic Attraction right now, 1 for 2. Champs still hold the gold in the tag team division 2. Very nice match, though.
Very nice indeed. You know, again, I really wanted to write Toxic Attraction off as just another set of pretty faces. But those girls really impressed the hell out of me in this matchup. They are definitely a force to be reckoned with. And as I've said throughout the entire pre-show here, I see them coming up to the main roster here soon. And especially if they're going to do a tournament to crown new women's champions in lieu of the Sasha Naomi situation. Who can stop Toxic Attraction, really?
Well, either way, Women NXT Tag Team Champions still, Jessie Jane and GD Dolan, Toxic Attraction still hold down NXT. At least 2/3 of them right now. Good awareness by JC with the follow-up off the roll-up kick-out, punching behind the Red's back. her in the face, allowing them to stay with the gold.
We've still got to see what happens with Mandy later on tonight.
But speaking about what's going to happen, what's to come tomorrow night when Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins go straight to hell.
Can't wait.
The Red Crate of
Yes,
Hate.
indeed, folks. We'll be covering the Red Crate of Hate, Hell in a Cell, tomorrow night right here on the Jeff Meacham Network as well. So stay tuned for more on that. And there's a whole lot more coming up this month, too. That's just our next stop. That being
Just the
said,
tip
though,
of the iceberg.
pun intended. That being said, though, my friend Paul Me did kind of see a shoulder up. Now, based on that replay, the one shoulder we saw was down. I do wonder if the other shoulder of Kenan Carter was not fully on the mat. Was the ref out of position, per se? Which, again, does happen
It's
in
always
NXT.
possible.
But, again, the rest decision is still final. Chance retained.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The rest decision is always final, and it doesn't just happen in NXT. It happens in every company.
Exactly.
You see it all the time, refs being out of position. But, unless they decide to raise a stink about it Tuesday on the main show, we'll see what happens. There could always end up being a rematch down the line. Those girls definitely had studied Toxic Attraction. They had their number. Toxic Attraction just ended up being the better team tonight.
Again, it came down to awareness, in my opinion. You saw the shot taken. Stapler, your thoughts?
When in doubt, blame the ref. That's all I say. That's what everyone's been saying. I'm getting sick of it. I mean, it's always blame the ref. Blame the ref. Blame the guy who yells out during the national anthem. Blame the coach. How about blame the player? Blame the participants. How about that, folks? You have no idea. I was watching game 2 of the Rangers and the Lightning yesterday, and as soon as the first power play goal got scored by the Lightning, they're like, "Oh yeah, there it is. The Lightning are being held by the refs." I'm sick of it.
Well, Lucy and Ricky and Bob Hope all showed us back in the 1950s. Nobody loves the ump. And nobody loves the ref in a WWE contest either.
He's the apple of nobody's eye. Oh, I'll never.
Careful, Jeff. Don't get copyright strike.
Right?
That's why I turned my mic off, because someone's got their bass going in the parking lot.
Copyright strike, censored by people with good taste, either way.
And here we get a look at Pretty Deadly. Who I want your thoughts on this, Noah. I was telling Jeff pre-show I could really see these two joining up with Toxic Attraction because they've got that same arrogance and look about them. Then you've got a 5-person stable, all of them with gold, all of them the best at what they do at this point in time, at least. What are your thoughts? Could you see something like that happening either tonight or down the road, or is it just fantasy booking in my head?
It could be something to consider, but honestly, I look at it I look at it as two narratives. Toxic Attraction is pretty and deadly. Pretty deadly, though, it's literally just that. But they're 2 team of men with high-class rich gear, too. I think about them maybe forming something with Tiffany Stratton, something more like California high-rich person class type deal. I don't think Toxic Attraction, they don't need really anything else. They have been that one defined trio that stands out above all the rest in NXT 2.0. They honestly don't need anything else. The biggest mistake that WWE could do is what they did with the Hurt Business. Break them up.
It's fair. And we got Carmelo Hayes in the ring. It looks like we're going to the North American Championship.
This is going to be, in my opinion, the match not only the still of the night, but still of the weekend. Carmelo Hayes believes that he is ready. He is the guy. He says he's going to get it back tonight. Former North American champion. Of course, we know he lost it back at Stand Deliver in that ridiculous ladder match where Cameron Grimes not only ascended to the heavens, but in the name of his dad, he went to the moon. And we'll see tonight if his stock rises or plummets after being in the ring with the likes of Solo Sikoa and Nathan Frazier. But also, I got to consider the X factor here, Trick Williams. Carmelo Hayes has a guy in his corner. I don't know if someone will be coming in on behalf of Cameron Grimes. And that could very well play the deciding factor here.
It could, but like I was telling Jeff before the show started, I feel like Cameron Grimes needs to move away from Carmelo Hayes. Solo Sikoa
Agree.
has been promised a championship match next in line. Maybe he'll be the X Factor. And if Trick Williams starts to get involved, Solo Sikoa will come down to help even the odds, keep things fair so that Cameron can get a fair shot here. And then I see Carmelo possibly moving on down the road and dethroning Braun Breaker once it's time. I think
Well,
he has it.
I would
Once
not
Braun
deny
goes
that
up to the main
as
brand.
I would not deny that as Cameron Grimes has landed inside the NXT arena with the North American Championship proudly on his shoulder. Cameron Grimes looking to go to the moon tonight and continue raising his stock as NXT North American Champion. Either way, at the end of this match, these two should be done with each other and should move on to bigger and brighter things. Whether or not it means that Cameron Grimes continues to be the leader of the North American, let's just call it what it is, mid-card based division, or Carmelo Hayes moves forward to maybe go challenge Braun Breaker for the NXT Championship if he successfully retains tonight and we are prevented from going into an inclusive world. Still a lot of what is to come, and I think it all begins with what happens here in this match right here.
Oh, yeah.
As we go
This is going to be, like you said, this is possibly going to be match of the night, match of the weekend. Although tomorrow we do have that Hell in a Cell and that 6-man tag team match to look forward to.
That's a fair point, considering it is a mixed tag, and there's a lot of talent in that as well, both established and rising. So I'm just going to be like this. Follow that based on what happens here in this match. Who do you put your stock in? Cameron Grimes or Carmelo Hayes when it comes to the North American Championship? Dead-eye stare. The confidence, the focus is there. It's all about that strap here tonight. People have had their doubts with Cameron Grimes based on his look, based on his personality since day one. It feels like for me that Cameron Grimes needs this to truly define himself in NXT. Carmelo Hayes.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I had kind of written him off when we had that ladder match back at Stand and Deliver. I had completely forgotten about his quest to win the gold for his father, and he's made a believer out of me, to be sure, as these two go at it, locked up in the early goings of the contest.
In a match like this, these two are definitely going to try and fill out one another. It comes down to exploiting a weakness. And honestly, I don't see a weakness with either person. I don't see no sorts of injuries. I don't see any psychological warfare or games being played here. We even heard during the kickoff how much, Carmelo Hayes knows that Cameron Grimes brings. He respects his passion. He respects his work ethic. So again, this is about deadly as a match you're going to get. Nice to go to Harris, but look at that. Cameron Grimes just stands out of it.
Do we know what
Stalemate.
the purpose is of that ribbon around Carmelo's leg?
No. I just thought it was like for pressure. Ooh, boy. You could have kicked him in the face, but that was more so just I could do that at any time. I'm not sure what the bandana is around the leg, actually. The first time I've seen that. Oh, look. Trap. Oh, wait a minute. Inside Credo. 1. Shows down. Reverse pressure. 1. Ooh. Both men going for a cover. And right now, body straw cradle. 1. Nope. Reversal. 1. Man. Double leg takedown. Jackknife cover. Ooh, raises out of it. Go ahead, JJ.
I was going to say, the way these two are going at in the early goings here is giving me RVD Jerry Lynn vibes, where they both knew each other so well they could eagerly anticipate what the other was going to do and come out with stalemate after stalemate.
Well, the bandana just came off the leg, if that tells you anything. Picks the ankle. Up kick. Again, these two competitors know each other so well. Know what each other can bring. Been scouting one another through various action. Again, we've seen Cameron Grimes most recently compete against the likes of Nathan Frazier, and some would say that was match of the week in WWE.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, go for the cave-in, and Carmelo Hayes realized the sense of urgency there that close. And that's got playing now in the Carmelo Hayes mind. All it takes is one cave-in, and Cameron Grimes can bury Carmelo Hayes out of this championship for a while. And Raymond say, hey, Jeff and crew. We'll talk more about that later, Raymond. But we see you. And again, figured all those that are following along in the chat. Oh, big chop. Again,
So James,
respect does not matter during the match. Oh!
We see your comment as well, James. We have not gotten to the you petting your cat yet, so stand by.
Yeah, next time we get like a filler promo, maybe that's when we'll see it. We'll see you pet your cat. Oh! And maybe what's new with it. Oh, look at this. Nice back body drop. And right now, Cameron Grimes looking for a PK. Full body, 1, 2, and Carmelo bridges out of it immediately. And right now, I gotta think that Cameron Grimes, maybe it's just trying to wear down Carmelo Hayes. When it comes to these two, they got cardio for days. The speed game right here might be literally the deciding factor as we saw in the early going. Both men going for roll-up attempts. And right now, Cameron Grimes just trying to work over a limb, fall up in the corner, send over the top, onto the apron. Watch Trick Williams, though. Like I said, he could play a factor here. And right now, Carmelo Hayes off the other side. Where is he going for here? Oh, look at that. Oh, drop face first, though. Cameron Grimes on the apron. A cheap shot from Carmelo Hayes. Bit of awareness.
What's Carmelo going for here? Oh.
Gets caught. Again, the awareness. Now, Cameron Grimes is looking for something off the top rope. Big crossbody. Cover. 2. No. Shoulder it up to 2. Again. Right now, Cameron Grimes, beautiful crossbody off the top. Got a lot of air on that. Former X Division champion, by the way, for those that remember his time in TNA and Impact Wrestling.
Oh, I did not know that. I did not follow. I was out of the game during that time.
It was during the Anthem era, so that's fair. I got you covered. Oh! But apparently Cameron Grimes did not have that move covered as he's dropped face first on the apron with his base taken out from underneath him. Carmelo Hayes. Carmelo Hayes right now eats a shoulder to the midsection. And what is Cameron Grimes looking for here? Carmelo Hayes over the top. Oh, my! Over the top, DDT on the apron. Cameron Grimes literally might be out cold, JJ, after that.
It is very possible.
Oh!
It looks like Carmelo taunting. Trick Williams telling him to get him in the ring.
Trick Williams is nothing else here. He is motivation for Carmelo Hayes, and sometimes that's all you need to succeed. But right now, Carmelo Hayes
just need that ace up
ace in the hole.
sleeve.
Right
that
now,
personal cheerleader to help keep you going, yeah.
A cheerleader, manager, friend, motivator, insert role here. That's basically what you can think about.
You've got to have an ace in the hole.
Remix Jones, I got nothing on Jeff Meacham.
Nice little drop in by Meacham there.
Oh, that was brilliant. Oh, brother. So meanwhile, Carmelo Hayes right now trying to take advantage on Cameron Grimes, drives him head first to the turnbuckle.
It's working
right
him
now,
over in that corner.
This match is definitely turned in favor of Carmelo Hayes. Cameron Grimes definitely still robbed from that DDT. Right now, some shots to the midsection. Oh, just rips him down by the hair. Whiplash effect. That still is not going to help Cameron Grimes' head and neck either. PK, but a follow-up cover. Immediate kick out. Goes for it again. Barely gets a 1. If nothing else, Carmelo Hayes is wearing down Cameron Grimes, and that might be playing into his strategy.
Yeah, because even though it's only a 1 count, it's still taking that energy Cameron's having to exert to kick out every time. It's going to wear him down in the long run.
It's also one of those things when we talk about what's next for either man in victory or defeat. For Cameron Grimes, I could see him maybe going defending that title against Solo Sikoa because we've seen a bit of respect, but also a bit of one-upsmanship and a bit of just awareness. And as far as Carmelo Hayes go, he's already been North American champion. If he comes out of this thing in defeat, I could see him going after the NXT championship because Carmelo Hayes has been a mainstay in NXT before it turned into 2.0.
I completely agree with you there. I completely agree with you there. I feel like if anybody is going to be the one to dethrone Cameron Grimes, it's got to be Solo Sikoa. Bloodline with a little bit more gold on the developmental brand, as it were. Trying to see if Roman acknowledges him then. And then once Braun gets his call up to the main roster, you've got Carmelo there to take his place and be the next face of the 2.0 brand.
Yeah, you got to figure about who's going to be the standard bearers of this 2.0 brand. Development or not, you still lead something that guides the future in a way. You lead by example. That's what a champion does. A champion not only leads, they also guide the future too, because it's about who they put over. Carmelo Hayes has already been at the top. He just wants to be back on top again. It really comes down to who truly deserves to hold the NXT North American Championship. Right now, Carmelo Hayes working on Cameron Grimes in the corner after getting a near fall. Again, watch the refs count. Admire the refs count. Again, working the neck. Hey! Trick Williams. Trick Williams is slightly getting involved. This is exactly what I was talking about was going to happen.
Wait,
what the?
And now we're going to find out.
Here. There's the bandana. That's why he had to come into play. Oh, and thankfully Cameron Grimes breaks that hold. And look at that. Oh! Gets dropped hard off the T-Harris, almost like an implant DDT. Cover 2! Ooh. Cameron Grimes gets the shoulder up at 2.5.
And I think now we're going to find out if someone's going to come and assist Cameron, try and keep things fair.
Well, it's one of those things where I feel like Cameron Grimes, he is literally on a planet of his own right now. It just comes down to, is he going to plant his flag, being the NXT North American Championship, still at the top. And right now, Carmelo Hayes showing a bit of frustration and might be looking for either a submission or some joint manipulation, trying to trap the arm. Cameron Grimes, though, trying to deny the pressure. Oh, my. Wait a minute. Oh! And right now, we got Carmelo Hayes with a bit of a key lock here, looks like, on Cameron Grimes' arm. Arm is not supposed to bend that way.
Yeah, no, that's a recipe for disaster. You want to know about arms not bending the right way? Just ask Statboy Mike next time he gets on here.
Oh, I remember we were talking about all the time with Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair's match, with Charlotte Flair definitely having a broken arm, but that's a story for another day. Meanwhile, Carmelo Hayes looking to take advantage again off the ropes. Wait, Cameron Grimes follows up. What is this? Oh, my word! Spanish fly off the second rope, both men down. The resourceful, innovative, offensive nature of the former X Division champion fully on display here. Take a look at that, JJ. Wow.
Gorgeous maneuver. I've always liked that maneuver, whether you call it the Spanish fly or like Frankie Kazarian did the flux capacitor. Any way you go, it's a gorgeous maneuver.
Benjamin executed perfectly like it was. It looks like Cameron Grimes right now is backed up to his feet first. Trick Williams with more motivation. And we're back to the striking game, it seems. But you look at Cameron Grimes, mouth wide open. He definitely took more of the blunt of that last move. Put more into it, too. See who gets the better of this exchange. Oh, kick to the midsection. Bends Grimes over. Shot to the top of the head by Carmelo. Right now, Carmelo, he's feeling it. Irish whip off the ropes. Cameron Grimes follows up in with a forearm of his own. Bit of miscommunication, but he catches him in the middle. Cameron Grimes feeling something here. Oh, unfortunately, it was just two boots from Carmelo. Wait a minute. Nice. Nice Rana takeover. Shuts down Carmelo Hayes' momentum for now. Over the top of the apron. This didn't work last time. Oh, it worked this time. Big PK. Rots Carmelo Hayes. And Trick Williams can't believe it right now. Even he felt that. Hey, watch it, Trick. Rush it, okay? That ref sees you. Ducks the clothesline. Carmelo Hayes off the ropes, looking for, oh, what is this? Cameron Grimes is over the shoulder. Whoa! That could be it. 1, 2, no!
I demand a recount, man. That was way too close.
Doing 7/8 to be exact, JJ. Of that implant move. Again, there's that wherewithal, that instinct, that sixth sense that a wrestler has at times that just allows them to be aware of the count and kick out maneuvers like that. that we just don't understand as normal people. Standing switch. Beautiful modified black hole slam. Thank you for that, Paul. Oh, what a kick. Grimes falls in the cover, hooks the far leg. Oh, no. Grabs the
Carmelo
ropes
has
this
the
time.
wherewithal to get that rope.
And sometimes that's all you need. You just need to be aware of where you are in and out of that ring. And
Cameron Grimes is wondering what it's going to take to put his challenger away. Trick Williams on the outside looking like that's my boy.
You did say it yourself. He is his friend. He is his motivation. And right now, Carmelo Hayes still fighting back from underneath. I'm not sure if this is just on instinct or just cuz. Meanwhile, oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Rot with an elbow. What is this? Oh, no. He went for the Rana, but Carmelo hanged on. Big code breaker. That might be it. New champion. 1, 2. Carmelo. No. What is it going to take for either of these two men to win this match? Whew.
At this point, I think it's going to take something new and unique because they're pulling out all of the greatest hits, and it just isn't enough, Noah.
Well, that looks like he was going for maybe a double stomp or a splash. Might be looking for that cold breaker again. Cameron Grimes denies it. Doesn't need the clothesline. Cameron Grimes off the ropes. And, oh, wow! Twists him inside out. Middle of the ring. Cover 2. No! Another near fall. That amazing awareness for Cameron Grimes to catch his opponent, cross bodies type, mid-air, and just take him 360 down on the mat. Still not enough here. The Cameron Grimes was looking to blast off to the moon with a cave-in. Oh, it's a boot from Carmelo. And a roundhouse kick from Cameron Grimes. Fall looking for the poison round again. Gets it! Spikes Carmelo! But Carmelo goes to the outside of the ring. Meanwhile, Cameron Grimes looking to go to the top! And I think he got both Trick Williams and Carmelo Hayes on that barely, nearly overlaunched it. Good grief. Cameron Grimes clearing orbit. And right now, Grimes finally bringing Carmelo back into the ring. Wait, look at Trick. Look at Trick. Trick once again coming into play, grabbing at the ankle. What in the world is he doing here? Uh-oh. Oh, cave in on the apron. And right now, Grimes looking to follow up, cave in. No. Oh, no. He went face first. I figured to the ring post, JJ. Carmelo's going to the top rope. This might be it. What a drop with the leg from the top rope. The cover. 1, 2. Carmelo is once again NXT North American champion.
I can't believe it. That is kudos to Carmelo.
Kudos to Trick Williams. We talked about the outside factor. He definitely came into play. If it wasn't for that momentary distraction to just give Carmelo Hayes enough time to set up for the counter to the cave-in, I think this match would have been a different story. Either way, we got a new North American champion and a former North American champion in Carmelo Hayes.
Kudos to Cameron on a hard-fought match. That, again, the word for the night, Noah, is impressive. Those two guys laid it all out on the line in the middle of the ring. I knew they would. We talked about how this was going to be match of the night. You know, they just said, hold my beer. Let's see you follow that.
Yeah, let's look at the end of the match, though. There's the cave-in to Trick Williams on the apron, taking a bullet for his friend. And then as Cameron Grimes looking for a cave in the corner, he gets springboard head first into the ring post, allowing for this massive leg drop off the top rope for Carmelo Hayes to get the 3 and the title back. Look at the replay here. The height on that. Planted impact. And Cameron Grimes brought down to earth the hard way. And Trick Williams is ecstatic. Once again, Carmelo Hayes is your new NXT North American champion. He was indeed ready.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned him, Trevor Lee, Cameron Grimes being X Division champion. I'm just imagining the kind of X Division championship match they could have had if Carmelo was there too. Good Lord Almighty.
The beauty of the X Division, Jeff, it is literally a division of no limits, no
Exactly.
boundaries. Anybody can do anything possible. The only thing that limits you is your imagination. And you saw pretty much an X Division type clinic showcase right there where it came down to an outside party's influence that allowed the challenger to get the victory in the end.
It is crazy that 2 weeks from tomorrow we're celebrating 20 years of TNA and Impact Wrestling. That just blows me away to this day. It's crazy.
Well,
Yeah.
JJ, he went to the moon, he came back down to Earth, and he was left there too. Where does Cameron Grimes go from here? Only time will tell, but hey, it was a heck of a moment that Stan delivered, and he definitely fought like a champion.
Yes, he did.
Meanwhile, Joe Gacy, with a couple of druids, proclaims that tonight we will finally be in his inclusive world with him as the NXT champion. Lord help NXT.
You know, I saw something in the chat about they can't take Gacy seriously because he was challenging for the Cruiserweight title when it was still... The thing is, it wasn't about the title. It was about him making his point and the fact that, you know, he was trying to reshape NXT in his own image. That's really all that was. The title, as we've talked about, was a prop, a means to an end.
And you want to talk about not being able to take seriously, as we see footage here of freaking Becky Gaga.
Oh, God.
I just can't take this new makeover of Becky Lynch serious.
I can't believe how fast she's fallen from the unbelievable pop that I was a part of in Vegas less than 10 months ago. And it's just, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
Can't read mine. No, can't read her poker face. That is basically what Becky has become.
Right?
Pretty much.
Good grief.
You're not out of line, nor are you wrong.
Well, again, Lady Gaga, eat your heart out.
Right.
What is this? Oh, they're hyping up the 2-on-1 handicap match.
Oh, there you go.
Associated with the Nigerian Giant. Oh, that's his nickname. Okay, I guess that's a thing. I don't really have much to say about this. Again, it's almost like they're trying to undershadow NXT because the bigger show this weekend apparently is Hell in a Cell, including this match.
Well, but you know, they're doing like they would normally. They're promoting what's coming up next on the network, be it the next pay-per-view, the next Broken Skull Sessions, the next whatever. You know, I don't necessarily fault them for promoting what they have coming up, but we also have to keep something in mind. They booked themselves into that corner of, oh, well, this is our third brand. Oh, wait, just kidding. We fooled you. It's just developmental. Like, no. Either go or don't. Quit being assholes and quit jerking us around.
Well, apparently your words fell on deaf ears like the teacher from Charlie Brown because they're still doing the same.
Exactly.
I
always feel like the professor more than anything else when I talk about WWE and changing because I feel like the teacher from Charlie Brown. So there you go. Awful.
That's probably what most fans' opinions are like on Twitter.
What I'm looking forward to the most about this match is seeing MVP in action again.
Right?
Because it has been a while since I have seen Montel Fontavious Porter lace up those boots. And although I know he won't, I would pop so hard if he came out with his old I'm Coming music and that inflatable entrance that he used to use. Because you think about the way I'm Coming starts, and it would be the perfect message sent to Bobby Lashley.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I
was recently watching WrestleMania 23.
You're about to stop living. I want you to remember me, but the dead don't have no memory.
I'm coming. Oh, man, good stuff.
Hello, fans of sports entertainment. I wish you could have a good time, but with the WWE, it kind of sucks. So I am here, petting my pussy, just like advertised.
Put me down, human.
His name is George. Say hello, George.
Where's my kibble and bits?
Not gonna say hello to the fans?
No.
Fucking.
Fuck them. Why do they care?
Yeah. I'm petting my pussy. He likes back scratches, lower back scratches. It's his favorite thing.
They do feel nice, but I want my goddamn food.
So yeah, enjoy the red crate of hate.
Wrong show, dickhead. NXT in your house.
It shall suck. I'm sure of it.
All right, then.
And as entertaining as that was, I'm distracted by the visual of Mandy Rose being shown on my screen here.
Yes. So let me go ahead and Noah is ashamed of what he's a part of right now, as he should be. Jesus.
I got nothing to say.
I do. That was definitely not professional wrestling.
No.
And I feel like I can say this with all seriousness. I also feel that was not Statboy approved.
No. Probably. In all likelihood, it was not. And by the way, Mikey will be back later. He actually wanted to go off camera while he's traveling home. So that's why he's not popped up after this last match.
It wasn't.
No worries. And then CC in the chat room. Friggin' James.
Damn it, James! You freaking idiot!
Was it not advertised all week that he would
right.
appear during the course of the weekend petting his pussy? As I stated.
Not to that degree.
Hey.
You know what? We could not make Jeff Meacham a liar on his network.
Okay, so there you go.
Oh, gosh. Oh.
Oh,
my Lord. Oh, I'm hurting. My ribs are hurting.
See,
Oh, gosh.
I like Wendy
James.
too, but I don't know how serious I can take her with the gimmick and the sleepy onesies. Like
yeah,
that's what kills her presentation to me.
Yep.
The jury is still out as far as which one I like least, Becky Gaga or Wendy Chu and her onesie sleepers.
Wendy
But
Chu
they're
for
like-
500, Alex.
Yeah.
They're neck and neck here. At least Wendy I find more entertaining than Becky. So I'm tending to lean more towards I like Wendy more than I do Becky Lynch. But that could be a bold statement. That could be a hot take. Those of you that are still with us for this watch along, thank you. God bless you. What do you think? Who do you take more seriously? Becky Lynch and her Lady Gaga cosplay or Wendy Chu in her onesie sleepers? Let us know in the comments. Give Jeff something to pop up on the screen here as me and Noah call the action for this one.
Yes. So Noah, where did Wendy come from? Was she a star over at Stardom, or where did she come from?
She is a former international Japanese wrestler. I believe that went through Stardom for a little bit. I want to remember. I think this is Karen Q.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think this is Karen Q. And she had quite a lot of accolades before reverting into a child with a sleep disorder. So whether or not sweet dreams are made of these, and who had the mind to disagree, we'll find out shortly as she contends for the NXT Women's Championship against Mandy Rose.
Everybody's looking for something, Noah. I'm looking for Mandy to retain.
Wendy Chu is the personification of WWE trying to reach out for a Nickelodeon Junior endorsement.
Right.
Either way, here comes the champion of Toxic Attraction.
God bless
with
Mandy
gold
Rose.
behind the beauty, the Black Rose of NXT, Mandy Rose, who has now held this championship now for over 200 days. As I
So
try
Noah,
and
is she the
get
toxic
back into
or
being
is she the
professional here.
attraction?
Yes.
She is the darkest and brightest flower to bloom out of this trio, and honestly, out of this entire women's division under NXT 2.0. Mandy Rose, the former Golden Goddess. Now you're Black Lotus, holding this title for 200 days, successfully defending it most recently at NXT Stand and Deliver against the likes of Kaylee Ray, Io Shirai, and Cora Jade. But we've seen the childish mind games, per se, that Wendy Choo has put Mandy Rose and Toxic Attraction through. So tonight, Mandy Rose is looking to make Wendy Choo go to sleep permanently and no longer be near the NXT Women's Championship. So for me, it's going to come down to, can the happy mind games and the daydreams that we're going to see unfold here in front of our eyes overcome the absolute dominance of Mandy Rose as we go to the introductions?
And as they do that, I'd like to make a statement to whoever creates those petitions online to make things change and better in the world of in general and wrestling. There should be a petition on change.org that Britt Baker and Mandy Rose should always wear pink and black on pay-per-view. Always.
I'll sign that.
All right, Jeff, I'm putting you on the spot here. Who did it better, Mandy Rose or Britt Baker DMD?
That's not fair because, damn. Mandy is absolutely stunning, and now she just beat the shit out of Wendy, so it doesn't matter. I honestly think that Britt looked amazing last week, and her match last week was better than this is going to be, in my opinion. That's the difference. But we'll see.
Well, meanwhile, bell rings, we're underway. And we do have a pillow of tricks in the corner. Don't be surprised if that comes into play. Nice far away throw by Mandy Rose. Never surprised when it comes
to Wendy Choo.
That's the thing about Wendy Choo. This character is kind of unpredictable in nature as long as she stays awake. So, again, it comes down to if Mandy Rose can put her to bed. Backslide. One. Kick out.
We'll find out here momentarily. Hassan, hello once again, popping into the chat room.
Ay. I'm just
Mandy
trying to get my head
mounting
together.
her with some punches.
And right now, Wendy Choo looking to go to sleep, but misses and eats a hard canvas. That's a hard bed to lie in. And now Mandy Rose with the ground and pound from the dominant position. Not looking to tuck her into, you know what, never mind. I'm just going to stop this. This is not an advertisement for better mattress and furniture or Tempur-Pedic. This is supposed to be professional wrestling, damn it. And I saw Jays and his cat. I'm all screwed up.
And this is not the match that you want to be screwed up for. I mean, first of all, you're talking about Mandy Rose in the dominant position. Then you're talking about putting Wendy Choo to sleep.
Full body cover, hook the leg. I'm all thrown off right now.
I was going to say, we go from James petting his pussy to a women's match with Mandy Rose wearing next to nothing. That's just distractions aplenty. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
What rating is this? What rating is this show again? JJ, I'm broken. I'm seriously broken. That knee in the corner.
It's all good.
The thing is, JJ, people have been sleeping. Literally on Wendy Choo. Now, whether it's figuratively or athletically, I don't know. But people have become wide awake when it comes to Mandy Rose. But it makes me wonder, do they look more at her for her beauty or for her in-ring athleticism? And what's going to be more on display here tonight?
You know, I think with Mandy, like I was talking about with the Toxic Attraction tag team earlier, it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think everybody wanted to write Mandy Rose off as just another pretty face. But I feel like with the dominant reign that she has had here, Noah, 200 plus days, as you mentioned, she has proven to be a force to be reckoned with. She has been making people take her seriously. So the athleticism has definitely started to shine through with her and her dominance here. And Wendy's got to figure out some way to upset the dominant champion.
Well, she's definitely been able to do that these last few weeks, throwing a net on her, bashing her in a pillow fight with a loaded pill of sports balls, literally. And also, of course, wrecking her day at the tanning bed.
But that's all fun and games when you're talking about backstage. Got to do it when it counts in the middle of the ring for those 3 seconds.
Yeah, but it also makes me wonder, with that just intense anger that Mandy Rose is exhibiting. Can Wendy Choo exploit that for her own advantage? Inside cradle, hooks the legs too. Ooh. A near fall there. Oh! Right hand knocking the taste out of Wendy Choo's mouth. The kick out once again by Wendy Choo. And you're just looking at Mandy Rose. She's shaking. I can kind of see her shaking and also almost gritting her teeth. She is coming into this match with a whole nother level of intensity, it seems.
Yeah, you can tell that the mind games of Wendy Choo have definitely gotten under her skin, but I think that's just made her more laser focused and possibly more dangerous.
Right now, from their counter roll up into a kick out. I'm not sure what Wendy Choo's going for here. Mandy Rose. Oh!
It's a beautiful counter by Mandy going to the cover again.
1, 2. No, Wendy Choo is not asleep yet. Got the shoulder up. The thing about Wendy Choo, though, that
Kick out
also is
with some
frustrating.
emphasis there.
Yeah, the thing about Wendy Choo that's also frustrating, when she is in the ring, she kind of is hard to keep down. And right now, okay, I don't know what this is about here. This is just, I think, a temper tantrum. A little bit unnecessary. Crowd right now not feeling
Definitely unnecessary, but again showing that Wendy has gotten into the mind space at least a little bit of Mandy Rose. Mandy's got to keep her focus.
But she also is the champion, so I mean, composure can go out the window if she wants to just throw this thing out and turn into a DQ, as the title can only change hands via pinfall or submission. Meanwhile, Mandy Rose is literally just wailing in those forearms, dropping Wendy Choo to her knees and hooking the arm. Not sure what she's going for here. Russian leg sweep. Oh, looks like Ground Cobra, Octopus. Abdominal stretch. And right now, nowhere for Wendy Choo to go. Will Wendy Choo submit at the hands of Mandy Rose? Wrenching the neck. Added pressure. Added insult to injury, quite literally. At this point, she needs to try and just get an arm free or trip her leg out or do something. Firmly asserting her presence in the middle of the ring. Oh, look at that. Sit down. Shoulders down. Roll through. Shoulders down, too. That was a bit of a messy cover. And now Choo, deep stack. Nope. Another near fall. Oh, trying to hook the arm. Mandy Rose pushes her off. Follows up with a forearm. And right now, Wendy Choo, I'm not sure if she's maybe a bit worn down. Oh, shot to the midsection. Up kick. Just bringing it all out, too, it seems. Running through Mandy Rose. And Wendy Choo might be a little bit angry.
Yeah,
that might be what Wendy Choo needs right here. You get past the childish nature.
You can tell Wendy's gotten fired up. She's really trying to take it to Mandy, show that she's one to be taken seriously.
Cartwheel strike in the corner. Well, again, if you're going to be taken seriously, you got to win the title tonight. And once again, drops in for a nap. Mandy Rose rolls to the outside of the ring. That was wise on the champion's part. Let's see how Wendy Choo follows up, though, off the ropes. Might be looking for, basement drop kick. Wrecking ball drop kick. Pushing her all the way to the entrance way. And right
Good
now,
awareness by Mandy to get out of the ring, but Wendy was able to take advantage of it.
And that might be all she wrote. Spine buster on the floor, just outside that steel grating. But honestly, Mandy Rose might win the account out here, JJ. Take a look at this.
It could be very possible right here. Man. What a way to make a statement here. You know, granted, I'm sure Mandy would prefer to retain with the 3 count, but a win is a win is a win.
Refs count up to 2 right now as Mandy Rose poses with her title in the middle of the ring. Eat your heart out to Neil Dashwood. Being the influence in NXT. Count up to 6. Wendy Choo still crawling, favoring that lower back. There's 8, 9, and makes it right before the 10. And Mandy Rose can't believe it. Looking to fall again. Spine buster! Planted! Matchbook cover 2! No! Kick out on that high stack. And Mandy Rose can't believe it.
Yeah, I can't either. I thought Wendy was done for.
Oh! Yeah, I mean, 2 stiff spine busters to the back. Back-to-back, pun intended, and still not enough to keep Wendy Chu out of this match. Mandy Rose trying to fall up in the corner, and the pillow comes into play, saving Wendy Chu from a knee strike. And meanwhile, Mandy Rose is literally destroying a pillow. Okay. Oh! Frustration, emotions getting the better of the champion here. She literally just destroyed a pillow. I kid you not, folks. Meanwhile, double A takedown by Wendy Chu, having her own little fit, attacking Mandy Rose too. Fluff everywhere in the middle of the ring. Never thought I'd say that in my commentary days. Wendy Chu right now got Mandy Rose up on the shoulders and plants the champ in the middle of the ring. Oh, what is this? Oh, look at that
Wendy
shirt.
taking her jumpsuit off, and she's got a Toxic Attraction shirt underneath it with their faces crossed out, it looks like.
Wendy Chu is out to change the face of NXT, trapping Mandy Rose right now in between her legs. What is she looking for here? Wendy Chu trapping the arms. Turn her over. 1, 2, oh my. Still has that
Got her
body
locked
lock.
in.
Ooh. It could be nap time for Mandy Rose. If she passes out, we'll have a new champion. The ref is watching her. Mandy Rose refuses to relent. This would be unprecedented. That forearm deep underneath the chin. Mandy Rose still fighting back, trying to reverse some pressure. Can she be put to sleep? No, she finds her way to the ropes and has to break the hold. And that might be the closest call for Wendy Chu to beat Mandy Rose. But again, how much damage has been done? How much she wore down the champ? What is Wendy Chu going for here at this point now? I will say this is the most serious I've ever seen Wendy Chu, to say the least. And that's what you need to be if you want to be champion. Right now, hook in Mandy Rose. Oh! Puts her down hard. Again, she is ascending to the top. What on earth is she looking for here? Nope, Mandy Rose takes her off. Rips her down by the arm the hard way, back down to the mat, and Mandy Rose. Whoa! What a running knee strike to cover. High stack 2, and Mandy Rose retains the gold.
Another amazing contest tonight, Noah. These girls, it's that word again, impressive.
I will definitely agree. I had low expectations here when it came to the character that all she wanted to do, it seems, was sleep with a different stuffed toy tonight. But it wasn't to be. Mandy Rose still holds the NXT Women's Championship gold against a very game Wendy Chu in the long going, to say the least. We'll go back to some of the replay here. Things really took a different page when Mandy Rose literally took her frustrations out on that giant pillow. It seemed to have woke up Wendy Chu, not in a good way either.
Yeah, no, I was a little embarrassed for Mandy. I'm not gonna lie. She took her eye off the ball way too much, and that sleeper really could have done her in.
At the end of the day, though, JJ, it was the venom of that running knee strike that allowed the Black Lotus and the leader, Toxic Attraction, once again leading by example, to still be the NXT Women's Champion. Toxic Attraction, still your leaders of the NXT Women's Division. Bold and beautiful and dominant. Take it for what you will.
Yeah, without question, you know.
Whoops, wrong setting.
Well,
There we go.
Okay. And we're back with Scarf Saturday here on the Division. There we go. I figure if Wendy can ever stuff animals on the screen, so can I.
WWE telling us to buy the shirt.
No. Buy a shirt.
Buy our
Jeff
shirts.
Fusion Network
Buy
on
our shirt.
Teespring, on Pro
That's
Wrestling Tees. Buy a shirt today.
That's right. All the shirts. So
Buy a shirt. Damn it.
We're down 2 matches already. I like this. This is again another well-paced NXT premium live event. I dig it, man.
I'll give it at this NXT show credit. The pace has been strong, and so has the overall competition. Again, the only weird thing is, did Mandy Rose really had to rip apart a pillow? That's my only critique. So
No,
far this night.
it's one of those, you know. And again, it may seem to the audience like we're nitpicking it because it is sports entertainment versus what we're used to in NXT, which was professional wrestling. Damn it! But
Damn it.
I don't mind that because that just lends credence to Wendy is living in Mandy's head, you know, and just completely just messing with her to the point where she feels she has to destroy the stuffed toy or the stuffed pillow to get one over on her challenger. I think that's actually a decent way to go based on the way the whole thing's been booked. It's like if you're going to go, you might as well go all the way.
Yeah.
I suppose that's true. All I know is Winnie Chu's going to need more than a cup of warm milk tonight after that match to get her body in order for a good night's rest.
And all I'm saying is I am a fan of the match they're advertising for tomorrow because it has got everybody involved in this match more attention and, you know, more awareness from the audience than a good chunk of them have had in the last at least year, if not two.
And the $1 million question, of course, is will one of the members of Team Bullet Club / Liv turn heel? Will somebody else join the Judgment Day that's not in that team? Who will be the next person, male or female, or even established tag team to come into Edge's fold?
I guess we'll find out soon enough, but I do expect a new member to rise for the Judgment Day tomorrow in Chicago.
Well, you figure Judgment Day and Hell in a Cell go hand in hand, so why not?
All right. As WWE hypes up where they're going next, a lot of stuff going on.
There you see, they'll be in Detroit August 26th for
Detroit.
Pittsburgh the 29th. Man, they're going to every stronghold in the Jeff Meacher Network except out here.
Well, they already got you covered next year, Jeff.
That's what was that, Noah?
They got you covered next year, Jeff.
Oh, without a doubt. And oh, you know what? We were talking earlier, JJ, about women's competitors challenging Mandy. Both of these ladies right here. I mean, Roxanne, Noah knows about Roxanne very well, the former Roxy, the former Ring of Honor Women's Champion. And then you got Tiffany, who, again, I was not impressed with the lead-in vignettes at all. But Tiffany Stratton has impressed the shit out of me in the ring. So I'd be okay with either one of these two if Tiffany wasn't a obnoxious, pretty heel like Mandy already is, being Mandy's next challenger. But I would love to have Roxanne be that next person.
It comes down to this. You're a rich girl and you've gone too far versus a gamer and a former Ring of Honor Women's World Champion. I go with Roxanne Perez, the prodigy, in my opinion, to be the one to challenge for the NXT Women's Championship next and win this breakout tournament. Because I feel that she has the drive and the experience that there's not enough money Tiffany Stratton can buy in the short run.
And, okay, if we ever need a more definitive explanation that it's Vince's NXT, how big are those shoulder pads Mackenzie's wearing? I'm just saying.
You want to talk about shoulders? How about the shoulders of Braun Breaker?
No, that's a hell of a transition, man, from shoulder pads to just freaking dog face legacy shoulders. Good lordy.
That's a Steiner boy right there.
That's definitely a Steiner boy. Absolutely.
Meanwhile,
holy crap, baby Roddy.
As we think about what's ahead, of course, for both the NXT Women's Champion, the Women's Tournament, and maybe the future of NXT when it comes to Braun Breaker, we have to look towards the future of Diamond Mine being led by Roderick Strong, testing two brothers, two amateur wrestling background, two great collegiate athletes looking to set their claim in why they are gems of Diamond Mine. They've already had one chance after winning the Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Tournament and coming this close at Stand and Deliver. But this is do or nothing. All or nothing, excuse me. Because tonight, Creed Brothers have to win here or they are out of Diamond Mine forever. NXT Tag Team Championships are on the line. And the Creed Brothers are coming in with all the motivation, all the momentum, and all the pressure that they need. Train, become, perform. That is Diamond Mine. They train for this moment. They're going to perform in front of us tonight. Can they become, finally, the NXT Tag Team Champions? reach the top of the mountain, the summit of NXT here tonight?
JJ, you've been watching more than I have.
We'll find out the answers to that.
Again, these two
Go
are
ahead, Jeff.
brothers bonded by blood.
It's one of those, like, I think this team, and I'll even go you one better with Ivy and Roddy as well, is proof that, you can be handed something that, looks so great and so amazing, and you have multiple stutter steps, but those two guys, especially the Creeds, more so I think than Roddy or Ivy, are over like Rover, unlike those shirts on Pretty Deadly, who are not covering nearly enough of their covering over what they need to be covering up. God, so freaking.
Ask every young girl there, Jeff, that probably is swooning or taking pictures with their phone. Good grief almighty.
And you know what? Both these guys are very attractive people, and that's the gimmick. They're so pretty, they're deadly. I get it. I understood that reference.
Progress Tag Team Champions, former NXT UK Tag Team Champions, and in their debut in a gauntlet became the NXT Tag Team Champions.
Under circumstances that could have really been unfortunate as to why they got them, and they have taken those titles and just run with them. So good on them for overcoming what could have been a really dicey situation and just rolling with it.
Well, we'll see if they roll with it tonight and retain the gold, or do the Creed Brothers finally reach the summit here? Ohio represent. I know who I'm voting for in this match.
Right?
Again, looks like I'm also in favor of the crowd here as I see all those Creed towels.
Yeah. The Creed Brothers going for their Mr. Perfect singlet look tonight, and I'm here for it.
Well, they're going to need a perfect showing tonight to beat this duo.
Here we go.
As we go down to the introductions. We've already seen one towel change hands tonight. Will we see another?
As much as I'd love to see the Creed Brothers walk away with the straps tonight, I just don't see it happening, Noah. But we'll find out here momentarily.
It comes down to, again, awareness and experience. We're talking about brothers at birth versus the much more experienced Pretty Deadly, multiple-time tag team champions wherever they've gone. And again, they are one of the longest reigning NXT UK tag team champions, only to lose those straps to Mustache Mountain. As the NXT tag team titles are held up. And again, the added pressure that Roderick Strong, some call it motivation, I call it just added pressure. Will that come into factor too? Will that cause them to make mistakes? Will the Creed Brothers capitalize on that too? Bell rings are underway here. And again, they are extremely resourceful. Pretty Deadly are extremely resourceful. So you have to be very aware of what they can do. Oh, shot to the shoulder. And when Jeff's talking about the Diamond Mine, you're talking about the Pitbull Ivy now, who's challenging Michael Satomura for the NXT UK Championship. She, in my opinion, has everything going for her, being a female Titan from the Titan games, of course, to be a top-tier star in the WWE, if booked correctly.
Booking is the key, Noah, as we all know. WWE can have a diamond in the rough right there in their possession, and they just don't know how to use it.
And they turn it into a lump of coal and make its value from priceless to worthless. We've seen countless cases of that.
Yeah, I was going to say, perfect example. Look what happened to Samoa Joe when he came up to the main roster. He just never got the push that Samoa Joe, I feel, deserves. If you look at the way he was handled in Ring of Honor and TNA and how he's being used in AEW.
And now he's the Ring of Honor television champion in AEW. But that's a different story for a different day. Oh, wow. What a Beal. Creed Brothers right here are definitely coming in here the more powerful of the two.
You're just throwing him around the ring. That is definitely
what brought them forward here. And meanwhile, looking for a cheap shot. Not a wise move. Again, trying to play psychological warfare here. Tag. And now we're going to see what the other one's made of. Oh,
I know the Creed Brothers are a long way. I know the Creed Brothers are a long way away from making their main roster debut, but I'd love to see them do something with Alpha Academy, whether they work against them or join up with them. I think that would be
Honestly,
some great wrestling.
Alpha Academy versus Creed Brothers could be a collegiate tag team match for the ages. Again, booking. Meanwhile, oh my!
It would
That
get
body drop
WWE
reached
back
up to
to
the lights.
professional wrestling, damn it.
There you go. Ooh! And again, demonstrating their power. Beautiful hold there into the slam. And right now, Waistlock might be looking for a tag. Meanwhile, Gut Wrench bringing him down to the mat. And we've seen the psychological warfare that the Pretty Deadly have put the Creed Brothers through. And might be looking for a bit of an assist here to prevent the power. Oh, no, not going to happen. Too much power. Look at this. Uh-oh. Well, you want to be brought in? Well, now you can endure the same thing if they break the hold. There it goes!
Brought in the hard way.
Stereo suplexes by the Creed Brothers, the Pretty Deadly. Ankle
Looking
lock and a
for
stretch
submissions.
muffler. Oh, my word! Prince is legal. Remember, Keith says we got new chance. Oh, he makes it to the ropes. And technically, the decision would not count because we got all 4 men in the ring. It has to be 1-1. But right now, the champs got to be a little frustrated. Oh, my. Throwing the steel steps to the side there.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. You can tell that they're shaken, not stirred at this point.
Well, it's funny
And
you
Diamond
say
Mine
that
just
because their
jaw-jacking
finisher
him
is
from
called
inside the
spilled
ring.
milk.
Yeah.
I kid you not. Meanwhile, it looks like they might be talking strategy. Gets caught in a deep arm drag, though. And right now, the challengers controlling the champs.
I
And you are
feel the
looking
need for Creed.
And you're looking at the Creed brothers' parents sitting ringside.
I was gonna say, I wondered if that was their parents with that type of clever sign.
That was their parents. It could be a real family moment here tonight. Or a travesty.
Could be. You know, it almost makes me wonder now, do you think they would have brought the parents in if they weren't finally gonna put the straps on them?
It's hard to say when it's Vince's NXT, and I think about what he books. Not necessarily just big, muscular men. He looks for personality and identity. Ooh, almost a trip up there by the Creed. Oh!
True, but Vince is also about family moments. You think about, the Canadian Stampede with all the hearts in the ring. You think about how Eric Angle got involved in some of Kurt's matches. Vince is about family moments as well. He's not always the evil asshole that people peg him to be.
I agree with that. But he's also about the big money moment, too. And family moments definitely help pay the bills. Cover, two, no. So it works both ways. After all, everything he does is straight up business. Business. Damn it.
Gotta draw money.
It's all about the money. I can't forget the margin. And right now, Creed Brothers isolating, I believe that is Stokely. And right now working the arm. Could be looking for armbar here maybe, or is he just trying to wear him down at this point? Either way, isolating him away from his partner.
It's the way to do it. Tag Team Wrestling 101.
Oh, it makes it the tag. But wait, he did not grab the rope. Oh, that's all he needed for a distraction. Again, the resourcefulness of the champs. Sends him over the top, knocks the other one to the floor. Pretty Deadly firmly in control. And right now, Lewis is legal because there was a tag. Again, if they can pick on the emotions of the Creed Brothers, because they are going in here emotionally driven, if nothing else, that could play in Pretty Deadly's favor. This crowd is firmly behind the Creeds, as am I. Being unbiased, but I'm just saying. Big uppercut. Big forearm
As
strike.
am I, if I'm being personally, honest. Like, as much as I want the Creeds to win, I picked Pretty Deadly, but
this is same. Ooh.
This is the one match that, like, if I lost this match, I would not be pissed in the least.
Same. Tag. And right now, needed the midsection. Needed the other midsection. Attacking both sides of the champ's body. Full body cover. And kick out one. And right now, Wilson. Staying in this. And right now, tag. Damon Kim and Roderick Strong's got to be watching on from the back with needed anticipation. I got to imagine that Ivy Nile is too. Oof. Again, this could be Diamond Mine's brightest moment to date. Cover. Hooks the far leg. Got that too. Meanwhile, right now, this collegiate style is not something that UK wrestling is used to. Heritage Cup is a whole different set of rules. Meanwhile, over the top. Oh, nice elbow drop.
Yeah,
Into
that
the
was a
cover.
nice
Hooks the
little
far leg
leapfrog.
too. No. It's one of those things also when you're going to adapt to a new domain or a new region per se. You got to think about the sort of wrestling that you're going to deal with. As champions, they got to adapt on the fly to a style they might not be used to. I'm not sure how much of a collegiate background Pretty
Ooh,
Deli's
got some
had,
nice
let
air
alone how
with
much that
that
comes into
drop
play in
kick.
the UK too. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Rolling through. Look at the power. Ooh. Again, built differently. That is Diamond Mine. And the, whoa, my. The champs almost got their heads taken off and now have to regroup. Right now, Creeper is firmly in control, JJ. But again, they have to be aware the titles can only change hands via pinfall submission in the ring. Champs right now controlling that momentum, taking it away from the challengers. Oh! And right now, uh-oh, the rest distracted. Uh-oh, this is going to be bad, JJ. Oh, no. Oh, man! Spine buster on the steel steps. Yes, boy. That might be
Could have been
a
it
turning
right
point
there.
in this match. Oh, my gosh. No give. Cover. 2. No. The resourcefulness of Pretty Deadly, using the environment to their advantage, slowing down momentum, changing pace. Right now,
Yep.
isolating Julius
And
from the
targeting
corner.
that back.
And again, it's what they exploited. Those steel steps, no give on that spine. You take away the spine, you take away the upper leverage of the Creed brothers. And the Creed brothers, they apply their power game. And right now, Brutus Creed, distracting the ref, really did not work in favor of his brother. Off. The cover. 1, 2. No. And again, high impact on that spine, wearing him down. Bringing him back to the corner.
Tag
right
made.
now, tag. Oh, boy. A little bit worried right now as they go for the double superplex. Oh, he's trying to deny it. Blocking. No, man, didn't block it. High impact off the double suplex. The cover. Middle of the ring. Hooks the leg. Kick out at 2. Whew. It's
And
almost
you
like
can
he hooked
see
him
he's
so
desperate
far.
for that tag.
Yeah, he's literally trying to crawl for it. Meanwhile, Stokely's literally just dropping elbows on the back. And right now, you got to think about the conditioning also when it comes to this, too. The work ethic of Diamond Mine, of the Creed brothers, wearing down the oxygen supply. Wrenching right now the neck and the spine. You see the pain on his face. The crowd trying to get him back into this, though. He needs a tag. Deadly. Good jawbreaker. Might be the opening he needs. Ooh, sense of urgency, though. Oh, wait, he's trying to apply. I don't think he could do it. Oh, no, the back gave out. The body and the back gave out.
Too much
Meanwhile,
damage been put on that spot.
and no kidding, it might be adding more. Oh, top rope elbow drop to the back. Cover. 2. No. Kick it out at 2. Julius fighting from underneath with everything possible, not just for the sake of being part of Diamond Mine, but claiming the moment that they were ultimately denied. And right now, Julius needs to make a tag. Just needs to get off his back is what he needs to do. Oh. Full crab.
Oh, he's off his
sitting in
back,
on
but
it.
now he's got to get off that stomach.
He needs to lift his body off the mat to alleviate some of the pressure.
He got to the ropes.
While the other partner, Pretty Deadly, is literally just jaw-jacking him. Psychological and physical warfare in play here.
Oh, yeah.
And he grabs it. Using almost all of that 4 count to add as much pain as possible. Jam's a little frustrated here. Might have a bad back, but he's still got 2 good working legs. Tag. Julius Creed's not going to give up, though. That is not in his MFO. And right now, front headlock preventing him from reaching out to tag his brother. Just within a hand length away. Can he make it? This is the moment. This is the hot tag you need. Can he overpower? Oh, the ultimate game of tug of war. Oh! And right now, Prince, sense of urgency, trying to pick it up. There's the tag!
Coming
Brutus,
in like a
the
house
bruiser.
of fire.
The power, the hot-headed heavy of the brothers, whirling down on halfway.
Yeah, he's
And still trying to come and play.
stood idly by watching his brother get just pummeled and decimated for long enough. He
And
is
look at him with
coming
the gut
in with a
wrench.
point to prove.
Yeah, with the gut wrench right there, swinging him into his partner. And right now he's in that stance. He is in that mode. Suplex! Massive suplex by Brutus.
Going to the top rope here.
And right now, this might be the moment he needs to put away the champs. Cannonball, elbow drop. Got all of it. The counter. 2. No.
Breaks up the count.
With a stiff kick to the head from off screen. What a
All
ridiculous
men down.
cannonball elbow type drop move by Brutus. That could have been it. Now he's got rocked by the head, though. And sense of urgency by the champ, dragging his partner to his corner to get the tag. And right now, Wilson in. Oh, and that suplex was probably out of desperation just to slow down Wilson for the moment and slow down momentum in this match. This is a great tag team contest. Oh, wait, the belt! The belt! Julius, you need to put it down. Remember what this is about. Your dad is watching, dude. There you go.
You cannot win them if you get disqualified.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Brutus, he's got Wilson up on the shoulders. Oh, planted! What in the hell is this? What are you looking for here, kid? Make a moment. Oh, my God! Shooting star press! Bam! Don't think about going to cover to leg 1, 2. Creed Brothers did it! The Creed Brothers, the Gems of Diamond Mine, finally win the NXT Tag Team Championships!
You
It
know,
was the added motivation that everything was on the line, not just the titles, but their stay in Diamond Mine, and they capitalized on it tonight.
yeah, you know, we don't have James joining us tonight, so we've been very clean in our language. So I'm gonna let one go here. It's about fucking time.
I completely agree, and they absolutely earned it tonight in front of their family. In the moment of consciousness, we look at the challengers. We're going to do anything possible to win what they coveted was supposed to be theirs. That moment, he looked at his father, at his mother, realized the morals you were raised on. He knew what he had to do to win these titles for sure. The right way, the Creed way, and he put out all the stops with a shooting star press. Look at this.
Yeah, that was a thing of beauty, man.
Perfect execution. Julius
I don't
Creed.
think I've seen one. I don't think I've seen one that pretty since Billy Kidman, Noah.
It wasn't just pretty, it was pretty deadly, as we have new NXT Tag Team Champions. Congratulations, Julius and Brutus Creed of Diamond Mine, your new NXT Men's Tag Team Champions. Well done.
Yes.
And we finally have a Brutus that's a champion of the company. I don't have to say Brutus, the fucking Barber Beefcake afterwards. I'm so happy. I'm so happy about that. It's good stuff.
Train
As
becoming
they
That's
celebrate with
2-in-1
their
show there, Ed.
parents at
2-in-1
ringside.
show. Anyway.
Train becoming
So-
performed. That is Diamond
I love
Mine,
it.
and that is what allowed the Creed brothers to finally become the NXT Tag Team Champions. Congratulations. I couldn't be happier.
Man, they're
And we
putting the
talked
machine
about it a
behind this
little
match,
bit.
man. 2 promos in 1 show. Anyway.
Whew.
We talked a
That
little
was
bit
great.
during the match there, Noah. The post-match celebration, the family moments.
Yep.
And-
as soon as the family was at ringside, you kind of caught an audible right there, JJ, and you were right. They gave it to them. They gave it to them tonight. I truly hope it is not a one night off. That was a tremendous match, and they deserve to be the champs.
And you talk about
Without
family moments,
question.
guys. I mean, this whole match they're advertising, the main event, Hell in a Cell. It's all about family. Cody coming home to claim the one piece of WWE legacy history that they never got, the WWE Championship. But the road to good intentions is paved or the road to success is paved with good intentions. But unfortunately, this road goes through Hell in a Cell.
Well, sometimes it's hell trying to get to heaven as the American Nightmare looks to bury Seth freaking Rollins on his way to achieving a dream.
And JJ, as much as we shit on, or not really shit on, because we actually do enjoy the show, as much as we, make ha-ha Double J and Conrad Thompson, his interview of the Broken Skull Sessions, I can't recommend it enough. So good. So
Definitely something I'll have to check out somewhere down the road, as Barry Manilow would say.
yes.
But between
There's so
all
many-
the movies that I'm watching to review,
Yep.
between
Yes.
watching episodes of Kenobi to do that,
Yep.
between watching all of the sports entertainment and professional wrestling content on a weekly basis,
Damn it!
between
There's
spending
too much
time with
content!
my daughter and my girlfriend, I don't know where I can pencil it in, Meacham.
Again, there's
Very
so
true.
much content everywhere in and out of wrestling. It's impossible to keep up with all of it.
And here
Yeah,
we
it
are being
was-
shown Becky Gaga again.
Yes.
Trademark that shit along with Skippy Flyback. We need a Becky Gaga shirt.
Right. Well, I'm waiting to see if Stat Boy actually gets himself ready to be in the shot, because he's kind of moving around there. I don't see him actually sitting down. Actually, if he wants to be in the shot, that's cool. I just need to know that he's good to go. All right, there we go.
Well, he's only
All right,
got
very good.
he's only got like a minute or two in between matches.
Yes.
I'm good to
Yeah, there's
go.
only one match left tonight, too. Hoofa Magoofa.
Just making sure you were moving around there. You had your ass to the camera, so I didn't know if I wanted to be showing that to the world.
No,
Boy,
I'm
be quiet.
working
It's
on
one
the
thing for you to
Saturday
make
night
it ass, it's
for
another
the
thing for you to show you.
success.
No, we do not show bottom half nudity or any nudity on the Jeff Beatrice Network. We save that for Aaron when he's trying to get rid of people.
Oh, good Lord Almighty.
I don't do that.
Yeah, and
Although I
and
gotta say, I've been having somewhat technical difficulties over here on my end tonight. I did have a perfect freeze frame of Mandy Rose's ass during that match, though. I'm just throwing that out there. One of the few times it glitched in my favor.
Oh, Lord.
Jay, are you using my account by chance?
Yes,
Okay, which login are you logged in on?
JM, since we're throwing it out there to the whole world.
I don't really care if people know. It's fine. I just want to make sure, because I'm watching on the Jeff one, so I want to make sure that's
I
not the reason
figured.
you're glitching. So
No.
Okay,
They,
all right.
they were doing stuff earlier today, contacting Spectrum, and there was a whole issue that occurred. So I'm sure this is just part of the repercussions of all that.
Are you trying to say Spectrum has issues with their service and with customer relations? The hell you say?
My fellow Americans, despite cable provider issues, let's all gather here and remember that on Tuesday, July 5th, we got Great American Bash, hosted by NXT.
Ooh.
Luckily, it's Tuesday night, so we don't necessarily have to cover it. But
I am looking
The
forward
match
to the
is definitely
women's
given some
breakout
moments to
finals.
remember.
Say that again, JJ. I'm sorry.
I said I am looking forward to the finals of this breakout tournament.
Yes.
Roxanne Perez with the freaking win. Let's freaking go. The former Roxy, former Ring of Honor Women's World Champion, looks to take down Beverly Hills 90210 and take some money from her wallet. Let's freaking go.
With the passion and fury and anger.
Meanwhile, Josh
Please,
Briggs
Noah,
takes on Von
please.
Wagner.
That only
I'm not
Noah
really sure
can
what to say about
bring.
this match.
That's right. I'm
And
just glad that
Fire takes on Tana Paxley. Looks to make her burn in her lights.
what is Robbie E's WWE NXT name?
Robert Stone.
I'm just glad he still has a job because I thought sure they were going to can him after all the shenanigans went down with his stable. So
You want to talk about shenanigans? Shoot, that might come into play here because if Braun
Yes.
Breaker gets disqualified, Joe Gacy will finally claim the NXT Championship. Main event time, folks. Braun Breaker, Joe Gacy, NXT Championship.
This is the one that
I love
everyone
it.
has been waiting for, in theory, Noah.
And we're not talking about Fury, the United States Champion.
I was gonna-
No,
yeah,
I
yeah,
understand what you're
yeah.
talking about there, bro.
series tomorrow.
The proud son of a Steiner.
Isn't that crazy though? We've got the son of arguably the greatest tag team to come out of WCW headlining tonight, and arguably the son of arguably the best booker in WCW history main eventing tomorrow night.
There you go.
Crazy.
And the question on
This
everybody's
is gonna be
mind
weird.
is, will those men walk out with the W in their respective matches?
Yeah.
Or will Joe Gacy do the unthinkable and dethrone Braun Breaker?
If
Well-
he can prey on the emotions of Braun Breaker tonight, like he has been doing, it very well could become an inclusive world on NXT.
JJ, you and I are very familiar with the whole champion losing by disqualification stipulation, biting the guy we want to win square in the business with Christian and Randy Orton 11 years ago. Good Lord. So, hey, never say never. As long as Gacy doesn't spit in Breaker's face, I'll be okay.
I concur with that. Although we did want Christian to win the title, just
We
not
did,
that
yes,
way.
yes. Yeah, definitely not that
For-
way.
Not
For
way.
reasons, I imagine.
Yeah, that was
Dory
just-
says hi.
Hi, Dory.
Hi,
Yeah,
Dory.
we heard. Yeah, we heard. It's just, we were trying to make a point.
You know,
You know.
do like we do.
Hi
like
guys.
we do.
You know, I just
Hello,
wanted
hello,
to
hello.
make sure that my picks because
Oh,
That's okay.
I got yours. I got
okay,
yours, Dory.
awesome. Have a great time tonight, guys. I'll catch up with you later.
Sounds
Sounds
good,
good.
my friend.
That's it.
Just as a heads up, gentlemen, once the main event is over, I am going to excuse myself for about 10-15. Go eat dinner. I was notified of dinner, about an hour and a half ago. But I reminded them that I was doing actual commentary and couldn't really leave the booth, so to speak.
Right.
So once this is over, if y'all can give me like a 15-minute break before we move into open mic night, give James a chance to get in here if he's going to join us for the festivities, that would be greatly appreciated. And here comes the champ.
I
In
got no problem
your
putting up a break. What do you call it? A bumper at the like a little musical interlude for intermission or something.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about here, Jeff. And
Yes.
meanwhile, Braun Breaker breaking into his house, his domain, his NXT, defending everything he stands for and the honor of his family against Joe Gacy tonight.
Breaking on through to the other side.
Yes. I
Simple as that.
am still. It's one of those like. I felt old watching, television shows. I felt old, having, the sons and daughters of people I grew up watching in sports break in. Man, having the sons and daughters of wrestlers just ages me exponentially. Frickin' Rick Steiner's son, Granted, Dustin's been around for a long time, but Cody, being, involved, and just Natty Neidhart, and just all, it's like, oh my God, just like the people I grew up watching, their children are now getting involved. It's just crazy to me.
Meanwhile, here comes
Nothing
Mr.
will ever make me
Inclusive
feel as
himself.
old in professional wrestling as watching Beyond the Mat and seeing little Noelle Foley and then looking at her Instagram today.
Yeah,
There
Instagram,
you go.
That is what makes me feel old.
And the fact that she has a presence on the site we can't talk about on YouTube. Wow. Hey,
What is he, a monk?
No.
He is a
He's a
false
cult leader.
prophet.
The false prophet. There you go. Good call, Noah. Good call.
Looking to bring us into his world of inclusiveness tonight, with him as the NXT champion.
His world.
Good
No, it's
grief.
one. Oh wait, sorry, wrong faction. I'm sorry.
John Lennon wants Imagine a Utopia. Joe Gacy is the opposite of that.
He wants a dystopia.
100% without question.
Yeah,
Braun Breaker, he has to keep his emotions
And if
in
you
check.
don't know, now you know.
SaveTheConrad.com.
That's a
Plugging in for no reason in particular.
Again, Braun Breaker, wait. Think about it. Because again, if Braun Breaker gets disqualified, he will lose the title to Joe Gacy tonight.
And that's got to be in Gacy's head, is how can he play his mind games to make Braun Breaker snap?
Oh, without a doubt. Hit me as hard as you can. Keep hitting me. I want you to unleash your anger on me. It will make you feel better. That is the message and probably the plan tonight of Joe Gacy.
Release your anger. It gives you strength.
Oh, and already.
And here we go.
Here we go. See?
Bell is not rung yet. He's already. Again, you can only push a Steiner so little before they explode. Bombers are underway. And right now, Joe Gacy, another slap. I have to imagine that his father, Braun's father, Rick Steiner, had to give him some advice before heading into this match tonight. Because I don't think Scott Steiner would give you sound advice.
No, but Scott is known for being a hothead and losing his cool. So if anyone could teach him how to maintain, it could be Uncle Scott.
That's an opposite contrast that actually could work in a sense. We also got to consider there are two followers of Joe Gacy on the outside of the ring. Will they come into play as well? Right now, Joe Gacy controlling Braun Breaker. Stiff forearm shot. Brings Braun
Always
into the ropes.
possible. Always possible that they'll get involved, but that would get Joe Gacy disqualified in theory and would end up not allowing him to get the title. Unless they came in and attacked Gacy.
Yeah, exactly. Or Braun Breaker instigates an attack on them per se and doesn't, control his temper. All it takes is one false shot to the ref for Joe Gacy, and we got a new champion.
It's very true.
And meanwhile, Braun Breaker right now controlling Joe Gacy in the corner, admonishing the ref's count. And right now, Joe Gacy, out of the back door, drops down, running on the ropes. Oh, caught! Oh, man! The power of Braun Breaker. As Joe Gacy rolls to the outside of the ring with his disciples. Title cannot change hands on the count out. It makes me wonder if Braun should take advantage of that during this match, especially with the awareness of those presences on the outside. Looking to influence with a chair. If Braun uses it, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Oh! Inadvertent use, Braun Breaker using the chair on himself as Joe Gacy pushes him into the ring post. Momentary hesitation, distraction. It's like that impulse reaction that Joe Gacy's going to prey upon on Braun Breaker here tonight.
Yeah, Braun's got to try to be smarter than that. The Steiners have never been known for being the brightest in the ring. He's got to try to make sure that he doesn't fall into that trap of letting Gacy manipulate him.
Well, you figure about the pace of the night, JJ. Most of these matches, they have been physical to a degree, but this more so here is going to be more mental because at the end of the day, it's the mental game that's going to decide the factor and the winner. That breaker, 2, no. Braun Breaker kicks out at 2. Locks the head. Even exploiting the fact that Braun Breaker had anger issues when he was a child, never got those corrected either. This has definitely gone in all forms personal, to say the least. This is the one type of therapist you don't ever want to see.
Oh, no.
Oof. And right now, Gacy, Irish whip, Braun Breaker, center of the corner. Gacy follows up with an elbow shot. Another short arm clothesline. Meanwhile, Joe Gacy falls in. Oh, man! Mean sliding elbow from this demented cult leader himself. And right now, Gacy is in control, and that's a scary thing to see.
And just look at the look on his face.
Yeah, that's a guy that belongs in the mental institution, and lithium isn't going to cut it. And meanwhile, oh, a senton on the apron. Compressing Braun's chest.
Very nicely done.
Cover, 2.
Braun is looking worse for wear.
He's wearing down the champion right now, both physically and mentally, exploiting both faults. Shots to the back. Again, Braun Breaker has to keep himself composed, but he also has to find a way to take Joe Gacy off his game, too. I don't think he could play Joe Gacy's game, per se. It's that physical dominance he has to rely on with controlled anger management in order to win today. And right now, Joe Gacy pushes Braun out onto the apron. I don't know what he's looking for here. And right now, Joe Gacy tries Braun between the ropes, brings him back in. Just goes in for the cover. 2. Ooh. Preying on the psychological psyche.
As we talked about earlier, he's making him exert that energy to keep kicking out like that.
True, but you also see Braun Breaker's expression. He's also exploiting the fact that if he can make Braun angry, he could also catch him making a mistake.
Yeah, without
Braun tries to
question.
follow up. A couple of shots, gets denied. Joe Gacy firmly in control once again. And once again, keeping Braun Breaker in the corner. Exploiting him. Wailing him down. Bit of a partisan crowd here as we got some false disciples of Joe Gacy in the audience. Good grief. Oh, look at this. Roll through, roll up, and they get all of it. Joe Gacy counts. Oh! Looking for a submission. Trying to wear down Braun Breaker. Can't block the legs, though, it seems, around the body. Oh, he's got it now. Braun trying to reverse the pressure. And right now, I don't think this is going to work. Too much power. I mean, again, the girth of Braun Breaker is hard enough to lock in place for a submission, although it does seem like he has a chin lock. Go for a crossface, maybe. And right now, the midsection is free, but he is working that neck. Braun Breaker reversing the pressure, rolls through, shoulders down. 2 count. Oh, what's this? Oh, man! Big Uranagi. And that will definitely not the win out. Braun Breaker is enough for the win for the championship. Kick out at 2. Oof. You got to think about this also, though. With how much Joe Gacy's wearing down Braun Breaker, how much of this is taking out Joe Gacy as well?
Oh no, man! You've got to imagine that a man of Joe Gacy's demeanor is mentally prepared for these type of games. You know, you talked about some of his followers in the audience. And you figure whether it's a televangelist on television or Charlie Manson, you know, there's always going to be those followers regardless.
Almost feels like Joe Gacy is just having fun here right now with Braun Breaker at times. After we saw that ridiculous position upside down the ropes with a follow-up implant DDT for a 2 count. It's almost like he
And
feels
Daniel
like he's
here
in
keeps
control. Can win it at any time.
Daniel keeps making mention of Bray Wyatt. That definitely gave me Wyatt vibes, how he would do that old backwards crawl.
Well, I hope not. Oh! Nasty landing. Joe Gacy dropped jaw first, it seems, on the steel ring steps to the floor after ascending to the top. And right now, Braun's looking for feeling back in that right arm that, of course, went into that steel chair and ring post earlier in the match. And meanwhile, it looks like Braun Breaker's trying to take advantage of the outside of the ring, bringing him back inside. And right now, the rest count to 5, and we're both back in. Shout out to the guy with the Ricochet shirt, former NXT. Braun Breaker looking to follow up. Oh, man, and Joe Gacy just cuts him down. Shoulders down, too. Oh, near fall. And once again, back to the headlock. Wearing down the champ. Take a look, by the way, when Joe Gacy fell off. Got the base sticking out from underneath him. Hard landing on those steps. And then falls up with a clothesline. And every time Braun Breaker tries to get a little bit of momentum, Joe Gacy cuts him off of the past.
And Gacy's prepared for it, man. He knows what he has to do to get Braun off of his game. And whether it's a disqualification or a pinfall, Joe Gacy is prepared. And I'm not 100% sure anymore that Braun is.
Well, we've seen Braun Breaker and how much he's been tested as champion, even when he wasn't champion. When he first came into this brand, he led NXT 2.0 to victory at War Games. He became the NXT 2.0 champion, defeating the former leader of this brand under the black and gold, Tommaso Ciampa. And even after Dolph Ziggler got the best of him at Stand and Delivered, he followed up with a victory then on Monday Night Raw. And ever since then, he's been the standard bearer of this NXT.
And he's done an amazing job of it. But is it time to pass the vision, as it were, onto another individual? Right?
Well, I think it comes down to what vision you trust. Ooh. Uh-oh. And Braun right now blocked the shot. Joe Gacy, wide-eye, realizes right now Braun is back where he needs to be, and that is up on his feet. Ooh. Boot to Joe Gacy. Oh! There's that collegiate amateur football background coming into play with the jumping shoulder tackles. Doesn't underneath the clothesline. Joe Gacy off the ropes, and Braun Breaker catches him. Spine buster!
Spine on the pine. And Braun is fired up, but Gacy rolling to the outside.
Great awareness, as it would be. Now, if I was the champion, I would just take advantage of this time. And, oh, no. What are you thinking, Braun? Braun Breaker off the ropes. Oh, my word!
Oh, wow. The athleticism of Braun Breaker.
Braun Breaker over the top rope. And just like that, Braun Breaker firmly in control.
And the crowd showing their support, barking.
Well, again, it's a Steiner. You also have, if you support a Steiner, you bark. That's how that works.
Oh, yeah,
and
without
everybody
question.
knows that if you're a WCW fan. And meanwhile, Braun Breaker going to the rope. Wait, look at the Druid. Watch the Druid. Trying to get involved here. Well, and Braun brings the follower in the hard way. Wait. A chair. Oh, what is this? Trying to pull an Eddie Guerrero. See, we got caught red-handed. Trying to steal the championship. Again, the ref cannot call what he didn't see. He just saw him with it in hand. You can't make a call like that. Don't you even. Thank you. The other ref. We don't have VAR here like the UK wishes they had at times. We had a second official making sure we do not want a tainted title victory. That's what that comes down to. Wait, it's a Credo too. Oh my word, that was close.
Yeah, that dispute between the two refs.
Ducks underneath the clothesline. Boom, clothesline.
that dispute between the two refs gave Joe Gacy just enough time to recover.
But not enough to take advantage as Braun Breaker brings the straps down and is looking for someone else here. Spear! Oh my word! The momentum of
Joe
that
Gacy
spear
in a house of pain.
pushes Joe Gacy off the apron through the announce table.
But can
Holy
Braun
tea!
capitalize?
Good grief, almost in a Vic Joseph and Wade Barrett's laps. And that lower spine definitely explained. At this point, Braun Breaker just take a count on. He keeps the title.
Yeah,
What's
but Braun
Breaker
doesn't
gonna
want
do?
it that way. He wants the emphatic exclamation point on this feud with Joe Gacy.
And that in the end might cost him, but we'll see. Oof. Right now, the ref resetting his count now that both men are on the outside of the ring. Got 3.
By the way, guys, we have the most viewership at a single moment in time of any Jeff Meacham Network premium live event coverage across any brand of any company. So congratulations, you two.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. If you want more of this, please let the boss know, and I'll be happy to try and do this. Oh, my word! What a bulldog off the top! 1, 2, Braun Breaker return! No, it's not over yet. Ooh. I gotta wonder with how much time Braun Breaker took with Joe Gacy on the outside. Did that give him enough, just enough wherewithal to be able to kick out of that? And again, Joe Gacy reaching for the chair. I'm not sure how wise this is. Oh, here we go. And again, JJ, back to the mental game, exploiting Braun Breaker's emotions, his rage. If he gives in and clocks Gacy, we have a new champion. Will Braun give in?
I hope not, Noah, but you never know.
Okay, we're good. He gave it to the ref. It doesn't look like we're gonna get. Oh! Dreaded low blow! Not like this! The roll up! 2! Oh my gosh! Damn! Nearly had a new champion off that momentary hesitation. Too damn close for comfort, JD.
Too close indeed.
Uh-oh. That might have been enough, though, to tick Braun off. Braun, if you get disqualified, you lose the title. Think about this. Don't give in. What's up, ref? Oh, to the Druid. Wait, what's Joe Gacy going up the spear? Spear! Spear! And right now, Braun Breaker, with all the momentum, looking to finish this once and for all. Raises him up. Press slam. Power slam. The cover hooks the leg. 1, 2. Braun Breaker retains.
There you go. Braun was able to get his frustration out by taking that steel chair to the Druid without it costing him his title or his victory. Well done and well thought out by Braun Breaker.
But you gotta give credit to the maniacal fool himself, Joe Gacy. He came here with all sorts of a game plan and nearly got it done in the end without lifting a finger.
Oh yeah, I take nothing away from Gacy. You know, as weird as this may sound, I was fully prepared for this to be the end of their rivalry, the end of their feud. But I'll be damned if I don't want to see one more match between these two, because Gacy really came just that close to getting into the mental and the mind space of Braun Breaker and being able to dethrone him. I think he deserves one more shot.
And we also got to consider this. The outside factors coming into play, too, at times. That psychological warfare. We thought that Joe Gacy had it here with the low blow roll-up. My heart nearly came out of my chest.
But watch this spear when he takes the Druid out. This spear, God almighty.
That's enough to take a freaking quarterback down to the end zone.
What I love is he basically has the same 1-2 combination as Goldberg does to end his matches, because the slam is very reminiscent of the jackhammer that Goldberg has used for so many years. But, man, that spear, as hard as Goldberg did hit, and I will give old Billy Boy credit there during his WCW run, I don't think I've ever seen a spear hit with that much intensity in my entire 30-plus years of watching this stuff. Braun Breaker nearly cut Joe Gacy in fourths, not even in half. Christ.
I don't know. Some of Rhino's gores had that same intensity, man. You really thought when he gored like Spike Dudley that he had just killed Spike.
It's one of those. It was just in the moment. I mean, Joe was going for whatever you want to call it, the back spring into the whatever he was going to do. But man,
handstand springboard, I think like a cutter type move.
He cut him out of the air and just drove him. It was hard to watch. I sat here, I went, oh fuck me, like right as he happened. So it was.
That's why I said spear like 3 times. That spear has some malice behind it. That has some pent up frustration, some family redemption behind it.
That was done with intent and furious anger, without question.
And it was enough
100%.
to set him up for that power slam and for Braun Breaker to still be the leader of this NXT and still our NXT champion.
And let me just say here, Jeff, you popped in during the screen and mentioned about how we had the most views at one time for a PLE coverage that we've done. I have just got to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for Jeff, and I'm sure I speak for Noah as well, thank you to all of you out there that have tuned in tonight so far and joined us for this, because this really could have been a throwaway show at the end of the day. And the fact that many of you tuned in to hear the Simple Man and myself call the action, that means a lot to me, being as how this was my first time at the commentary booth. And like I said, I know it means a lot to Jeff as the CEO, COO, owner, operator, man, myth, legend, West Coast professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham that he is.
Yes. Quite so.
Proper bomb drop. And again, thank you folks for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed this premium live event, live watch along commentary and reactions. And we look forward to doing this for y'all again if you all so wish to have it for any brand of wrestling. But tonight, this was NXT in your house, and they are off the air. So now I will hand it over to Jeff Meacham that will talk about the activities to come ahead, whether tonight or to come tomorrow night. Thanks for tuning in to this part, though.
Well, I'm going to ask the 4 in the room right now, because I know 2 of you guys definitely look forward to the post pay-per-view open mic nights every time. But are we down for open mic night? Because I know Jay, I know you got to eat.
I am definitely down for open mic night. Like I said, I'm just asking for 10 to 15 to go down, grab my dinner, devour it real quick, and return to my seat.
Noah, if we take a brief little lobby music interlude, will you come back at about 1/4 till the hour?
I'll be happy to.
Mikey?
Awesome.
I'm always down to drop a rant anytime you ask. If you got the topics, I've got the speech, I've got some time to kill. Hey, I'm down for a break. Let's do it.
We've got a couple of topics, but this is definitely going to be one of those open mic nights. I'm just going to kind of like just go off the cuff today. So whatever happens, happens. So.
Yeah. Those of you out there that are still watching, while we take this little 10, 15-minute hiatus, if you've got something that you want us to talk about, leave it in the comment box.
Yes,
That'll
please do.
Give us some fodder. James, if you're still watching, you know where the stream link is. You want to come in and join us for open mic night? Thank you, sweetheart.
It was my first NXT call out, and based on the overall reaction tonight, and I had fun. It certainly won't be the last, and I have loved calling this with JJ, and certainly looking forward to do this again.
Thank you. I wish my connection over here had acted a little bit better. That's why there were points where I wasn't talking, because I either ended up ahead of you or behind you and had already missed the call.
That's Peacock.
It was one of those things. Either I'm behind you and you've already covered it, so no point in talking about it, or I'm ahead of you and I don't want to spoil it. So those few moments where we were able to like sync up there, I made sure to try to get my 2 cents in. Or if I did end up ahead of you, I tried to throw something out there that could be filler until you caught up with me, and then I
Right.
could comment on it right after you mentioned it.
Right. I get it, man. I totally get it.
Well, that's the beauty of you being in the analyst seat, Jay, is you can, if you're that close behind where it's not going to be a big deal if you let him call the action, then you're good. That's why it's why James and Casey then try to sync up, because they want to make sure they're with it. But that's the beauty part of where you sit. And I highly encourage everybody else that may or may not take that seat, including Casey, including James, when they come back, for tomorrow or for, the NWA or our anniversary or whatever the case may be, let the simple man do simple things. Call the action and just chime in when you gotta.
I'm a solo act, apparently.
Well, no, not even that. It's one of those. The analyst is supposed to analyze what's happening in the ring, but you have to know what's happening in the ring. The whole thing I've always been taught with commentary, and what's been taught across the board, is you need to call the action as though the person with your access is blind. So they need to be able to picture it in their head. So if you've got multiple play-by-plays, the blind person's going to have a freaking brain short circuit. So it's just one of those, you called it great. JJ was able to chime in with what he knows and what he's observed, and it was perfect. And there was a reason we had 40-plus people in here at one time watching you guys do this, because the flow was so simple yet effective, and I loved it. So.
And thank you again
thanks,
for all the praise. You, Jeff, from Noah, CC, my girlfriend, thank you. I'm looking forward to the next one for sure, whatever it may be. If we're doing it again tomorrow for Hell in a Cell,
Which it sounds
if
like
James
we are.
is here in the seat, however we're doing it.
But again, as we take this break, remember, it's not Hell in a Cell tomorrow, for we are entering the Red Crate of Hate.
Damn it.
We'll be back at quarter till, let's see, for the East Coast kids, quarter till 11. For you West Coast kids, quarter till 8. We'll be back in just about 10-15 minutes. Stay tuned, everybody.
All right.
See you soon, folks.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. We are here now for open mic night. God help us all, because it's post PLE, and we all know what that means here on the Jeff Meacham Network. And tonight, the Custody Studios. And yes, we are back on Facebook and Twitter. So welcome back to the socials. For those of you that missed out on the pay-per-view,
Tweeter,
YouTube kids,
Tweeter.
Tweeter.
Hello, Tweeter, and the Book of Face, as the Hardys would say. There we go. It's been a crazy, crazy few days, to say the very least, since we last did a pay-per-view. We last did an open mic night, which was last Sunday night after Double or Nothing, which, again, damn, was that a good pay-per-view.
Yes, it was.
But we went right up into the fat of the fire because, as people remember, I was at Dynamite on Wednesday. And
You were? I did not know that.
Right, there you go. So it's one of those things.
I was unaware.
Yeah, sure you were. So what happened was, in the process of what happened?
If you're going to be talking to someone off camera, mute your microphone.
Mikey, if you're going to talk to somebody off air, mute your mic. Jesus Christ Almighty. Anyway, let's see. I lost my train of thought now. Damn it. Okay, there we go.
How about you're at Dynamite on Wednesday?
Yes, yeah. In the process of being at Dynamite on Wednesday, we saw the first appearance as the AEW World Champion of one CM Punk. And unfortunately for one CM Punk, during the course of the six-man match he had involving FTR and himself against, help me out with the opponents, guys.
Max Caster and the As Boys.
That's right. So, unfortunately, Mr. Punk sustained an injury. Apparently, one of his legs is broken or some sort of catastrophic injury where he's going to need surgery, is basically what happened. So, what we have is a situation where I need to make that fix. There we go. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to read this as best I can here, and we'll see if I can zoom in any farther and not lose the screen. I can't. Okay. So basically, this was issued Friday, immediately following Punk's announcement over on Rampage, which of course was from Ontario, California, as the press release says. During Rampage from Ontario's sold out Toyota Arena, which again, great plug for Ontario and the arena, which JJ is very familiar with.
Yeah.
AEW World Champion CM Punk announced that due to injury, he would be out of action indefinitely. However, while willing to, he didn't put this on the thing here, he was willing to relinquish the championship, but he did not. Instead, Tony Khan announced that there would be an interim World Championship Eliminator Series beginning this Wednesday at AEW Dynamite on TBS. The multi-stage Eliminator Series will feature, and I'll go ahead and go to the next image here rather than I'll read the whole thing. It's okay. An exciting battle royal featuring many of the top contenders in AEW will open Wednesday's Dynamite. The winner of that match, which will take place at the Cable Dahmer Arena in Independence, Missouri, will then face the number one ranked contender in AEW, Jon Moxley. And the winner of that match at the end of Dynamite will go on to face the winner of a match that was announced for Dominion coming up 1 week from tonight for you kids out here on the West Coast. That is, for the rest of you, it's 1 week from tomorrow morning. Hiroshi Tanahashi and Hiroki Goto, which we'll talk in just a minute about those two guys. So the winner of those two matches, will then go on to June 26th in the Forbidden Door, and they will meet to determine the interim AEW World Champion. That was a lot to unpack, and I understand that, but let me go ahead and make it a little bit easier for y'all on the visual front. So, Dynamite, Wednesday night, we will have Jon Moxley, who was ranked number one in the AEW World Championship rankings under, of course, the world champion CM Punk, will face the winner of a battle royal that will kick off Dynamite Wednesday. So that's stage one, if you will. Stage two will then take place at Dominion in just a couple of days here. Actually, a couple of days after that, 1 week, again, from tonight if you're here in the West. Everywhere else, it's 1 week from tomorrow because it'll be Sunday, June 12th, actually, when this takes place in Japan. But Noah, tell us about these two guys. Let me go ahead and see what I'm talking about here. Tanahashi and Goto. Go ahead and fill our audience in on what this means, not only to the New Japan audience, but to the wrestling world, that these two guys have the opportunity to become AEW World Champion.
Well, Hiroshi Tanahashi is synonymous with New Japan Pro Wrestling. He's been there for pretty much his entire 50-year legacy, it seems, drawn it out of the Dark Ages. He's known as the ace of New Japan for a very good reason. He also has past history with the IWGP United States Championship, a title that also is very synonymous with Jon Moxley. It's Jon Moxley who called out Tanahashi at one point to challenge him per se title or just one-on-one in an affair, and that match has never happened. And meanwhile, Hiroki Goto, who has been a massive influence also with Tanahashi's help, leader, member in Chaos, former IWGP Tag Team Champion, multiple time, never open weight champion. These two have tremendous respect for each other, but also when it comes to competition, they have a heck of a rivalry and a very stern record. Multiple encounters during the G1 climax, where most of the times Hiroshi Tanahashi has gotten the better of this very man. It's going to come down to who wants this more, not necessarily at AEW, but who wants this win more on the big stage that is Dominion. When it comes to Japan Pro Wrestling, Dominion at this point might as well be one of their big four shows, in my opinion, up there with Tantaku and what used to be King of Pro Wrestling, now the KOPW Championship, but that's another thing for another day. So
also on the line on Sunday, so
exactly, that's going to be a very, and I'm looking forward to that. All hail the Holy Emperor Titus.
My God.
Look, I'll talk about that later. I'm a Chris Shaw guy with the pants thing. We'll talk about that later when we do the preview and predictions. But as far as this goes, this is going to be a very interesting contest. Neither of these men have any history with Jon Moxley either. So either way, this is a first to come. Jon Moxley is the winner at the end of Dynamite, most likely will be, and awaits the winner of this match at Forbidden Door. These are two of the most premier names and longest veteran names for sure in New Japan Pro Wrestling that you're going to see duke it out at the highest form of competition.
It's just crazy how things change so rapidly in such a short span of time. We go from the unbelievable high that many of us felt at seeing CM Punk once again on top of the world as a world champion. You figure it had been almost 10 full years since he was a world champion in any wrestling company. Figure he walked in the 2013 Royal Rumble with the title and then walked out having lost to The Rock. And I pointed out to JJ earlier that the last time he entered a world championship match in Los Angeles, which was where Dynamite was Wednesday, he walked out still the WWE champion, having defeated John Cena and The Big Show in a triple threat match at SummerSlam. So the fact that he was able to come back to LA as a world champion, and I got to experience it. I said this on social media. When he came back to the wrestling business, one of my bucket list points was to see a CM Punk entrance in a match one more time. Cult personality, the match, everything. But if you noticed, we all kind of when he botched the buckshot lariat last Sunday. And for those of us that watched Dynamite, again, JJ, I know you haven't watched it, so I'm sorry. But for those of us that watched Dynamite or got to see it live, he botched it a couple of times. And it was ugly. Like it was like, oh, what the hell? And to the point of the people next to me were just giving it to him. And I don't know what made air. I haven't watched the entire show back yet, but he cut a promo basically saying, I'm going to screw up. I'm going to mess up and I'll keep trying to get better. And you almost have the sense of he knows he's messing up, but at least he's acknowledging it to the crowd and at least to himself. And then here came Friday and everything got flipped tipsy-tavy. So I'll start with Jay since he, is literally getting all of this right now as he hears it without having watched the shows. What, we all remember the famous Rick Rude promo from, 25 years ago. What a difference a day makes. What a difference a week makes in the world of CM Punk and All Elite Wrestling.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you go from the highest to highs to the lowest to lows. You walking out of the pay-per-view as the champion, vindicated, redeemed, and then less than a week later, you're out with injury again. I do like the fact that they're not taking the title off him.
Yes.
They're not making him relinquish it. They're doing what UFC and Ring of Honor have done in the past.
Yes.
Creating an interim champion. That way down the road, we can get Moxley Punk or one of these other guys versus Punk or whoever wins the battle royal. Right. It's not set in stone that Moxley will win out of that match.
Very true.
definitely the odds are in his favor, but the flip side of that coin is he doesn't know who he's facing.
Nor do the people in the Battle Royal. So,
So once the Battle Royal is, everybody entering that Battle Royal knows they have a chance to face Moxley.
Correct.
Moxley
In the main
doesn't know
event
who
of
he's
Dynamite
facing.
that night.
So they can all mentally prepare for Moxley. Do some extra gym workouts, get the conditioning up to have to do 2 matches, go from a Battle Royal to an all-out brawl and war with Mox later in the night.
Exactly.
Mox doesn't have the same time to prepare.
No, but at the same time, Jay, Mox has that. He hasn't forgotten being robbed of the AEW championship at all.
Exactly.
I don't count Mox out though. Like I say, he's definitely the odds-on favorite because he's the number 1 contender. He's being given that bye, if you will, to the finals.
Right.
Whereas everybody else has to compete for that opportunity.
Yes.
On the flip side, JJ, Hiroshi Tanahashi and Hiroki Gogo, it's almost a pick 'em necessarily that Tanahashi's going to win that because of more counters. The ace has gotten the better of the Savage Warrior. In fact, their last singles encounter was during G1 Climax last year. Tanahashi beat him.
There you go. Those 2 guys I'm completely uneducated in, but back to my original point, I think it's good that AEW is going this route, and then we have something to look forward to down the line.
Right.
And that's not even technically set in stone because whoever wins the interim title could potentially lose it before Punk comes back.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is something that could be factored into things too. So, it's one of the things that I really wish WWE would do is have an interim champion instead of constantly having to give belts up due to injury or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Or losing your smile.
Jeez.
But I commend AEW for doing that and giving us that sense of prestige that this is something worthy of our time because we're not just going to strip our brand new champion that we've invested all this money in, much to the chagrin of some longtime performers, and just call it a day.
It's funny you mentioned that guy, JJ. Mikey, I'll come to you. You've seen the promo at this point from Max. And I know JJ's seen it too because it was all over social media. If you missed it, you were literally in a hole in the ground Wednesday night at this point. I mean,
I haven't seen the entire 8 minutes. I've seen about half of it.
That's okay.
I've had the condensed version. But
right.
I have enough of a gist of what Mr. Friedman said that evening.
Yes. Mikey, so Max made it very clear. He wants gone. He doesn't want to be in the company anymore. At least, and again, like I said on social media, whether it's a work or a shoot, Max is a made man. Is this the opportunity for him to make the stand? Is this the opportunity, Mike, for him to go into this battle royal, insert himself, against Tony Khan's will, and find a way to get in the battle royal, win this thing, and then beat Mox? Or do we not see him at all Wednesday and he slithers his way in a different way later on? Mikey is, I think, muted or doesn't realize he's still muted because there we go.
There you go.
From what I've heard about MJF, no showing and all this stuff, I don't know much about him. But if I'm hearing all this bad stuff about him, that he doesn't want to be in the company anymore, whether it's a work or a shoot, get the hell out then, okay? Bottom line. I don't.
Right.
I'm sorry. I don't know much about you. You've got this thing where you're this like, I'm gonna say it like your shit don't stink, okay?
Well,
stop it, okay? If he doesn't want to be there, get the hell out. If he wants to make it into a story where he wants to prove himself, fine. By all means, go into it. Let me also quickly say that, Punk, I hope you get better quick, because it kind of sucks, but injuries happen. We all know this. This is wrestling. This is what happened.
Yep.
And I'm actually going to say this. I give big props to AEW for taking a page out of UFC and keeping a title relevant by putting in the interim into it. Interim UFC champion was a thing when we were watching back in the day. That's basically how I think it went. If the majority champion could not defend his title, hey, you've got the interim going.
Right.
Vince is probably sitting in his mansion or his office or whatever. He's probably ripping his hair out of his scalp, thinking, "Why am I not doing this?" And Tony Khan beat him to it. So AEW's got a one-up on this. I totally agree with what Renegade was saying. WWE should have an interim champion, but not make it the IC or the US or the secondary title. There needs to be, look at Roman right now. Okay, there's rumors that Roman might not work during the summer. Okay, normally if he wasn't going to work during the summer, you get rid of you give up the belts. Bottom line, problem solved. But because Roman's on this new God mode level, you can't just end such a long reign like that. He has to lose the belt legitimately. He has to be beaten for it. If you say, "Oh, Roman Reigns is no longer the champion because he doesn't want to work during the summer," you have ruined the entire span of that title. But I'm going off into the wind here on that one. So, I love the idea of this. I might keep an eye out and see who's gonna win this battle royal. Who's gonna face Mox? Because if you're facing Mox, and if MJF does it, I'm gonna be rooting for Mox to beat the holy hell out of this kid, and kick him out of AEW. That's what I'm thinking.
Right. Mr. Williams.
Uh-oh.
Number one, Roman's God mode is not new. This isn't a new thing for him. He's been in God mode for months.
Almost 2 years, really.
Yeah.
But the other thing that I wanted to touch on is Roman not defending the title during the summer. Number one, that wouldn't be a bad thing in theory. Number two, with him being the undisputed champion, he only should have to defend the belt at the Big Four.
Which you talked about on the channels.
Yeah, but Mikey hasn't been around for some of those.
Right.
Right. They need to spend the other 8 pay-per-views building legitimate contenders, because WWE's problem right now is, with the exception of probably Cody, who's got the dream in his sights, there is no legitimate, viable contenders. Everybody has been ran through by Roman Reigns.
Yep.
So to only have him work Rumble, Mania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, maybe Money in the Bank, and spend the rest of the time building contenders for those shows and putting the focus for the main event on, Judgment Day, the United States title, Bobby Lashley, not exactly a bad thing.
There is a question in the chat room, and I'll throw it to Noah first, since we didn't get really the opinion on we didn't get the opinion from Noah. We just got the facts, ma'am, about the NGP, the New Japan guys. Noah, John says, do you guys have confidence in Tony Khan's ADHD book? Hey, you know what? First of all, ADHD is a legitimate thing. Some people suffer from that. Shame on you, John.
I probably do.
No comment, Michael. Do we have confidence in Tony Khan's booking until Punk returns? No, I'll start with you on that one.
Hello, Matt. Good to see you, by the way. I'm doing
Yes,
well.
I
Thank you for
see
that.
about in there. Yes, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, you're
One of
good.
our loyal
As
supporters.
far as I'm concerned, when it comes to, let's call it what it is, it's an audible. I trust Tony Khan a lot in his judgment because why some of the booking, again, sometimes pace-wise might be a little off. When he does book in an audible situation, it still has a sense of continuity to it, and it still delivers on the forefront. We noticed multiple times during the pandemic saga of AEW per se, when people couldn't show up due to sickness, he called somebody up instead, and it still put out a great match, and it still pushed the story forward, particularly John Moxley. One point was supposed to face this guy. He ended up facing Lance Archer due to the history. So I do trust Tony Khan a bit in his booking strategies because he actually is trying to do something like we're saying versus what Vince has kind of been doing in the past. And again, you don't compare apples to oranges, but based on what we've seen as fans, we're just looking at how we have seen it. You might have just been looking at just now what's going on. You haven't looked at maybe as long as us, especially these two gentlemen here. So that being said, just take it for what you will, but I do have confidence in Tony Khan because I have followed the AEW product since day one, 2019, Double or Nothing, and I've seen the product only continue to grow from here, and I can't wait to see what's next. As far as this goes, again, AEW is not the first company to actually do this because, believe it or not, how fitting that I'm working with NJPW. NJPW did the same thing last year with the IWGP World Heavyweight Championship. Will Ospreay was injured. They called an on that and crowned an interim champion at Dominion. Oh, how I fitting. Dominion against Rainmaker Tsuchika Okada and Shingo Takagi. And they made that all play out both across Japan and the United States to crown the definitive champion at this year's Wrestle Kingdom. In my opinion, AEW is just doing a much quicker, shorter term type layout to it, and a wise one at that too, because it still preserves the true champion that you know is going to be back, but it also still keeps the identity and the value of the world champion on their product. Whether or not it's defended at Battle of the Belts, All Out, you name it, at least you know it's there, and there is a true champion, but an interim champion in the meantime, and a contest waiting to happen.
And just think about this, Noah. The fact that the recently acquired Ring of Honor just had to do the exact same thing at the end of last year. Bandito went down with COVID, couldn't defend the title. They put Jonathan Gresham in there, and my goodness, did he take the ball and run. Holy moly. So I am, and again, I don't watch UFC as much as I did when Ronda was there, when Brock would cross over, when Punk debuted. But I have always been a fan of the interim champion thing. I know that's a very polarizing concept in wrestling because a lot of fans are like, just strip the title. It's like, no. There's, again, every single person that I've seen on Twitter complain about WWE, their chief complaint has been lack of long-term, long-projected booking. You've invested how much time, how much money? We know because Tony called it was fucking bullshit that he wasn't making money for the company. So, flat out said it in front of the world in the media scrum. So, this is long-term booking. They have a plan for CM Punk to be champion for X amount of time. Oh, he got hurt? Man, screw it. No, you guys can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want long-term, long-projected storyline booking, this is where you find it within the confines of the elite. If you don't, if you want crazy hackneyed stuff that's not ADHD, despite what this question says, feel free to go back and watch WWE. So, yes, Jay.
The other thing you've got to keep in mind, and granted, I'm newer to AEW wrestling than probably anybody else in the room, exception maybe of Mikey.
Right.
Is that at the end of the day, Tony Khan is a fan.
Yeah.
So he's going to book from a fan perspective. Yep. What would I want to see with the talent under my roster as a fan? Whether it's seeing something like MJF versus Mox and use Mox as a weapon to try to dish out some punishment and some pain and teach MJF a lesson, or whether it's going to be something like, oh, I don't know, the American freaking Dragon versus Mox and have Blackpool Combat Club kind of implode a little bit.
There you go.
You know, what's going to happen here? Whether it ends up being somebody like Eddie Kingston and Mox. And we've talked about their issues in the past as we built up to their match last week at Double or Nothing. Whereas Vince books what Vince wants to see.
Yep.
what Vince and his cronies and his yes men, like John Laurinaitis, want to see.
There you go.
You know, that's the big difference between the two.
The keyword, just these two. We're not excluding the rest of the industry, but you got to look at the biggest players. And at the end of the day, the biggest players right now in the industry are WWE and AEW.
Very much so. It's just the way it is. WWE and AEW are the big two, if you will. Yes, we have Impact. Yes, we have NWA. And yes, we are covering those brands on this channel. So let's not forget that. So before we move on to the next topic, I do have to say something. I have a minor bitch I want to throw out there.
Okay.
So I've been a fan for almost 32 years, right? JJ, you've been a fan roughly 24, 25 years or so. Mikey, I forget how far back your fandom goes. Remind me.
90, I believe.
1990.
Okay, so same as me, 32 years. Noah, you're how far back?
Born in 1992, so 30.
There you go. Okay, so our buddies at Paradise Kitty, we all know they've become acquainted with the AEW and WWE rosters thanks to Dolph Ziggler and Justin Roberts. Well, I've been a fan, and I was a huge fan of WCW back in the day. How in the hell are the Kitties meeting Tony Schiavone before I am? That's some bullshit. I call shenanigans.
I can tell you exactly how.
Oh, Jay, trust me. I know exactly how. I'm just using it for, yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
And Justin Roberts meet Paradise Kitty. That's freaking cool.
So, yeah, this is
because that's at the Republic of Lucha store.
Yes, sir.
In Pasadena that the Lucha Brothers own.
Yes, sir, it is. So, yeah, so this is.
I know, I was in there.
I know
I
you
recognize that wall.
So yeah. This was the choice I had to make, and unfortunately, I didn't get to go to either one because I ended up just having a bad transportation day. But yeah, so Paradise Kitty went to Night of a Thousand Hunks, whatever the hell the Ziggler brothers called it. Nick. Thank you. Yeah, Nick and Ryan had their show at Lucha. I hear it went very well. It obviously was well attended.
No wonder it was sold out. Freaking AEW roster had tickets.
I was going to say, you see Rebel there, you see Justin, you see the fact that Tony Schiavone came out of his freaking hotel room and did any goddamn thing while he was here is astounding to me. First of all, because then he used to just
smile on his face. Can you zoom in on that grin on his face?
Like it's Tony Schiavone having the time of his life.
I just love that he's like snuggled up next to Rach and just like Lois is going mucker father.
You've got to do an artist rendering and give him the little thought bubble saying, "Show me the kitties."
Oh God!
Oh no! There is a hat, Noah. Show me your kitties. It's like it screams that caption right there. Just too funny. But yeah, on the other side of town, over in Hollywood,
face says, "I've seen the kitties."
Accurate, maybe.
That's hilarious. I don't know if that's going to happen if I end up going to California next year.
Well, it's one of those things where that grin on Shivani's face is a similar type reaction to when I ran into Rachel, the snuggly in question here, and little Ariel, Jenna's pocket rocket, as he called her on stage, both enveloped me in this hug outside Staples Center after whatever the hell WWE show that was, and both Christian, our buddy Christian, and Rift are staring like, how the hell do you do that stuff? And I go, because I'm Jeff motherfucking Meacham. That's why.
Respect the name.
That's right. So then there's this. So I'm going to need your help on this one, Noah, because I forget the young lady's name. So bear with me here.
Okay.
Let's see here. Let me get this. There it is. All right. Let me zoom in here. Whoop, that messed that up. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. So who is the young lady all the way to the right of the picture? Because I always forget her friggin' name.
All the way to the right?
Yeah, next to the redhead.
Oh,
yes.
Next
so
to the
all of the other side. So you got Rachel, Rebel, Justin, Jenna, and
who is that actually? Is she a worker?
I feel bad because I forget to take the screen cap off her Instagram and I forgot her damn name already.
I feel like
Amber Nova. Amber Nova.
I thought that. Okay, I was like, wait a minute, that's not AEW talent. That is Amber Nova. Yeah, she works all the time in AEW Dark and AEW Dark Elevation. Always ready to give somebody a tune-up with that oil rag.
Well, there you go. Yeah, she was.
What the hell was that? Smile. two-tone hair job, the black
Yeah.
and orange.
So the Kitties were on the prowl in Inglewood and Pasadena because actually both Rachel and Jenna showed up to Dynamite. Jenna was there, I want to say halfway through. Rachel hit traffic and walking through parking lot lost traffic. So she made it for the main event pretty much. They came to see Justin because Justin's our boy. So
Of
it was
course,
cool to see
Justin
them.
Roberts, the Dapper Yapper. One of the
We
best to introduce anything nowadays.
Lord knows they didn't come to see Frankie Kazarian. Bought like 25 of their T-shirts. Jesus.
Good
Yeah,
Lord.
and yeah. Well, the thing was they had committed because they are first and foremost their wrestling friendship is with Nick Nemeth with Dolph Ziggler. So they had committed to going to his show. However, over at the Whiskey Go Go Thursday night, we had Jeff Hardy and how do you say his band's name?
Peroxygen.
Yeah, them. And Frankie Kazarian and his band Gutter Candy, our boys here in Santa Clarita, We Are Wasted, are all there together. Jericho pops on stage during Gutter Candy's set, and my depressed ass is sitting here going, so yeah, happy for my friends. They all got to go out and party Thursday night and into Friday. And it was very cool. It was a great week. Yes, it kind of ended wonky for me, but like I said, tonight's PLE stream again, I can't thank. At one point, we had over 40 people in the room watching you guys. So it was really cool because that never happens for me. So that was really cool to see that people were interested in what you two had to say about NXT and their card tonight. The fact that you were interested in what you guys had to say about an NXT card shows me WWE's doing something and that I'm doing something right by making sure I have the best commentary team to call whatever WWE is throwing at us. So I am over the moon for that. So I'm very happy.
No, we are to the moon.
Well,
And it's just like was said earlier in the chat room. I forget who mentioned it, but NXT is not as bad as some fans will make it sound like it is.
It's not at all.
Like I said, it's not my NXT, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just different. Again, it's like Samoa Joe says, there's different stuff for everybody. For me, it does not appeal to me as much as the black and gold, but there is some promising talent, definitely, that I hope thrives and grows. Roxanne Perez and Ivy Nile and Bronson Breaker at the top.
There you go.
There you go. So the next thing I'm going to bring up is strictly a promotional tool, strictly a plug, and I'm going to go ahead and talk about it anyway because I really want to put it out there to everybody that hasn't seen it yet. And Mikey, I know you'll be interested because you were part of the original Casa that got into the fandom of this show, so I'll go ahead and throw it up there. JJ has decided that for his Saturday offerings, he is doing new release Saturdays. And the movie he did earlier today that went out at just before we went on the air was the movie interpretation of Chippendale Rescue Rangers, which I had the opportunity to watch with Dylan not too long after it premiered. JJ, of course, watched it before he did the review, and I adored it. I thought it was so good. So again, there is a theme that JJ runs every month on Renegade's Reviews. This month is movies with only one sequel. And, of course, we're going to go into Wayne's World and Wayne's World 2 coming up on Monday and Wednesday, which we'll get into later when we do our final plugs for the night. But what made you decide, Jay, to make Saturdays be new release? And why did you pick this one? And as well as what you're doing next Saturday, which I'll go ahead and get the graphic up. So you did Chippendale Rescue Rangers earlier today. Again, go watch it on demand when we're off the air here. And then next week, a movie I'd never heard of until you brought it up to me, Good Morning, with a U in there for was it Morning to Death or whatever. Where was the concept of new release, and what a stark contrast between the two new releases?
Well, the concept of new release was just a matter of me and Cece getting to go and see movies in theaters together as a couple. Obviously, this was streaming.
Right.
And wanting to cover them while they're still new, topical, can generate views for the channel because as people are going to see it, they want to see people talk about it.
Right.
Well, it's relevant instead of waiting for Chippendale Rescue Rangers to come up in some theme month that I can throw together.
Right.
It was a way to try and keep what I'm seeing in the theaters or that is premiering on Disney Plus or Paramount or HBO Max or insert streaming site here, Netflix.
And just that's most likely.
Keeping it topical, current, and up to date so that it can bring in more views, more viewership hours for me so that I can eventually reach that goal, as I say on every freaking episode of my show, end up getting monetized.
Ding.
I need to reach 4,000 hours of viewership in a month's time or in a year's time to get monetized. And I'm currently sitting at about 1,100 hours.
Yeah, over 25%
So-
there.
Well,
So-
but here's the
But
thing.
it fluctuates because it goes from today's date through last year on this date.
Yeah.
So if I posted something up last year tomorrow or today, excuse me, that had like 50 views, theoretically 50-hour views, because it was something very popular, a lot of traffic came. And then
Okay.
my channel today didn't get the same amount of hours, I'm going to lose 50 hours come tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yeah. The way
So
the,
it's
the
all
way they
about
said,
keeping it at that level for a year span.
Jeez.
So it's been very fluctuating. So I've been kind of trying to cheat the system a little bit and putting a playlist on my computer here, my laptop, when I go to work, and just letting it run through all the videos in that playlist while I'm gone to try to get hours run up. Figure I'm
Makes
gone
sense.
at work
Kinda
for
like Black
about
Premiere.
8 hours a day. That's 8 hours plus whatever outside is coming through to my channel.
there you go.
If I have 2 tabs, that's 16 hours in the 8 hours I'm gone.
Right.
As far as what inspired me to do this movie in particular, number one, I grew up with the Disney afternoon, as
Yes.
I know Mikey did. You know, my Disney afternoon, we talked about what your NXT is, Noah. My Disney afternoon was DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, Darkwing Duck.
Yeah.
Darkwing Duck, that's my show. Let's
There you
freaking go. I love
That
it.
was my Disney afternoon. Yeah, there was Gummy Bears before then, but I never really
Gummy
cared for
Bears?
Gummy Bears.
Oh yeah.
And
It was a
then-
thing, Noah.
And then when DuckTales left, it became Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, Darkwing, and Goof Troop.
I
Yes.
remember all those
that-
shows. I used to watch those.
That I'll claim as well as my Disney afternoon. But once Rescue Rangers left and it became Tailspin, Darkwing, Goof Troop, and then like Bonkers and
Yeah.
Gargoyles and
Bonkers.
the movies turned series like Aladdin the series, Lilo and
Mermaid,
Stitch the series,
Yeah.
Hercules the series.
Recess.
Oh.
I was like, I'm good.
Right.
I would maybe tune in. I would maybe tune in for the first hour and watch the Tailspin Darkwing repeats because they weren't making new episodes. But
No,
I'd
they
maybe tune in
weren't.
for the first hour, watch those, and then I'd turn the TV off.
Darkwing Duck was
So-
like my show, man. When that show stopped, I was pissed.
Me
JJ.
too, dude. I have Negaduck on my
I was gonna
arm,
say.
dude.
If you can, I don't. There you go. Oh,
There it
Can you-
is.
can you make it happen?
Mhm.
Okay, let me hang on.
There it is.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember get the movie when it was talking about how he was going to throw this switch constantly over and over again. So, Darkwing Duck, I can talk about that all the time. Okay, that was a show I actually did grow up with. That was my Disney show. Anyway, continue.
Thank you. Darkwing was always my show too, but they announced that they were going to do this, and I was like, okay, I'm concerned. I'm lost. Why now? They did the DuckTales revival series, and it was a load of hot garbage.
It was so bad.
And
Well,
then I
they
started
try to
to
revive
see-
an old IP for today's generation.
Oh well, no,
Totally
it was so bad, Noah. They brought Darkwing onto DuckTales for an episode, and people were like, "Nope, sorry." They couldn't even relaunch Darkwing. It was so bad.
I heard about that because as soon as someone brought Darkwing Duck to me, I'm like, wait, what?
Oh,
And I heard it, and I was like, what?
it was a collective cough up crap. Like, oh.
Anyway, continue.
So I was curious what they were gonna do with this, and then as I started to see trailers and promotional material, I got slightly more and more intrigued.
Yes.
And the long and the short of it, without regurgitating everything that I said on my broadcast, which would make you not have to go see it,
Right.
it's essentially a modern day version of Roger Rabbit. cartoons living in the real world with humans, interacting as such. You know, you've got cameos from non-Disney IPs.
Yep.
Such as Sonic the Hedgehog, My Little Pony, Randy from South Park, just to name a couple. The fact that they have a South Park character in a Disney movie, think about that one for a moment. Think about how not Disney South Park is and how they have made fun of Disney at virtually every twist and turn. Need I remind people of the Jonas Brothers episode?
No, you don't.
So for there to be a South Park character in a Disney property, whoa. Right there.
Holy hell.
And then the contrast in the animation style, Chip is 2D because it's traditional animation, and Dale is 3D because he's had work done. He's tried to stay hip and relevant. So that's why Dale looks completely different to Chip. And Dale looks like something plucked out of Alvin and the Chipmunks instead of the traditional Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers.
Alvin!
This one, you know, I was trying to find something to do to keep New Release Saturdays going and not have a dead week. Is basically what this came down to. So I looked up new movies in May because I always like to try to give a couple weeks between release date and me covering it to kind of avoid spoilers. I figure if people haven't seen it in the first couple weeks, chances are they're not gonna.
Right.
The people that really care about a movie, a property, are gonna see it in those first couple weeks. Come hell or high water.
Right.
So I always try to wait a couple weeks. So considering this was June 11th, the second weekend of the month, I looked for something that was coming out in May. And I found this movie, and I looked at the cast listing. That's what caught my eye. You've got Machine Gun Kelly there scratching his head. Okay, so you got MGK. Of course, ties to wrestling with his song Invincible, which represented John Cena in the Cena Rock battle.
WrestleMania 28.
But then in the top row there, you've got Becky G. You've got Dove Cameron. You've got Pete Davidson. You've got Megan Fox on the bottom row. You've got Whitney Cummings. Snoop Dogg has a cameo. Danny Trejo has a cameo. NWO for Life member Dennis Rodman has a cameo. Tom Arnold has a cameo. All of this went into me deciding to do this, and out of all the places that I could find this movie, I actually found it on YouTube in its entirety. So anybody that wants to see this movie can find it on YouTube for free. Watch it before next Saturday when I cover it. It's definitely a stoner film. That's putting it mildly, but like I told CC this morning at breakfast, or maybe it was last night. I forget when I said it. It was over the last 24 hours. But to call it a stoner movie is kind of a disservice to stoner movies. It had heart in the right places, but I just feel like it misfired overall. And I'll get more in detail with that on June 11th at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern, when the review goes live.
I love it. So I'm going to ask the room now because we're moving to the next. This Open Mic Night's going to become the Renegade the Renegade preview hour here apparently, and I'm okay with that.
Hey, you know what? If we have nothing to cover, I am down for the shameless shill because I need to get my views up. Damn it!
That's
and
it.
I know this is where we're going to lose Noah.
Market yourself, but you can.
I know this is where we're going to lose Noah because he only watches professional wrestling. Damn it, if we can get him to engage even temporarily, like we did about Darkwing Duck.
I was going to say, there we go. About Darkwing. I didn't see that coming, so there you go.
I feel like
you know me. You don't know me fully.
You never knew it.
I would have suggested to keep the Darkwing Duck stuff. Tell the story about going to Comic-Con.
Well,
Oh,
voice actor. Go over there.
we went to one of the LA Kamikaze Expos and got to actually meet Jim Cummings.
yes.
Nice.
And I have a picture with him. I'm not going to find it, send it to Jeff for him to load, but I actually have a picture of him pointing to my tattoo in the words of Roman Reigns, acknowledging me.
That's it.
Right. And
Right.
we do see your question regarding Red Creative Hate appearance by Winter Rotunda.
So and again, it's one of those, I don't really see the fact that he.
God, so many predictions.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things. And you know what? We can very easily say no, or say yes, or say. Because the truth is, we don't know. But you know, everything we thought we knew has been turned on its ear in the last month. We had the WWE Women's Tag Champions walk out again. We had MJF doing what he's done in the last couple of weeks. I would love it if Bray were to return, if they actually gave Bray something wonderful and something to sink his fiend teeth into that would be worthwhile and give him a reason to come back. But if it's just going to be another cog in the wheel in the, or a cog in the wheel, no, not at all.
Especially since we just got Alexa Bliss back as normal.
Right?
You know, having him come back, they'd almost have to flip her over again and turn her back. And it's like, no, we went through all those months of them not knowing what to do with her. We just finally got her back.
Right?
And we
Let's
don't
not
need a
lose
rehash of WrestleMania 37 Day 2 opener.
So the next show I'm going to go to with JJ is honestly part of something that I'm so happy about as a fan of mainly one series, but definitely the series he's actually covering. Growing up, when we grew up, and again, JJ and Mike, you're older than me. We're all older than you, Noah. It's one of those. The fact that you were born the same year as Fantasmic was premiered, and you're only a few days older, makes my spine just curve every time I think about that. But just ungodly ridiculous. But as a fan growing up of various franchises and TVs, one thing I always hated about the arguably two primary sci-fi franchises is that we never really got that moment between, okay, what happened before episode 4? Why is Vader Vader? We saw what happened at the end of Return of the Jedi, but how did Anakin Skywalker become Darth Vader in the first place? Well, George Lucas answered that question for us between 1999 and 2005. So good for him. But what happened once Anakin fell? What happened in the interim? Why did Ben take Luke to Tatooine? What happened on that planet, that god-awful two-star planet? And not only that, but let me just ask you this, you know, for Star Trek fans at the same time, and I'll bring James in since he's here. Hello, James.
Hi.
Hey, James.
Sorry about that.
By the way, hold on real quick. James, you freaking idiots.
Did it play? Fuck,
Yes.
did I miss it? Ah,
You missed it. You missed it.
fuck.
Sorry, I will air again tomorrow during Red Creative Hate.
That's right.
Ah,
Oh, no. He has
Jeff,
all the video for Red Creative Hate, so don't worry about that.
Well, no, it's the same video, just without the addition of me fucking up on the pay-per-view.
Oh, God,
And-
you broke me. You threw me off.
Not only did he pet the pussy on the air, but the pussy done corrected him on the air. That was even worse. Anyway,
James, we went from airing that video into Mandy Rose versus Wendy Chu. So we went from a video of you petting the pussy to Mandy Rose all up in our face.
Oh, wow. 2 different versions. I see. There's layers to this.
Needless to say, Noah was flustered for a moment in a way we haven't seen Noah flustered before.
we broke his sad sack stuff.
Oh, man, I gotta see this. I gotta
take
replay.
a-
You gotta go back and watch on demand for sure.
To take a
So-
quote from the other franchise that you're not talking about, Jeff, we boldly sent Noah where he had never gone before.
That's right.
At
So
least not on the air with us.
right.
Infinity
So
and beyond, as they say.
right. So, but no, I actually was going to talk about that because, you know, prior to the pilot we saw with William Shatner, we saw a brief glimpse later on when they released it of Captain Pike. But what happened to Captain Pike? What happened to in the interim between the pilot that never aired until much later and what we're seeing now? Because for the first time that I can recall, there are stories being told from Star Trek and Star Wars that are filling in those enormously important gaps in franchise histories. What happened in the years between the commissioning of the Enterprise and Captain Kirk taking over with Captain Pike there, and what happened once Obi-Wan took Luke Skywalker to Tatooine, and the senator and the princess of the Queen of Alderaan took Leia to their planet. We're getting to see those things unfold, and JJ, being the Star Wars fan that I know he is, decided to fill his Thursday slot at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern by reviewing weekly Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I'm gonna ask you, Jay, first again. And I know you're a fan. I know that's probably why you chose to do this, but the fact that they moved to Wednesdays kind of screws you up. But it is what it is. I am so happy as a more recent fan than you or Bruce or a lot of people, but I'm very happy as a fan that this is available Wednesdays, and then that same night at midnight, which is actually Thursday, new Star Trek is premiering. So for the first time that I can recall, us sci-fi geeks that appreciate the franchises that have impacted the most in our history are both having new content go up at the exact same time.
Which by the way, it also sounds, correct me if I'm wrong, it also sounds like you're kind of talking about a crossover. So I'll just say this. And
no.
But if somehow through all of this, I get to see Spock with a lightsaber, I'm happy. I'm content with the light.
Well, if there was enough nice talk between Disney and Paramount, maybe. But the fact that Disney and Sony can't get along leads me to believe it probably won't happen. So JJ, again, the choice is obvious. I mean, you have a slot Thursday. You have a brand new series based on one of your favorite franchises, one of your favorite fandoms. But again, I feel this may be the most important anthology series on Disney Plus when it comes to Star Wars. Would you agree with that?
Oh, without question. Obviously Boba Fett is and has always been my favorite Star Wars character. So when they debuted The Mandalorian, and Boba Fett always wore Mandalorian armor, you kind of got those tie-ins and everything. So I was intrigued, but I never made it out of the first season, unfortunately, with The Mandalorian.
Right.
And then they announced the Book of Boba Fett, and it was like, okay, they're going to do something with my character. Still never watched it. For whatever reason, it was at a point where I just couldn't get excited about it.
Right.
But this is something that I've been excited about since they originally announced it at D23. I want to say like 4 years ago.
It's been a minute, yeah.
Because maybe even longer than that, because I want to say they announced this around the same time they announced Solo.
Roughly.
And
yeah, so it was...
Solo tanked so bad at the box office.
Oh, you ain't kidding.
That they scrapped all of the other movies that were going to be the fill in the gap type of movies. The stories before the story.
Well, I mean, not to mention the storyline itself and the backstory got Solo's backstory all kinds of mucker futtered up.
You're joining late, James. You can say the fuck word. We've already thrown it a couple times in your absence.
Oh, okay. But
when they then announced that they were going to do this as a limited series, I don't consider myself straight edge anymore because y'all have actually seen me take shots on the air, so I can't do that. But I've never done hard drugs whatsoever. The only thing I can compare it to is a fiend itching for a fix.
Right.
That is how I felt when I saw this was coming out. And especially when they announced Ewan McGregor was back as Obi-Wan and Hayden Christensen was going to be back as Anakin Vader. You know, the fact that they were willing to come back and reprise those characters, more so Hayden, when you figure how much he just got royally crapped on like a big old steaming pile of bantha fodder.
Right.
The fact that they came back for this got me all kinds of giddy inside.
Right.
So again, it became a matter of I have Tuesday and Thursdays where I don't put up content.
Right.
Tuesdays I leave open for Talk Wrestling for Jeff. I'm not going to try and compete with the great and powerful Jeff Meacham. I know better. And then once he comes back in the fall, you got Stat Boy and Jeff on the same day. Not going to try to compete with that. So I got Thursdays open. The first 2 episodes premiered on Friday. I waited a week for the next week. Figured instead of waiting 2 weeks on this one, I'll just do them every week, and it'll be the week after it airs. So episode 3 will go up next week. Episode 4 will go up the week after. And granted, even though they're moving it to Wednesdays now, it's still going to be a week ahead of time to where when episode 4 is airing this Wednesday, episode 3 is going live.
For you, right, exactly.
Yeah, so there's still enough of a lag where I'm not going to be trying to cover the episode the day after it airs.
Right.
Right.
Stat Boy, I saw your hand go up. What's up?
Well, I am going to take my leave soon after this, but first off, I love the show. It's a great show. I am following it, and I'm glad.
I was going to say, be careful how much you say, because I know CC hasn't seen any, and I know she's in the chat room. The rest of the people in the chat room, I don't know if they've seen it. I don't know if they care so much.
That's what I was going to ask. I mean,
try to be careful what you say.
Well, then I don't even know if I should say it because I don't want to ruin it for anybody.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
You can always PM me.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to live PM you right now then. Okay. Because something happens in the series that I had no idea that it did happen. And I have not read the books. I know nothing about the books, the comics, the canon, whatever all that is. So let me do this real quick, and then I'll take off. James, I'm glad you came in because you take over my spot. So
I see.
That's a good
by the way, since you're doing that live DM thing about this, how was Takeover? Was it all right? I heard it was okay.
It was an okay show, to say the least. I enjoyed it for what it was worth. Me and JD had a good time calling it. There's a couple spots I'm like, and again, the transition from you and that broke me for a good 5 damn minutes. But overall, it was a fun show. I enjoyed it for what it brought.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was better than okay, but then again, it's going to sound bad, but I have lower standards than you guys have, because being back into the swing of things with WWE, I haven't become as jaded, because I'm kind of like a fresh fan again.
There you go.
So I feel like my expectations aren't as high on a regular as you guys are with watching AEW and Impact and New Japan.
Right.
So I thought it was better than okay. I think it's better than Raymond is giving it credit for in the chat room, and Ken is saying, just okay, yikes.
It was better than okay. It was better than okay.
I think it was much better than that. I would give it probably a solid B+ rating.
Yeah.
I'm not one to rate shows because I don't believe in ratings, whether it's letters or stars. But
I think
mutually, I will agree with that here. I'll go with that.
I think the reason why people would be saying that, though, and this is totally fair, and to your point, you're kind of a fresh fan again. There's a lot of people, myself included, that kind of did grow up Well, at least in their young adult years with Black and Gold NXT when it first launched on the network, and I mean, that stuff doesn't even compare to what they're trying here.
James, you're now in the Team No DQ chat. You saw how many people put in hashtag not my NXT.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? That actually did surprise me a little bit because
really, why?
I think the main reason is because I know there are some fans or some people in Team No DQ that want to try and give WWE some slack, especially this new NXT. Like, hey, let it play out. It's barely like what 3 months in, maybe 4 months in at this point.
Now, but yeah, I'll tell you that much right now.
It feels a lot shorter for some reason, but like. There's a lot of people that I would expect to try and at least give some leeway. I see nothing in that chat. Like, they hate this NXT. And I was shocked, personally. Yeah, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I'm right there with them. But
and again, it's that perspective. We grew up in Triple H's NXT. My NXT! But I digress. And he is a fresh face, and this NXT is supposed to reach out to a whole new generation of sports entertainment enthusiasts, last wrestling fans, people who don't know what is up from down inside a wrestling ring, etc. And to a degree, it has worked. A little bit.
Hasn't? Maybe in the Peacock
like
numbers.
I said,
but
there is potential. I look at people like Braun Breaker, the Creed Brothers, Ivy Nile, Roxanne Perez. There is potential in great future stars. It just comes down to how Vince books it at the end of the day when they go up to the other roster.
Well, okay, so here's my thing. Here's my theory on that, which is fine. But when you look at numbers, the numbers are way lower than NXT was when it was actually on Wednesdays.
True. But Vince now
way
care.
Lower.
He doesn't care.
I mean, it's obvious. It's like he doesn't give a damn anymore. But like, why would he?
It's developmental. It's no longer an alternative. That was the beauty of our NXT. It was the alternative in the freaking WWE.
Yeah.
But I digress.
It's one of those guys, you know. And again, you two, Noah and James, grew up in a fandom that, you know, you guys got very lucky that you came into your formative years as wrestling fans when, as little competition as there was, WWE was still decent enough to watch. And NXT provided the alternative that was for the wrestling fan that didn't necessarily want to stray away from WWE and, you know, totally abandon the sports entertainment world. Nowadays, there's so many options, and this goes back to what I was talking about earlier with Obi-Wan and with Strange New Worlds over on Paramount. The era of streaming has definitely opened up avenues to fans of all entertainment venues, of all genres, of all entertainment, everything. You figure, when I got quarantined at my sister's place up there over a couple summers ago when it was really bad, the pandemic, I had 3 separate monitors up, and I could watch the hockey, Dodger game, and professional wrestling at the same time without having a cable wire going all through the freaking room and tearing shit up. That's the beauty of the world we live in now. But as I've always said, where there's a blessing, there's a burden, because there's so many options that you almost get burnt out and jaded by complete circumstance. It's like, like all this shit sucks. There's too much of it. Yeah. So
I reached that point this week outside of work, just trying to catch up on everything. That's why I gave myself Friday off from work. And I kid you not, when I got off work at 4:30 p.m. on Thursday, I went to my bed because I was in here. I went to my bed at 5, and I thought I was just going to take a nap. I ended up sleeping for 12 straight hours until the Best Super Juniors was on the next day. And after I got up miraculously to watch Best Super Juniors, immediately when it went over, back to sleep, didn't wake up till noon.
It's
and
crazy.
then I watched NXT UK and Impact Wrestling because I'm crazy.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, and it's one of those, again, you know, I honestly didn't mind not covering Best Super Juniors because, again, you know, I've talked to you guys off air, but the last 2 days have just been bonkers up here. So it was good to just kind of, get stuff done around here and just breathe.
Right.
So it was all good.
God,
with how much we did alone this past week, and I've done more with wrestling than I've ever done before in my life, being working with you and collaborating with you guys. I was just like, holy hell, I reached my burnout point.
Yeah, it's been crazy. I mean, and just with the stuff between AEW and WWE alone.
Yeah, I mean, we came
else.
off.
Nike.
What happened?
No, I was just saying, holy shnikey.
Oh, Schneike, he said Mikey.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was one of those.
I'm ready to take off.
Okay, well, Mikey, have a wonderful night. Well,
It's midnight out here.
And you know what? Actually, I hate to be I hate to be a buzzkill, but I've got two different people in family asking me to call them too. So I'm going to go ahead and call it in general.
That sounds fair.
I know, James. I feel bad. I'm sorry, but it's just people are just driving crazy.
Sometimes the boss just has to call an audible. You know what this means? More for tomorrow night.
That's right.
Exactly.
So based on that, we're going to go ahead and plug tomorrow night because, as we've stated, with the haha on our tongues, tomorrow is the Red Crate of Hate.
Damn it!
So,
Oh my god!
Obviously,
And a repeat appearance of
sense
James.
of humor, but you know.
And a repeat appearance of James petting his pussy.
That's right. We will have an encore presentation live on the Jeff Beach Network via tape of James petting his pussy.
God.
Live via satellite.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll
Live
say
via satellite,
what,
Dwayne Johnson style. That's right. Although
James, you suck.
I gotta see
like
this
you-
reaction now. Just the little reactions I'm getting now. Oh my
I feel
god!
like you have to time it to air it before the Bianca, Asuka, Becky Lynch match. too.
You evil. You wrong for that.
Yeah, that's. Is that,
AJ, what the hell, man?
oh man, I missed a lot, huh? I missed a ton.
It's
Jesus.
either that or do it before the Judgment Day versus Finn, AJ, Liv Morgan match.
Okay, so JJ's truly inclined to break Noah once and for all. I need this man to commentate tomorrow. What is wrong with you?
You know what?
What happened here? What did
I'm
I
gonna be
just venture
sitting here
into?
right next to him doing color again because apparently that's what the people want. People power.
Yeah, James, you missed that part of the show too. At one point during the course of the stream, we had over 40 people watching because these two were doing such a great job on the call. It was awesome. It was wonderful.
Wow.
So it was very, very humbling for me to have that many people in the same room at the same time. It was very cool. But we will look forward to that tomorrow again with the Red Crate of Hate. Again, if you can't have a haha, it's Hell in a Cell Sunday, kids. Come on. So, but for Stat Boy, for James Hebert, who came in briefly and petted this pussy live via tape earlier, for the simple man with the commentary status, Noah Foster, for the Renegade JJ Williams. I am the West Coast Jeff Meacham. This has been our coverage of NXT in yo house, except James, because he can't piss in your house because that's illegal. This has been Open Mic Night, and we will see you guys. Maybe if I hit the button.